Hi, everyone, and welcome to another session during the Risk Awareness Week. For this session, I wanted to try something different because throughout this week, we have 50 plus technical sessions talking about mathematical's way to quantify uncertainty and to make better decisions. But in the spirit of risk awareness, I wanted to talk to a person who I think have done an amazing job in raising awareness about risk. And I wanted to introduce you to Ben Catania, who is the author and the producer of the podcast called All Things Risk. Now, Ben, tell us a little bit about this podcast, where people can find it, and what is it about, and then I'll shoot some more questions to you.
Sure. All Things Risk is a podcast that I do as a side project. It's a bit of a hobby. I work full time in our industry in risk management, but it's a podcast for everyone. So quite the opposite of the kind of everyday work. And what I wanted to do is I wanted to bring risk concepts to people in a way that are easy to understand, and that actually we don't always talk about risk. We'll have a whole conversation, for example, with someone who may have climbed Mount Everest or have done these crazy adventures. And to me, actually what they've done, it's all about risk, but we may not ever we never mention the word risk, but it is about uncertainty and making decisions and learning from people's experiences who have done those types of things. And it's really, I do something as a labor of love. We are in 114 episodes in. We're going to keep going. We've got some amazing guests and authors and speakers, and it can be found wherever you find your podcasts, iTunes, Apple Podcasts. Just search for All Things Risk, or you can just go to allthingsrisk.co.uk, and everything is there. And it kind of reflects my own journey in risk management. I kind of got into the field. I never intended to get into the field of risk management. Not directly anyway. I studied international relations and international economics, and I wanted to learn and study how the world works. Mm-hmm. And I found myself teaching English in South Korea at the end of the 1990s. And shortly thereafter, well, I actually remember I was at the start of the financial crisis, I was in South Korea, and I was about to get into my graduate studies. And I remember changing all of my Korean won into Swiss francs, and I remember saying I've changed my monopoly money that day, and a few weeks later the Korean won crashed, and there was this big thing. And having spent a year and a half in South Korea, I was a little bit surprised that people that in the financial community were surprised that there were governance problems in South Korea and also throughout Asia. And having studied international relations, I thought, well, surely you would understand that the governance isn't that great here, and there would be some problems. But lo and behold, actually a lot of folks didn't and lost a lot of money. And I ended up studying international relations, and I got into political risk management because it was the same sort of problem that folks making financial decisions or business decisions weren't really paying much attention to how politics works in a lot of countries, emerging markets and Russia and so forth. You don't have to be a genius, though, to figure out that you could have a coup, you could have a change in government, you could have terrorism, you could have all of these things. So they need to be considered. And so that started my journey into the world of risk management. And for better, for worse, I have this sort of career in it. But one of the things that I've always been fascinated by is how you could take a concept in one domain and apply it to something else and learn loads, and also try to figure out, well, why don't people think a little bit more? We were talked earlier about the essence of things. So you talk about decision science, probability theory, and these things that are just actually in the essence, this is what risk management is about. And to me, it's very much the same way. And so I thought, why not have a podcast where you talk to people that are actually doing risk management, but you don't actually use these words. You don't talk about risk appetite and these kinds of concepts, or a risk register.
And so that's what it seems we can learn a lot from those people, because sometimes we're just hiding behind all this terminology that doesn't really help
Yeah,
us make better decisions. And yet you have
absolutely.
people, I mean, I highly recommend your podcast, obviously. I'm a big fan. And I love some of the series where you have people that take risk for a living, especially, I mean, and this is like, they're just talking about it as a normal, as a necessity. You have to do a proper risk analysis because it's a life or death matter.
Mhm.
And for them, it's such a given that you do a risk analysis before making any kind of significant decision. I mean, I was just fascinated by that.
Yeah, there's so many wonderful examples of that, and we can learn, right? And we can learn from that. So one of my favorite ones was Kathy O'Dowd. Kathy O'Dowd is a mountaineer. She was the first woman to have summited Everest from the north and the south sides. And we had this wonderful conversation. It was all about risk management and contingencies, and there were some wonderful moments in that conversation. So one, for example, was so in the world of mountain climbing, avalanches are a big risk, right? So you could go and have a group in an expedition and they walk through an avalanche prone area and they might get through that and there's no avalanche. And then the question becomes, well, is that because we were skilled at assessing the risk, or was that just because we got lucky? And this is a life and death question. So and you do find, and the same thing happens in trading, but she was saying that you do find some people that get overconfident and attribute skill to something was essentially luck,
Mhm.
and makes the next time you do that riskier. And I thought that was just a fascinating conversation about it. And the other way that I remember that one that really stuck out was about quitting, about stopping an expedition because the risks are too, you're talking about, if we're talking about, probability and impact in the, classic way, well, having, deaths in your expedition, obviously that's a huge impact. And so you need to know, for example, when do we turn back? When do we say, we're not doing this? And the amount of planning and calculations and experience and leveraging teamwork and all of this stuff, it goes into the decision-making process within on mountain ranges. And that to me is much more, it's in many ways much more robust than the type of things that you might see on a risk register. And I haven't interviewed Alex Honnold, but if you know who he is, he's the guy who summited, free climbed the side of El Capitan, which is this mountain range, or this cliff face on Yosemite in the United States. And it's a very similar thing that he underwent and he went through. And we have these analogies of mountain climbers that whatever we do, let's get to the top of the mountain and blah, blah, blah. Well, actually, this is all about risk management and calculations. And you need to know, for example, when to turn back and quit.
Yeah.
And in that, without giving away any spoilers of that particular documentary, which I also highly recommend, earlier on, he quits. He bails on an attempt to free summit this climb, and it was the same thing. It was dark, and there were uncertainties, and he just said, "Look, I'm turning back." And then what you see him do, and it's exactly the same thing that Kathy talked to me about, is he meticulously studies that cliff face and rehearses it and knows every little inch of that cliff face and that climb, particularly this hard section. And then he eventually obviously he does it because he lives and makes the documentary. But it's the same thing. And there are these myths about not just risk management, but about things like mountain climbing and people that do quote unquote extreme things.
Yeah.
Actually, they are very, very good risk managers.
Mm.
So these are the kinds of concepts I want to bring to people.
And that is an amazing message. It's calculated risk taking. I mean, you talk a lot to the people that take risk for a living, but make no mistake, none of them are musketeers that are going just swinging, going, "Oh, we're going to do it because we're so powerful and we've done it before." Or every single one is taking extraordinary steps to plan, forecast, and think of different scenarios. And they don't just have like your CEO, a typical CEO has. They don't have just one objective and one plan to reach that objective. They will have plan B, C, D, E, F, G, multiple. They're prepared for multiple futures, which is amazing. Did you do an episode with the guy who wrote Economic Hitman?
Yes, I did, with John Perkins.
One of my favorite books ever.
Yeah, he's a fascinating guy, and there are loads of other themes that come out of that. And if you look at his stuff now, I mean, he's very much into these concepts of corporate responsibility and sense of purpose, which is another theme that I've picked up on, which is having a sense of purpose and vision and personal philosophy in one's life is a great way of managing uncertainty, because no matter what happens, you kind of know the general direction in which you want to go. And one of my other guests, Anna Glover, who does safety and risk management in theater. So he's another wonderful example, right? So people that are trying to do new things in the world of theater, if you go to live theater, the types of things that they are doing are amazing, with pyrotechnics and lighting, and that film War Horse, where you're watching this thing live and you think it's an actual horse. There's all kinds of risks associated with that. And one of the key things around that is the same thing that John Perkins talks about, which is having a sense of vision for what it is you want to do. So Anna Glover talks about having a compass, not a map. Having a sense of what it is that you're trying to do and why. And that is, in those moments of uncertainty, that helps in decision making, because you know what it is.
That is a very powerful message, because I mean, that's the nature of uncertainty. You can never be prepared for the exact situation, because you never know what the situation will, or how it will evolve. It may evolve in numerous ways. I mean, for example, that's why the Australian kind of school of risk management is so much more powerful than the North American one, because it's principle based. It's basically, you learn general ideas and general messages that you want to kind of aspire to, but then how you ended up doing it in real life at the end is just it's always unique in some particular way. But I really like that, having a compass, not an exact map.
And you sort of see these themes kind of weave their way through, because if you don't know who John Perkins was, so he wrote this wonderful book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. He wrote, which became a New York Times bestseller. He wrote a couple of other books, but you kind of get a sense of somebody that worked in a field and did some things, so helped get developing nations highly indebted so that they could buy American products, or pave the way for hydroelectric dams and things that would, or big oil investments that would be very ruinous to the environment. And now he talks a lot about the environment and a consciousness revolution. Some of that might sound a bit out there and a bit hippie-ish and wonky-ish, but there is something to having a broader sense of purpose and vision for what it is your enterprise wants to do, or what you want to do in your life. And I think that's a great way of managing risk. And conversely, risk management is a tool. And if a drug cartel wants to do great risk management, they'll be a very successful one as well. So the sense of a sense of purpose is one of the themes that keeps coming out of these conversations. Everyone I speak to that has a certain sense of success. Also, same thing with successful entrepreneurs. There certainly are unsuccessful ones that have a sense of purpose, obviously, but you get a sense that if you think about any endeavor that's difficult, probably if you go through the story and you talk about multiple futures, and you were to listen to the future of what it is you're doing, Alex, or what the people listening to this are doing, if you knew 5 years ago this is what it would actually be like, would you do it or not? And is there value in doing it or not? And having and maybe a lot of people would say, well, actually, at the time, if you transported me back, I'd probably say, no, I wouldn't want to put myself through that. But having that sense of purpose will allow you to do certain things that you didn't think were possible. That's one of the themes that certainly come out and resonate. And there are all kinds of weird things as well. I'll give you another example that I took away about risk management, and this comes from endurance sport. And one of my other guests, his name is Alex Hutchinson. He wrote a wonderful book about human endurance called Endure, and it's about the limits of human endurance. And in it, one of the stories that came out of me, and this also is very, very relevant to risk management and to business and decision making. So he talks about Kenyan runners versus Western runners in marathon runners. So there's a whole circuit of Kenyan runners that go and they travel to North America or Europe or Japan, and they do these races where you can't win much money. If you win, you might win $1,000, right? And they live sort of a dozen people to a room, and they train and so what they're trying to do is get first, second, or third. You get some money, and if you don't, then you don't get anything. And so what these guys do is, in a marathon, they'll try and stick with the elite group. These are not the elite Kenyan runners, this sort of the second, third tier. But what they'll try to do in a race, they'll try and stick with the main group. And what often happens, 19 times out of 20 is they'll blow up. So they can't stay, and they'll blow up and they'll just finish. They won't even finish the race. They'll finish last or whatever. As a maybe a Western runner or a recreational runner, and Alex was a Canadian national team runner, he would say he would never do that. You pace yourself, right? Pace yourself. Try and so you can finish comfortably 12th or something like that. But these Kenyans, they wouldn't do that, and they would push themselves to kind of get that one time out of 20 where they finished in the top 3, and then they would get the prize money, and that's life-changing for them. So there's no stigma to blowing up and not finishing. And if the upside is, well, I could change my $1,000, I can buy a goat or a set of goats for my family, and that's completely life-changing. So that's what they'll go for. And so he never really figured that out. And he thinks also, well, actually, I don't know how many times, if I finished on the podium, I would remember that for the rest of my life, but I don't really remember all the times I finished 10th, 11th, or 12th. So we're talking about really decision-making, and there's so many wonderful analogies, but I'll give you a couple in terms of sport. In the world of ice hockey, so you're Russian, I imagine you've watched the odd ice hockey match. I'm Canadian. And if you're losing in ice hockey, the thing to do is to pull your goalkeeper out of the, so it becomes a 6 versus 5, but then the risk is you ship a lot of goals. And statistically, what you should do is pull the goalkeeper much earlier than when than what is conventionally done. And this is a concept that I spoke to Annie Duke on my podcast, and she was a former world poker champion, and so we talk a lot about decision making. And then she talks about an example in American football. There's when to go for it on what they call fourth down, and there are these things that the problem with pulling the goalkeeper too early is that if you're losing, say, 2-0, then very quickly, you become, 3, 4, 5, 6. All of a sudden, you're losing 11-0, and it looks very bad. But you would have probably lost anyway. So statistically, you should do this. But it's the social stigma of what it looks like, and same thing with the Kenyan runner blowing up. So what is the social stigma? So I think there are a lot of decisions in business and in life where actually, if we cared a little bit less about what people think, or cared a little bit less about, maybe going with a slightly riskier supplier about something, or something we were talking about earlier, why don't risk managers challenge the conventions? There's the social stigma about what it looks like. If I were to challenge, I think that risk appetite is bullshit. If you were to stand up and say that in front of a risk committee, what would that look like? And that prevents us from making the better decision, because if again, like the runner,
that is a very powerful message. that there is that kind of that level of expectation that, interestingly, most of the time, I think that is misread by the
Mhm.
person who makes the unoptimal or sometimes completely irrational decision. Because that's,
Mhm.
I mean, that's the thing. I even have an article called "Why Are Risk Managers Scared to Take Risks?" where I'm basically saying that if you
Mhm.
continue to pretend that quarterly risk reporting is useful, if you continue to pretend that having a risk appetite statement is going to change anything and is going to improve decision making, if you're going to continue to pretend that risk management is all about managing risks and not about making better decisions, it's easier that way. But in the long term, that is a losing strategy by all means, because the decision makers, the ones that are paying your salary, sooner or later they will realize what a waste of resources risk management team is. I mean, no wonder
Absolutely.
risk managers are fired first, because most of them are useless to
Mhm.
their organizations. I mean, nobody even notices if they're gone. And my argument was that surely it's better to be kind of upfront about saying, well, let's at least try to integrate into decision making, and let your CFO or your CEO or any other executive say, no, thank you, not now. But at least you fulfilled your obligation, moral obligation, at least to say, well, there's a better way of doing something. But the reality is the pressure is so much that majority of the risk managers will never challenge or will never shake the boat, choosing the safe harbor of their current meaningless risk management one job to a much more fun and entertaining involvement in the actual decision making.
Yes, and so you see the same types of behavior, but as you correctly argue, in our field, we should act more like the Kenyan runner or the coach who pulls the goalkeeper a lot sooner, and these kinds of things. And the social stigma, the peer pressure, it's something that you think about it in terms of the playground in high school. We carry it in our professions, and it's not healthy. So all these wonderful analogies that if you look elsewhere, and you can kind of see instances where actually deviations from these kinds of activities will lead to lots of success. Of the famous book Moneyball by Michael Lewis, it was a similar thing in terms of using data and analytics to rate baseball players, and how you can use now analytics is everywhere in all of sport. But I think it was year 2000, 2001, it was this weird thing, and it was not accepted initially. So I think sticking to the essence of things, and what works, and the valid kind of scientific principles that you often talk about, in spite of the social stigma, is something that it's brave. It does. Courage is about not having is not about not having fear. It's about acknowledging that there are fears, but doing something anyway, that you fear. And I think we need to have a bit more courage and curiosity in the profession.
In the risk profession, I totally agree. I absolutely agree. And by the way, I love your analogy about fitness and risk management. Share it with our audience, because I
Sure.
think it just hits the risk management on the head.
Sure. Well, we were talking about all of these kinds of trends and management fashions in risk
Fads.
management. Yeah, fads, and it's similar in the world of strength training equipment and fitness. And one of the best things that you can buy, the best pieces of fitness equipment, are free weights. Right? You buy them once; they'll last decades. You don't need to replace them. You can use them. You don't even have to buy free weights. You can get bricks or something. But essentially, the fitness industry doesn't like free weights, because once you buy them, how can you make money off of that? You buy them once, and that's it. And so it does seem like one of the reasons why some of these things that are really been around for a while in risk management is that they're the equivalent of the free weight.
I mean, equivalent of free weight in risk management is essentially decision making. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the kind of the bare minimum probability theory, decision making, and maybe neuroscience. These are kind of the fundamental fields that teach us new stuff that we didn't realize about ourselves and our behavior and our decision-making approaches. Those are the kind of the fundamental things. But then everything else is essentially more advanced, just marketing.
It's just marketing stuff. Yeah. And you know, if it, whether it's the, you know, the latest thing, the T90X or the this or the that, you know, the best investment you can make if you want to improve your strength is to buy free weights and, you know, a couple of barbells, you know, some dumbbells, a barbell, a bench, and that's you know, you don't need huge amounts more than that. But yeah, it's an interesting conundrum.
Yeah. Which other guest was your favorite? Which one was like the amazing parallel to Risk World?
I've got, I mean, there are tons. So one of the ones that I really liked was David Quammen. David Quammen is a science writer, and he wrote a book about, wrote several books, but about evolution. He actually wrote a book about Ebola, the Ebola virus, amongst other things. He talked about this thing, this book that he wrote called The Tangled Tree. And we think about evolution in terms of this tree of life, and the tangled tree was about this thing called horizontal gene transfer. And horizontal gene transfer is when, you know, actually for some things, genes can actually move very rapidly from, you know, one species to another, and it's not this sort of slow process. It's not denying the kind of Darwinian theory of evolution, and I'm not a biologist, but there's a thing called horizontal gene transfer. And he also, so that was really interesting. But what he wrote about as well is he gets into the personalities behind the science, so the actual people, the scientists, and he talks, for example, about Darwin and the trouble that Darwin had when he came back from, you know, trying to put out his, you know, his theories, and also same thing, you know, social stigma, all of these things. And so some of the things got me to thinking about things like curiosity, particularly in decision making and risk, and where does a hypothesis come from, right? So you have the scientific method, but the hypothesis comes from people's experience. It comes from different influences. And there's an aspect of creativity and curiosity that creates these hypotheses to test. Otherwise, it would just become this sort of mechanical process. So the people behind the science, I found that to be that was fascinating. And so not every idea, not every. I believe that, you know, you have to have the science, you have to have the kind of rigor, but you also need to have a little bit of mystery, a little bit of we, you know, the sense of, well, we don't really know how that works, and so I think that you know, I was talking to you earlier about cognitive biases, and I did a search on one of the Big Four's website for cognitive biases, and nothing came up. At least not on the risk and compliance space, and it came up in marketing. And you know, why not? Why are we not talking about that? And so that sort of sense of, well, there's the kind of the mechanistic side of science, but there's also the people side of science. And I think it's the same thing with decision making. Sometimes when we're thinking about a decision, thinking about trying to find those different alternatives to our existing thought patterns in different ways is a great way of making decisions. And the other thing that I take away from all of my conversations in one form, not all, but certainly another theme, is this continuum between mind and body. So the idea, you know, there's a lot of science now around meditation and the benefits of having a proper sort of meditation practice. And I'll go back to that conversation with Alex Hutchinson. He talks about, you know, where does the mind, how much does the mind control the body, and can you override it in terms of endurance sport and suffering, and where is that continuum? And so I'm a big believer in not making decisions when you're that acronym I like: HALT, hungry, angry, lonely, or tired, and how, you know, what is the general sort of health in the room of people who are trying to make decisions. Everyone's stressed out and tired, and, you know, you're probably not going to make a very good decision. So
that again is just so powerful, and you know, yet
so basic.
Exactly, and yet the risk community doesn't really talk about it. But the reality is, I mean, that goes back into the neuroscience research, which basically says if you're hungry or upset, or if the sun is not shining, you will not make an optimal decision unless you actually take careful steps to overcome those circumstances. I mean, this is so mind-blowing that when I was the head of risk, and it wasn't even my idea, but I was amazed how that kind of happened by itself. Every single executive meeting was only in the morning and was always with food provided.
Right.
So every single executive meeting, because they were making like multi-million-dollar decisions, they had little sandwiches and little snacks on the table every single time. And because it was a government-based organization, so the board members, they were all like deputy ministers and they were all very senior people. So obviously, none of those people would ever make it to our office in time. So it was always an evening meeting. And the meeting started only after they were fed. After they were fed, so there's enough glucose in their blood, and they it's supplying the brain, and they have a chance to switch from system 1 to system 2 thinking.
Absolutely.
This, I mean, this is so basic. That means that you don't do risk workshops. I mean, you don't do risk workshops at all, hopefully. But if you have, you better not do them before lunch or before the end of the day. It is pointless. And yet, I mean, this is open any best practice on risk management, and it probably never would say don't do risk workshops before lunch or before the end of the day, because 70 years of research in neuroscience have proved that beyond any reasonable doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's a theme that comes up over and over and over again. All these people who make decisions, they think about both mind and body, and it's it sounds, it's a little bit sad that we're saying, wow, this is pretty this is or some people would think of it, this is mind-blowing, because it's pretty it's what your mom would say, get enough sleep, eat well, but it's true. And unfortunately, and I guess conversely, there are all these, we talked earlier about the work of the CIA and military planners, but also negotiations are an endurance sport, and the things like the shape of the table, and if decisions go into, I think a lot of trade deals and things, they basically, people run out of stamina and they say, all right, I'm hungry, I'm tired, and so let's just agree. But it's a very important, it's very basic, but it's incredibly important, and it comes through in many of my conversations in one way, shape, or form. So it's there are loads of examples of that. And
with 140 something podcast episodes, I think there's something to listen for every single person that is watching us right now. I mean, I loved your episode with the world championship poker champion. I mean, that lady was amazing. And of course, the guy who wrote about the economic hitman, I mean, that was pretty scary as well. And of course, the lady mountain climber. I mean, it's unbelievable how none of them call it risk management, but in fact, they all make decisions very calculated after properly considering possible uncertainties and how those may impact. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing that risk managers have to learn risk management from non-risk managers. Supposedly, we are the center of excellence for risk managers, but the reality is, because risk management has been hijacked by auditors, consultants, and all those institutes, that over the last 20 years have been propelling some non-scientific mumbo jumbo. I got so sick of it that I started writing in comments to some of those risk management gurus that instead of proposing your complex methodology that is still not going to work because it's not scientific, why don't you just sell dice or magic 8 balls or toss a coins instead? It has exactly the same, or horoscopes for that matter. It has exactly the same scientific foundation.
Yeah, well, we're talking as well about when these fads happen, and I do think that these things tend to happen when there's a huge amount of uncertainty. so the 1970s, we talked about, there was the OPEC crisis, and the Nixon abandoned the gold window, and all these changes happened, and that was a kind of a tumultuous time for decision makers, and it hasn't gotten any easier since then. But that would make sense. People want that's when the equivalent of fortune telling becomes popular, because people crave, we have this sort of human craving for certainty, and when things get
which is a diagnosis. I mean, it's a medical condition that we dislike uncertainty. We want to explain everything. I mean, this is called hindsight bias, where we have to justify our past, and we don't accept that things were just happening randomly. It just happens that way. We always have to find the cause, and we always have to find the reason. We always have to justify to ourselves how we should have and could have foreseen it, but in fact we never could have, because it was completely random. Unfortunately, we can't live in that state of uncertainty. We have to justify. And you're right. I mean, it's essential. I mean, most risk management right now is no different from fortune telling, which it looks good. It sounds pretty logical, but it's just completely false.
Yeah, it's sad. But it's understandable in some ways, that why we got to where we are. But it's created a bit of it's created risk averse managers and leaders, and it in some ways it's created a false sense of security that we have this stuff, therefore we're good, and in fact it might in some ways make it worse. You just have to look at the global financial crisis as an example, and I would say there's an analogy to how we lead our lives as well, because
what you just said, that could it just struck something in my mind. We almost made risk-taking a social stigma. So people people will always find a way. I mean, it's impossible to forbid people from take risk. I mean, to make money, they have to take risk. So what essentially happens is, because risk managers are seen as very risk-averse, blocking any kind of risky decision, as well as auditors, what happens is that executives started making risky decisions, but just not disclosing them to the rest of the organization. They still continue to make ridiculously risky decisions, but they don't involve the professionals, the risk managers, into the calculation. So they end up taking more risk than they could have, or maybe not even enough risk than they could have. And either way, it's in the long term probably not beneficial for business. We almost made risk-taking a crime, and so now everybody's hiding their decisions and what risks they're taking. Because come to any executive anywhere on the world and say, what are the risks associated with your decisions? And they would say none. Or if they would say everything's under control. We're controlling all the risks, which both are lies, obviously. But still, this is what risk awareness week should all be about. Making risk-taking sexy again.
Absolutely. Yeah. And what risks are you taking? And I think there's a lot of healthy stuff happening in the startup and entrepreneur space, sort of, well, we tried this, it didn't work. And well, that's, we knew that was a chance. You don't know, right? If you knew everything, then you wouldn't, then it would have been done already. It's just the counterintuitive, there are no 100% formulas for success in anything. And from what the pattern seems to be, the people that do these amazing things, that every now and then they'll have a hiccup, a failure, but they do amazing things. And now conversely, I do think there's an increasingly important role to be played by knowledge and wisdom and science, because I think the opposite, particularly in the millennial generation, the entrepreneur is kind of revered now, and it's almost it's slightly sexy to be reckless, which I think is also, there's a sort of balance between timidity and recklessness that
Yeah.
I think in some ways society,
Yeah.
our Western society is moving in the kind of
The other extreme.
the other extreme.
I want to clarify my previous point. We need to make calculated risk-taking sexy.
Right.
We need to make those risky conversations about uncertainty and assumptions and possible futures and ranges and scenarios sexy again. So it's a normal part of conversation. You're making a decision about the future. It's by definition uncertain. So there are many possible outcomes, and all outcomes should be on the table. The funniest thing I read when I was on a plane recently was a group of scientists, I can't remember who they are, made a study out of, they researched 140 different big executive decisions. And in 70% of the cases, the decisions were binary. That means do this or do nothing. Which is horrible risk management, because there's never do this or do nothing. There's do this or that or that or that or that or do nothing. There are multiple options to any situation on the planet. There are always options, but that's not how problems were positioned. That's not how they were discussed. That's not how they were made. The decisions were made. It's either do something or do nothing. And that do something is almost always not the optimal, not the best possible solution for that problem, which I just found fascinating. I mean, I try to catch myself. I just had a letter yesterday from another risk manager saying, I want to change the job. Should I do it or should I not do it? And I said, well, first of all, it's not the decision whether you should do it or not do it. It's the decision, should you stay or just stay, or should you stay and ask for a raise, or should you move, or should you move and ask for different conditions?
That's great.
Or maybe there are 10 other options that you need to consider as well. It's a complex decision. It's not black or white.
That's great. Yeah, that's wonderful stuff. And I think we also individually get stuck on these kinds of these monumental big decisions that they're going to change everything. I also don't think that exists. There are these shades of gray. Life is shades of gray. Life is shades of, nothing's 100% probable to 0%. There's shades of gray. So the more that we get comfortable in the shades of gray, I think the happier and more successful we'll all be.
Yeah, and for us, the life is shades of purple, because that's the color of our risk awareness octopus.
Perfect. Yeah, and I've got an octopus on my All Things Risk logo as well. By the way, which denotes. I mean, it's symbolic of resilience, because the octopus can, you can cut off a tentacle and it can grow it back. Symbolic of intelligence, and also that sense of kind of mystery, because the DNA of the octopus is unlike anything that we've got elsewhere in biology. So I love the octopus theme.
Which is a much better explanation for the logic of choosing the octopus for the logo than I selected.
Okay, well, there you go. Yeah.
I'll use that.
Perfect.
Any final thoughts that you want to wrap up our session?
No, I think what you're doing is wonderful, and I hope. I think that this initiative is amazing. So I am very pleased, very honored to be a part of it. And if anything resonates with people listening to this or watching this, then do check out All Things Risk, and be delighted to have you as a listener. And also you can reach out to me as well, and love to hear from you.
Thank you very much. And to everyone listening to us, we'll see you in the other workshops during the week, and do check out All Things Risks podcast. Bye.
Thank you, Alex.
everyone, and welcome to the Risk Awareness Week. My name is Alex Sidorenko, and I am the author of the Risk Academy blog, so you may have come across some of our videos, publications, or the Free Risk Management book. If you just Google Free Risk Management book, you'll find that it's number one. And over the last 7 years, I have been pushing very strongly for move away from risk management as a corporate governance exercise, as a compliance exercise, to risk management as a decision-making tool. And for simplicity's sake, I call risk management as a decision-making tool, I call that risk management too. So in this session, I'll talk a little bit about the week, the Risk Awareness Week, what can you expect, how you can use it, how you can take advantage of all the free resources we have. And I'll talk a little bit about the latest trends and some of the biggest themes in risk management too. But you have to keep in mind that whenever I say risk management too, I really just mean decision science, probability theory, neuroeconomics, risk psychology, the fundamental sciences that are actually behind risk management. Whenever I say risk management too, I'm basically saying you should be using risk management as a powerful decision-making tool to help your managers, executives, board members, or even yourself in your personal life, make better decisions about uncertain future. Because the future is complex and we do need additional techniques and tools to help us make sense out of it. So, first of all, this is the second session during the Risk Awareness Week. I hope you just finished watching the session that Grant Purdy did. Grant Purdy is one of the godfathers of Australian risk management, and his session, just watched it, his session is mind-blowing. So if you haven't seen it, make sure you later watch it in replay, because I mean that is groundbreaking stuff. This is something that I had a lot of strategic thinking in putting his session first, because he really sets the foundation. Okay, so Risk Awareness Week, 5 days, non-stop workshops, a lot of content, very diverse content, and it's designed for both the risk managers and the decision makers alike. And this is very important. So if you're a risk manager, you will learn a lot. I mean, first you'll unlearn some of the bad practices that just spread like cancer in our career, in our profession. So you'll unlearn a lot, and you will learn some of the more rigorous, scientific, proven, tested and verified approaches that help you help decision makers. And there are a lot of workshops explaining, showing, demonstrating actual models and like literally running simulations live for you, so you can learn. And most of those models will be available for download in each of the workshops. So make sure you tune in for the sessions that you think will be valuable to your career. I did on my part, I tried to do my best to select only the speakers and only the sessions that will help you excel your risk management career. But that's not just it. This is not a conference for risk managers per se. My idea, and I mean, I'll continue pushing it in Risk Awareness Week 2020, Risk Awareness Week 2021, and so on. My fundamental idea is that Risk Awareness Week is, of course, for decision makers. So if you don't work in risk, many of the sessions will be very, very valuable to you to understand how you can reach out to the risk people and get their help to better plan, better forecast, better budget, make better investment decisions, make better procurement decisions, make better maintenance, asset management, project management decisions, how you as the decision maker can use this very sophisticated tool set that we call risk management. So do tune into the workshops, and risk managers, if you watched a workshop, and I can guarantee you will have a few of those aha moments. If you watch a workshop and you just think to yourself, I wish my executive saw that, or I wish my head of finance or the finance team or the procurement team knew this because they keep making these mistakes. Well, we've got you sorted. Replays are available forever. So just forward this session to whoever you wanted to see. I mean, any 2 sessions are free, so just forward those sessions to your colleagues. Once you watched it and you feel that you wish some of our speakers told those messages to your colleagues, just forward the session. It's that easy. And what to expect? 5 days. Truth be told, I overdid it a lot. Okay, there are close to 60 sessions. It is physically impossible to watch all of them live one by one. I mean, it goes every day. It goes 5 days. It goes from like 8 a.m. to 8 or 9 p.m. almost non-stop. I get it. It's physically impossible. That wasn't really kind of my intent. I mean, my objective was to bring as much valuable content as possible. And since I called it Risk Awareness Week from the very beginning, I kind of had the limitation of fitting it into 1 week. And I'm super grateful to all the amazing speakers that agreed to participate. I mean, thank you so much, because this, you helping make this week truly valuable knowledge sharing exercise. And I'm also grateful to 2,000 something people who signed up to watch this. And let me quickly walk you through the kind of the logic of the 5 days. Day 1 is all about unlearning everything you heard about GRC, ERM, risk management, unlearning some of the flawed practices that just penetrated our profession, and learning a better way, finding out what's the better alternative for all the artifacts that we have in risk management. How can we kind of move away from this risk speak that no one understands except the consultants and auditors, it seems, and how can we actually stop talking nonsense and start being helpful to the decision makers? I mean, this is the groundbreaking day that I recommend every risk management professional watch, and try and watch as many workshops during day 1 as you can, because it's very, before you go into the solutions, and all the other days are dedicated to telling you how to actually do it properly. But you will, unless you unlearn what you know about risk management right now, you will not appreciate those solutions. You will not understand the significance of what people are telling you. You will think it's a maturity issue. It's not. Most of the things are not about more or less mature. Most of the things that are talked about in day 1 is about doing something right, or being a useless waste of time cost center for the business. So this is a pretty, these sessions are very, very important to appreciate how can we justify risk management existence in corporations. And the question I always ask is quite simple. When was the last time a decision maker called you and said, I'm about to make a multi-million-dollar decision, can you help me make this decision better? And if your answer is never, or I can't remember, or a long time ago, that's a good indication that you're probably allocating your time to something that is not the right thing. You're spending way too much time on risk management 1, and hopefully during the Risk Awareness Week, we can teach you how to spend more time on risk management 2. So day 1 is all about breaking the status quo, challenging everything we currently consider best practice in risk management. So, my favorite day. Day 2 is dedicated to culture, risk psychology, cognitive biases, thinking, the human side of risk management. Again, very important, and very important in 2 ways. Humans are a major component of decision making, obviously, and we don't make as rational decisions as we would like to think we do. There's a lot of scientific research behind that. There's almost 70 years of research in neuroeconomics and neuroscience that teaches us a lot about how human brain works. And our brain works in a very, very unpredictable way when we start thinking about the future. And that's essentially what decision making is about. It's about thinking about the future and making decisions under higher levels of uncertainty. We behave very differently from how we think or how we would like to behave. The good news is we don't have to guess. We don't have to, imagine those things, because scientists, 2 Nobel Prize winners have done extensive research in Nobel Prizes in economics in 2002. Vernon Smith and Daniel Kahneman, and Richard Thaler in 2017 or 18. I keep forgetting. I think it was 18. And extensive research to give us all the ammunition we need. I mean, all this scientific research into how human brain works gives us a lot of ammunition to make our products, our offer, our risk management, risk analysis offer much more compelling, much better. So day 2 is all about culture psychology, thinking about how we raise awareness, how we make risk analysis not a painful exercise that you have to drag people into, but how do you get decision makers to call you, the risk manager, and ask for your support. Day 3 is all about practical application. So that's when a huge selection of speakers will start talking about and start showing you models, start talking about different techniques they use, start talking about different methodologies. So it's all about practical application. Day 4 is kind of a little bit more of the same, plus there's a focus on operational risk and banking, there's a focus on cyber risk, and there's a focus on technology, using technology to solve some of the risk management challenges and decision-making challenges. And day 5 is again all about practical applications. More models, more examples, more live demonstrations, basically just showing you how to use risk analysis to help different kinds of decisions better. And day 3, day 2, day 5 are great for decision makers, because that's where you will learn how you can improve your own decision making through the better application of risk analysis. So that's 5 days of close to 60 sessions. Again, don't kid yourself, impossible to watch live. So just put them in your calendar, and you can always get back and watch replays. Replays will be available on the same URL that the actual workshop will go live, and the URL for the workshops going live is exactly the same as the URL of the workshop where you registered for the workshop. So it's basically just the same page that will keep changing from announcement to live session to replay, and you'll be able to rewatch it as many times as you like, forever. Replays are not limited by time, so you can always keep coming back to that material and relearn it. And that's why I'm encouraging everyone to to sign up as many workshops as they want to see, because you'll be able to come back to it at any stage later. And now I wanted to talk a little bit about risk management too. And I have four themes that are coming out, and I really want to drive them across, because I naively think that these 4 things will help you better appreciate all of the content that the other speakers will give you. But I also feel that these 4 things are fundamental to having a successful risk management implementation. So point number 1, and I've tried really hard to not make it too cheesy, and I know how difficult it is to avoid that consulting talk and get while still getting the message across in a concise manner. So I've tried to summarize it. I'll tell you a story behind each of the points, so to give you more content. And that's why it's important to watch this session and not just download the slides and look through them, because when you look through the slides, you will feel that I'm stating the obvious, you're doing that anyway. That is probably not true. I'm actually saying something very, very groundbreaking, almost the opposite of what most companies are doing in terms of risk management. So whatever I'm saying, keep an open mind. I mean, that's the theme of the conference. Just because you've been doing something in a particular way, or just because your external auditors or consultants are telling you that that is best practice, I mean, may not necessarily be so. So keep an open mind. First point, and I think this is absolutely fundamental. Whenever we talk about risk management, we should be learning from science, not marketing brochures. That is something that I think we lost in the last 10 to 15 years, or maybe even 20 years in risk management. Many of the concepts that we now consider common practice in risk management, if you go on a quest to find the source of the information, most of those concepts came from a marketing brochure by one of the consulting companies. I mean, that is very, very alarming. And then we try to backfit our data to those concepts. I mean, for example, risk appetite. I'm old enough to remember when risk appetite appeared, when it was first created, and I think it was by Oliver Wyman. So the bad people. On that occasion, I literally remember. I think it was early 2000s when I did a search, and I spent a lot of time searching, trying to find where is this nonsense coming from, and it really literally was coming from an Oliver Wyman brochure, thought leadership as they call it, but it's really just marketing. And it doesn't, as most of those concepts, they don't actually match up to the scientific evidence or the the foundations that that hundreds of years ago have been discovered by different mathematicians and scientists and psychologists and economists and so on. So this is a very important message. If you're going to make an idea your own and you're going to then sell it to your decision makers in the company, you better do the due diligence. I mean, this is this is risk management 101. It's your responsibility as the risk professional to do due diligence on the approaches and techniques. Then you bring to your decision makers and use for selling, whatever you want to sell. Hopefully, better decision making. But there are a lot of weird concepts that are being packaged as risk management. And I have, on the Risk Academy channel, I have a very funny video on that. Risk management, if you look at it through the lens of the fundamental sciences, which is probability theory, decision science, risk psychology, or neuroscience, these disciplines existed from 500 to 70 years ago. They were established, from 500 to 70 years ago. All of these sciences are old, and they have a lot of verified evidence to suggest that something works, something doesn't work. They have a lot of history. And then, approximately in the 1970s, 1980s, something happened to risk management. And I think this is something that is happening to every discipline that is actually complex and highly sophisticated, because, thinking about uncertain future is bloody difficult, because no one is still capable of predicting the future, and the only people that came close to it are astrologists, and they have a wonderful tool called horoscopes, as well as some other techniques that they're using. And I hope you get where I'm going with this. Astrology is bullshit, and similar thing happened to risk management. I think in the late 70s, early 80s, it was hijacked by some very, very good salespeople. I mean, Doug Hubbard and Grant Purdy went on a quest recently trying to discover who's the patient zero is, who is the culprit that created all this nonsense that we today call enterprise risk management. And I think they kind of nailed it to a group of people, all of them, surprise, surprise, Big Four consultants. So thanks for that once again. And the risk management was hijacked and then turned into a huge marketing money-making machine, which again, they made a lot of money, but so do horoscope writers make a lot of money, and fortune tellers make a lot of money. None of this is real, but they still do. And this is just the kind of the situation where we live in with risk management. Most of the concepts that you would find in risk management books are coming from marketing and actually have no scientific foundation. And if anything, they actually contradict verified research done by scientists. It's just the authors never bothered to investigate or do their proper due diligence on the practices that they write about, because they're more interested in selling stuff than actually adding value to the companies. So do your due diligence. And here are some of the fundamental points. Life is complex, future is unpredictable. Don't dumb down uncertainty to a single number, or what is even worse, to a word like high, medium, or low. Uncertainty is a little bit more complex, and I think it deserves a little bit more respect than just a single number saying the risk level is 17 or the risk level is high. Risk in uncertainty, or the effect of uncertainty on objectives, is not a single number. If anything, it's a range. And that's how we should start thinking about it, and that's how we should be talking about it. And talking about risk as a single possible scenario which will give you an expected loss of 1 million, and the probability of that loss is 15%, is mental. I mean, that is just insanity. And if we're claiming to, I mean, this is so crazy that if you talk about uncertainty to any finance professional, any certified accountant or certified financial accountant, even better, they would have a proper conversation. They would have a better, more sensible conversation about risk and uncertainty than supposedly certified and qualified risk managers. So if we're pretending to be the center of excellence for dealing with risk and uncertainty, let's not embarrass ourselves by ignoring some of the most basic, school level math that tells us that uncertainty about the future is not a single number. The volatility, the range, that's what gives us the insights, and that's what gives us the additional information for proper decision making. Luckily, we have all the tools to do it. Luckily, the technology is now free. Luckily, even basic Excel can now support it. And in the next session, for example, Sam Savage will give you a lot more explanation about this particular point, this specific point, why in 1906, a Danish mathematician proved a theory that basically shows that most business plans, budgets, investment proposals, and strategies that are currently done by businesses based on single point estimates are fundamentally wrong. And we can do better than that. And that's, by the way, the important message I wanted to tell you with this as well. I'm giving you the kind of the introduction for the Risk Awareness Week. I'm making all those claims because throughout the week, there will be numerous workshops that actually scientifically prove and show it. Like some of them literally demonstrate by running. I think Graham Keith is going to do a session where he'll do a heat map and then he'll do a proper risk analysis and will show you that you don't get the same result, not even close. I mean, you miss the kind of the point so hard using the approach that doesn't work. I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. And Sam Savage in the next session will do something similar as well. He will show you, he will literally demonstrate live how what you think is right is actually not. So stay for the duration of the week. It will be amazing. Every single claim I make in this short presentation is supported by one or more workshops during the risk awareness. during the Risk Awareness Week. So life is complex. Don't dumb it down to colors or single numbers. It's you have to treat uncertainty with respect. Second point is even more important, and I mean this is just so fundamental, yet so misunderstood by most risk managers. And Nassim Taleb calls it X and F of X. And this is, for some unknown to me reason, this is surprisingly complex to understand for people. The only people interested in risks or their mitigations in any given corporation, any given organization on the planet, are the risk manager and the internal auditor. The rest of the business couldn't care less. They don't care about risks. They don't care about risk mitigations. That's not how they make decisions. That's not how they live. That's not how they go, what they go to work for. Risk is not the focal point. Risk is only the focal point for the risk manager. You're literally the only person who cares about risks as a kind of output of your risk analysis. The rest of the business, they want to know about F of X, function of X. That means effect of uncertainty on something. What this means is that, and many sessions will show you how to do it, is that when you communicate risks, you shouldn't be saying we have 7 risks and they're all high, or they, the aggregate risk exposure is 15 million. That is not useful. What you should be saying is you have this budget and you've budgeted for 1.5 million. However, due to the risks that may affect this budget, or given the risks that may affect this budget, you should actually budget not 1.5 million, but somewhere between 1.3 and 1.7 million. And if you want to be on the safe side, you should be using the 19th percentile. If you're super risky, if you're super risk-taking, then maybe you should use 10th percentile or 20th percentile. You should be talking about ranges and how the range of your decision changes. So for example, they're saying we will finish this project in 6 months. And the risk manager should say, no, you won't, 70% of the time, because there's a 70% chance that it will take you longer than 6 months to finish. And in fact, 90% of the time, it will take you between 6 and 18 months to finish, and so on. Risk managers always talk ranges, and risk managers always talk confidence intervals, because we're never 100% certain about anything, but we estimate. We estimate future outcomes, and this point is just absolutely fundamental. You will learn during this Risk Awareness Week that risk management is not about managing risk. I mean, this is literally the dumbest thing I keep hearing on LinkedIn every day. Risk management is not about managing risk. Risk management is about making better decisions with risks in mind, making or changing your business processes with risks in mind, or doing something with planning, forecasting, budgeting with risks in mind. That means that you should be communicating your analytics about risk, not as risks, but as effect on something else. So you should be saying, this project will take quicker or longer. This budget will be more or less. You always talk about the business entity, the business objective or the KPI or the decision, and how risks affect that, as opposed to just saying we have 7 or 15 or 20 risks, whether they're red, yellow, green. Who cares? You're literally the only person who cares about risks. So stop talking about risks. Start talking about effect uncertainty has on something that is actually meaningful for the business. What this means is that your risk reports shouldn't even have risk information in it per se. They should give, if you're talking about an investment project, and the investment project is based on an NPV number or an IRR number, your outcome of your risk analysis should be a new NPV, which is represented as a range, and the new IRR number, which is represented as the range. Again, if you're talking about some of the non-financial risks, you should again highlight how, if those risks happen, how will that affect the budget, the strategy, some of the decisions, you're always trying to translate the risks onto something else. And the next point is that the good news is we don't have to recreate the wheel. I mean, risk analysis has been around for hundreds of years. There's probably a solution for most problems out there. It's all about reaching out to the community and asking who has done something similar before. The bad news is that no one who's done proper risk analysis probably called it risk analysis. But there's a lot of models, there are a lot of examples, there are a lot of case studies which we can learn from that are based on scientific research. And the final point on this for the risk managers, don't learn about risk management from marketing brochures. I mean, COSO ERM, for example, guidelines, that's a marketing brochure written by PwC to sell services, and unfortunately endorsed by many other respectable organizations that apparently don't really understand risk management. That sense, but don't take your learning on risk management from a marketing brochure, because we have 500 years of research in probability theory. We have more than 70, close to 100 years of research in decision science, and we have close to 70 years of research in risk psychology, risk perception, neuroeconomics. All those fields of study already have all the answers. I mean, this is kind of amazing, and how often I get asked about how do you integrate risk management into decision making. It's really simple. You open any textbook on decision science, and that gives you the answer. Like, it literally gives you the methodology: step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. These books have been written decades ago. Just don't recreate the wheel. Same with risk psychology. I mean, what an amazing field of science that has huge implications on risk professions. I mean, did you know that doing risk workshop before lunch pretty much guarantees that you get nonsense results that you can't use for anything? Did you know that doing risk interviews at the end of the day is pointless, because the blood of the person that you're interviewing will not have enough glucose? That means they will not be able to switch on to system 2 thinking. That means they'll pretty much lie to you or deceive themselves all the way through the interview, and you can't use that information for anything. And same with probability theory. Apparently, multiplying likelihood and consequences is nonsense. Apparently, multiplying or ordinal scales also doesn't make sense. And there are so many limitations and so many learnings we can take from those fields of study that have a huge implication on what risk managers are doing. And we really should stop living in kind of our bubble. And I've just, as I was saying that, I remembered that I wanted an image on this slide, but I forgot to put it. I wanted a huge bubble just bursting. And I want our risk management bubble to burst, because most of the stuff that we have in our risk management bubble is all marketing bullshit that was created by consultants and auditors and national risk management institutes. And just anyway, I'll reserve my opinion on those types of organizations. But the most of the stuff that's inside our bubble right now has absolutely no foundation in science, has no validation. There's, if anything, it creates worse performance and significantly affects both the reputation of you personally as the risk manager and of the profession overall. I mean, I do training, I do risk management training from time to time, and I love doing sessions for risk managers that have been in their career at least 5 or 6 years, because it's a very easy conversation. We always start, when was the last time CEO or any executive called you to help you do the risk analysis and make them better decisions? Or how serious do executives take on the reports that you generate? How do they use the risk registers that you bring them to change their approach and their decisions? How is your risk analysis linked to the remuneration that the executives receive, and I'm not talking about having a KPI, 5% KPI on participating in the risk management process. No, I'm talking about proper influence on how the whole remuneration structure changes as the result of the risk analysis. And talking to people who have been in the career for quite a while is very rewarding, because they realize that something is not right. They've spent long enough in the career to realize something is missing, because they don't have answers to most of those questions, and that's not normal. I mean, if you've been doing this for so many years and your value is still questioned at every possible occasion, I mean, something's clearly not right. I mean, whatever you're doing, it must be a waste of time if nobody gets it. And executives are not smart. They're not silly. They're actually much smarter than us risk professionals, it seems, because they quickly realize that most risk management is just profanity. It's absolute compliance, and they don't have to participate. That's why they send your risk identification forms to their secretaries to fill in, because they know it will be a waste of time. It will have impact on nothing. So why bother? And the final point on this one, for the actual decision makers that are listening to us, question everything that risk managers are bringing to you. I mean, most of the stuff that risk managers out there are using is just absolute rubbish. Question everything. Where is it coming from? How will that improve your decision making? Ask that question every single time. How will that improve your decision making? And don't just ask internal risk managers. Let's be a little bit more open about this. Ask every single audit committee member that suggests that you suddenly need a risk appetite statement. Ask them, how on earth will that change our decision-making process? On top of the limits that you have in all the policies anyway, and segregation of duties and approval limits, which is actually risk appetite that existed for the last 50 or so years. Ask them, challenge everyone who brings something new under the banner of risk. As a general rule, I mean, it's really simple. As a general rule, if the concept has the word risk in the title, that's a pretty good indication it's risk management 1. And risk management 1 is a polite way of calling it bullshit, basically. So, second point. Once we start investigating, well, what is science telling us? You actually discover that there are a lot of very sensible tools and techniques that help people actually make better decisions. And a few points I wanted to make here, that risk management is ultimately about changing the way people behave and make decisions, make uncertain future material decisions. So first point is kind of an obvious one. Risk analysis, I hope you realize that. I hope we're on the same page, at least on this point, and you don't have to agree with everything I say. Now, luckily, I have the other 60 workshops to prove my point. But anyway, you still don't have to agree with me. Risk analysis makes much less sense after the decision is taken. And this is the scariest thing I hear. I hear executives say. I mean, this is literally the worst thing you want to hear in the risk management training. An executive getting up and saying, "I've just signed the multi-million-dollar contract. Where was your risk management?" I mean, that was just, that is embarrassment. Of course, risk managers were busy, preparing for the next quarterly risk workshops, because supposedly they are more important than signing, multi-million-dollar agreements, where all the risks are taken. And once they're taken, I mean, good luck re-signing that contract afterwards, just because risk managers in the next quarter discovered that actually a lot of the risks were ignored while that contract was structured. So, don't do it. In reality, of course, risk analysis should have a direct and immediate impact on decisions. And decision makers should be rewarded for informed risk taking. And I mean, again, this is, for some reason, this is a very hard point to understand. Risk analysis should happen before a decision is taking place. Yes, but it shouldn't just be, here is your decision, here are the risks that we identified, please consider them. No, that does not work. The information about risks should have a direct and immediate impact on that decision. What this essentially means, I mean, for example, investment projects. probably the easiest one to implement risk management ever. Once your risk analysis shows that the volatility associated with that investment project is significant, so that investment project would be considered high risk. Once you determine that something is considered high risk, then additional requirements should automatically kick in. For example, if there is an IRR hurdle rate, if there is like a target that, we can't invest into anything, below 8% return, then that requirement should be different for a higher risk project. The expectation should be different, the requirements should be different, the deal structure should be different, the legal documents associated with this project should be different, the monitoring should be different. What I'm trying to say is that once your risk analysis proves a hypothesis that something is high or low risk, then your approach should change based on that risk analysis. Like literally, the NPV formula should be different, but if it's a high or low risk project. And when I say different NPV formula, for example, the discount rate may be different for different types of projects. And the next point is also very important. Decision makers should be rewarded for informed risk taking. And without trying to contradict my previous point, I'll try to make this as clear as possible. The companies are already highly bureaucratic. So risk management is not about making companies more bureaucratic in their decision-making process. It's actually the opposite. It's about unraveling some of the bureaucracy and rewarding informed risk-taking. What I'm trying to say is that, for example, if you've done your risk analysis and it shows that the project is high risk, then your approach should be as per the policy, as per the guideline or as per the policy. However, if your analysis shows that this project is low risk, then you should have a much easier approval process. So this is the kind of logic where if the risk is sensible, reasonable, then the decision makers should be rewarded and the process for decision making should be simplified. So, this is very important. I hope that kind of gets across properly. Once something is high risk, it shouldn't be more difficult. It should be normal. But once something is low risk, it should be much, much easier. And that's how you encourage people to do proper risk analysis and try to structure projects and approach and set up their KPIs in the way that is actually taking on less risk for the company. Again, subject to the company not being particularly risk-taking to begin with. And during the Risk Awareness Week, a lot of the speakers will show you how to change the actual decision-making based on risk analysis. And even more, Sam Savage, I think it will be on Wednesday, has an amazing session. He will talk about making uncertainty live. He will demonstrate how you can show uncertainty affecting the decisions in real time using just basic Excel, nothing fancy, using just basic Excel to properly communicate to the decision maker. That point is just absolutely fundamental. As the risk manager, you don't have to make the decision yourself. You have to show the full spectrum of possible outcomes to the decision makers, illustrate to them what the kind of efficient frontier is, what's the right balance between the reward and risk, get them to appreciate the balance and make the decision where they kind of feel more comfortable along this frontier of the perfect balance between the risk and reward. And decision makers do call risk managers to help you better structure decisions, to give you more options. Some of the research on strategic decision making was horrible. A group of scientists tested 130 decisions and they found that 70% of the time decisions were binary. Binary means basically do this or do nothing. That is literally the worst possible situation you can be in, because there's always do nothing or do this or that or that or that or that. You have 15, 20 different options to achieve the same objective. And it's all about seeing the whole spectrum of possibilities and then choosing the more optimal decision. So, if you remember anything from this session, keep in mind, binary decision making is evil. If you just, just in your personal life, always come back to it. If you're thinking about, should I do it or should I not do it, that's an evil decision, because it's never that simple. It's always, shall I do this or that or that or that, or do nothing? Keep in mind, you have to force yourself to switch to system two thinking. And more importantly, risk analysis can actually help protect decision makers. And I mean, I hope decision makers use it more often. It's a great protection when in 3 years' time, state prosecution office asks you, why did you make that decision? You have a very solid defense saying that at the time of making decisions, we've actually identified and documented the risks that were reasonable for us to identify at the time. And we were, like, you would have made the same decision given the circumstances. Next point, give, not take. I mean, this is huge. I mean, if risk management is a supporting function, why on earth are we constantly chasing people for information? Why do we make decision makers sit through risk workshops and give us risks, then give us likelihoods, then give us consequences, then give us mitigations, and then we pull it all together and give back the risk report? I mean, is that seriously what companies are paying for? I mean, this just sounds nonsense. I mean, the average risk management salary does not justify that level of value. I mean, any student, any graduate can do that kind of activity, and it will be as useful as what the mature risk managers are doing, because the techniques you're probably using are non-scientific anyway, so it's no better than just guessing. And anyone can, it doesn't matter whether a young person makes a guess or an old person facilitates the guess. It's still guessing, and we can do better than that. So risk managers really need to start doing their homework. I mean, this is a huge takeaway. I've just had an instance where I was in the Middle East doing a risk assessment for compliance purposes, and the client asked me to conduct an 8-hour, possibly 2-day workshop with the business unit head to identify all the risks, and then identify all the mitigations, and then test the control again, discuss control effectiveness, and so on. And I said, of course we will never do that. I mean, that is just insane. I mean, do you seriously want the business unit head to hate you and never invite you for proper decision making? Why? Because we already have all of that information. We have last year's risk report, we have performance reports for that business unit, we have internal audits that highlight all the control inefficiencies, we have policies and procedures, we have guidelines that outline all the controls and all the risks in the process. We have so much information. We have statistics from the industry, we have our own risk management expertise. We can do all of this in homework and then have a much shorter, maybe half an hour, maybe less, meeting with the head of the business unit to just validate whether we've missed something or not. Use the business's time wisely. I mean, having ridiculous long workshops, trying to get the information that you should be, as the risk manager, you should be having anyway, is absolute negligence in my opinion. So make sure you do the homework. You can get most of the information you need from just working with the other supporting functions in the back office. And that's why one of my next points is you don't have to do it alone. You can actually use a lot of the other back office departments. I mean, you can talk to finance to appreciate tax and financial risks and foreign exchange risks. You can talk to marketing to appreciate demand risks. You can talk to technology or strategy department to appreciate any technological trends. You can talk to IT department to appreciate the information security and information risks. You can actually do the homework and collect all the necessary information to do proper risk analysis. And then the kind of the last point for the risk managers on this one, it's a choice. You have to make a choice at some stage whether you become the center of competency and excellence for dealing with uncertainty. So you do all of the risk analysis, all the models, all the decisions come to you, and you run simulations, and you do the risk analysis. Or you can actually outsource as much as possible. You can teach the finance team to do their own simulation on budgeting. You can teach procurement team to do their own scoring when they identify and assess new vendors. You can teach the strategy department to do simulation on their long-term planning, and so on. It's entirely your choice whether you do everything yourself or you outsource everything, but you always have to do a lot of homework. And the point here for decision makers, ask more from your risk team. I mean, when they just come and claim information from you, and they constantly ask for forms to be filled in or risk registers to be updated, say no. Say you do it yourself, and you can ask me all the information you want, and I'll give you access to the documents that already have all that information. You don't have to always start from a blank piece of paper, because most of that has been documented by the organization already. And last point, very quickly, because I know I'm conscious of time, and I want to finish this in under 1 hour, so you're not late for the next workshop that Sam is doing. One decision at a time. The biggest mistake I see risk managers is that they read another marketing brochure that ERM is wonderful, and they're trying to come up with an approach that will change the whole organization-wide approach to risk management. That is nonsense. Every decision is different. You would have a different risk methodology for every type of decisions. Every stakeholder is different. So it's literally selling to individuals to help them make better decisions, as opposed to coming up with some broad approach that will supposedly satisfy everyone. That is physically impossible. I mean, that particular piece of marketing is absolute nonsense. I mean, I'm sorry, we still have to use ERM in our discussions. That is silly. And of course, people will always argue to me, we still need a holistic picture of risks. Sure, if you want. I mean, just take the strategy, run simulations on the strategy, and incorporate the risks into that high-level picture. That will give you as holistic as you bloody want. Holistic on the cash flow, holistic on the value of the company, holistic on liquidity problems, and so on. Holistic is not synonymous to ERM. ERM is synonymous to consulting, marketing, BS. So don't fall into that trap. If you want to start moving to risk management too, it's one decision at a time. Find one individual within the company who wants better analysis, better ammunition around the decision that they're making, and offer them risk analysis techniques that will help them make better decisions, that will help protect them against future auditing of the decision quality, that will give them additional ammunition to negotiate with external parties, for example. And then once you've done that for a single person, then you move on to the next person. And it will be completely different challenges, completely different problems, completely different techniques possibly, and so on. And you move from one person to another, solving one decision type problem at the time. And then overall, you will have a very good view of what are the different risks associated with each of the decisions. Now, of course, the regulators and the auditors are not going to go away, and they will still require a corporate risk profile, which is supposedly an overarching picture of how risks affect the company. Well, the right solution is take the strategy and simulate the uncertainty within that strategy to show how risks affect cash flow and liquidity. The other solution is just do risk management one. They want a risk profile, give them a risk profile, but do the homework, do everything yourself. I mean, don't send out forms to complete. Again, this is something that we've learned for risk psychology. If you're sending out templates to complete for the decision makers or the business unit heads and identify risks and assess those risks, the information that you will get is just nonsense. It will be completely untruthful and pretty much useless for any kind of future analysis. So why waste people's time if they're going to give you not truthful information anyway? So yeah, you can find other ways of finding that information yourself. Do the homework. Stop wasting business's time on risk management one. Because if you stop wasting business's time on risk management one, if you actually demonstrate to them that you've just saved them weeks of work, because they would have to do it anyway, because some regulator is still silly enough asking about risk appetite statements or a risk report, which is just as crazy to have, because in the following sessions you will hear how you can do proper business performance reporting adjusted for risk, as opposed to doing a separate risk report, and it's actually much more meaningful, much better anyway. So since the regulators are not going to go away anytime soon, and which is, by the way, actually good that they're asking for those things, because imagine if they were asking the right questions. I mean, that would actually be difficult. But right now, having a dialogue with regulators and auditors is super easy, because they're asking for all the wrong questions, and if they insist, give them something. Just don't waste business's time. And once you stop wasting business's time, they will appreciate it enough to give you a chance to actually help them with decision making. At the moment, the perception of risk management is that it's those guys that waste our time once a quarter doing workshops and compiling those ridiculous risk registers that no one ever uses for any kind of serious decision making anyway. And once you kind of get rid of that reputation, you have a chance to be allowed near the decisions enough to be able to apply your risk analysis. So that's from me. I mean, I hope I fulfilled my obligation to be as bloody controversial as possible. I mean, after all, I do claim that Risk Academy blog is the most controversial, possibly the most controversial risk management blog on the planet. I've tried my best to find speakers that will demonstrate the examples and case studies that prove the claims that I've just made in the session. So enjoy the Risk Awareness Week. You will learn a lot, both as the risk manager and as the decision maker. I mean, this is groundbreaking stuff. This is very different to traditional risk management conferences. And use this opportunity to raise risk awareness in your organization as well. Risk Awareness Week is not just a conference, online conference that will run for 5 days. Risk Awareness Week is literally a reason to start doing some of the things that you wanted to do in your corporation. And I've given you a lot of resources. For example, I've given you a proper risk identification template. If you registered for the conference, you received it in an email recently from me, summarizing day 5 and giving you this free template. I'll make it available in the Risk Academy blog anyway, very soon. I'm giving you quite a few templates to assess maturity, to implement risk management, like a step-by-step guide to implementing risk management. There are a lot of resources. Use Risk Awareness Week as an excuse to start something new, start some small transformation in your organization, and help the decision makers make better decisions. I hope you enjoy this week, and I'll see you in the other sessions. Bye.
everyone. Welcome to my session. Thank you very much for registering. This is Ariane Chapelle, and I'd like to share some insight with you on risk information and risk reporting. Now, on the front page, you see my book that I hope you heard about. So this is what we will cover today. We'll cover some chapters of this book. I'll detail you that in a minute. So 3 topics for us. Everything goes in 3, easier to remember. 3 rules of insightful risk information. We'll talk about this in relation with KRI design, and I'd like to finish with the interconnectivity of risks and probably also some more insightful way of presenting your risk register. So going back to the supporting reading I mentioned, we will cover some part of the chapter here highlighted in red, chapter 14, 15, and 16, and chapter 4 on risk connectivity. I leave that to your reflection, and you can read extracts on Amazon as well. So what do we want from insightful risk information? Well, we want to get the business interested. We don't want to have this emoji face when you come to senior management or to the business lines with your risk report. How to do that? Well, in a nutshell, to engage the business with risk information, you need to be insightful, you need to be engaging, and you need to be inspiring. So in the upcoming presentation, I will detail these 3 elements, but I'll keep it short. If you have any comments, if you have any questions, if you have any compliments or insults, keep the compliment, to share, please feel free to use your chat box, and I'll receive your comments and your question, and I'll do my best to answer that as quickly as possible. So that will be true all over the sessions. In fact, insightful, you've seen that in the title, information isn't deviations, don't average risks. Keep it short, because you're going to increase the chance of being read. Keep engaging by listening first, and don't confuse complexity and intelligence. The simplest you keep things, the more the chances of being understood, and therefore the more the chances of your message to be powerful. And finally, risk management is very much a doomsaying professions. People are more negative than positive. So a concept I'd like to push forward, and I'm not the only one, is the positive risk management, i.e. getting information not only from negative events, but also from positive events and positive outliers. So a bit more details on that. First of all, listen. Listen to what people want to hear before you put together reporting. And so generally, to simplify this approach, if you look at senior management, board, executive members, these are interested in the top risks that would end the business or end their mandate, actually operational risk events, and mandates of CEOs and board members a lot sooner than they end, and a lot more frequently than they end the business itself. And from business managers, well, they have cause of concerns. And these causes of concerns are potentially, and often in my experience, different than what you have in your risk register or in your risk report. So listening to what they have to say, listening to what worries them, is the first step to have a risk reporting and to collect a risk information that is relevant. And then finally, they like everyone, they have a bit of competitive nature, so their performance against peer and the comparisons between the business and across the businesses are really important. So make sure you have tally, like up-risk tally board, a dashboard. Focus on what's important. We know up-risk is fat tails, so it's simple facts and simple demonstrations of that. If you go to the ORX loss report that is available freely on their website, orx.org, you can compare the histogram of the frequency of losses, operational losses. So that's the consortium. We're looking at several hundreds of operational loss data collected to ORX here. And if you look on the left-hand side, I can't show you the pointer, but the left-hand side of the histogram, the smallest losses, which are already large, I'm sure in your company, between 20,000 euros and 50,000 euros represent half of the frequency. So more than half of the losses collected are below 50k euros. And when you look at the severity proportion, they only represent 3% of the total severity. So 97% of the severity of the losses are in this minority of loss. And if you look at the extreme end, you have the 10 million plus that represent, you can't see on the histogram, but it's less than 0.5% of the occurrences of the frequency, but nearly 3/4 of the total severity. I really encourage you to, if you haven't done before, to do this histogram and to compare the distributions of frequency versus severity in your losses. I bet a box of champagne. You know what? I'll bet this box of champagne to your large audience today. If you find something that is strongly different in your firm, send me the proof and I'll send you the champagne. And please, if you do these stats and they resemble it, share it to everyone. It's just going to reinforce this. What is the message then? The message is don't over-control daily volatility and look for the big tickets. Look out for the risk. Look out for the risk that can derail big time. And so here I am happy to be able to share, because I had his permission, a cartoon that is published in Sam Savage's book, and Sam Savage is one of the speakers here on this Risk Awareness Week. Hi, Sam, by the way. He very graciously allowed me to reproduce that in my own book. And you see the quote, a classic example of the flow of averages involves a statistician who drowned crossing a river that was on average 3 feet deep. So that this river bed looks very much like an up-risk distribution. If you average it, you're wrong all the time and you hide your real risk information. So if we go back to typical risk data or even customer satisfaction data or whatever business data you have in your organization, this is what I mean by saying information lies in deviations. You need to look for your peaks and your drops. So this data, which is a completely simulated data that I charted on Excel very, very rapidly, it can be customer satisfaction level. And around the 0 here would be the mass of your customers that are around 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10. If you average those data, you're going to have something around this flat line here. The information are in the very peaks, the customers that are very satisfied give you a 10 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10, or the customers that are very dissatisfied and give you a 1 or 2 out of 10, okay, or here the drops. So you can look at that as the top is the better, as a one-sided data, or you can see that as deviations from the mean, and this is for a typical setting for K high alert. So this bar, the bar can be red at the top, and the best thing is being in the middle. But what I mean here is that any volatility you have in the data, you need to capture. So if these top ones are, let's say, customer satisfactions, and they're very rich in information. These are the positive outliers. That would be, for instance, your sales department that brings very happy customer. Typically, every time I ask the questions, risk managers do not collect information in the good news. They only collect information in the bad news. What I really want to attract your attention here today is move away from averages, move away from linear trends. Life is not linear. Look at the information-rich data points, which are the ones that are unusually high or unusually low, and try to get the lessons learned from the unusually low and to correct the problem. And as risk managers, you probably do that naturally, but do not forget to extract the information from the points that are unusually high. In this title, I was also mentioning concentration, and concentration is another way of looking at the deviations and deviation from the means, really. So here on this slide, I compare on the left-hand side a typical reporting you have, the average uptime, 99.7%. What does it mean? Actually, 0.3% of the time per month is 130 minutes. So potentially you could have 139 minutes interruptions of your IT system in one go that month and still report a 99.7. Of course, if you have a 2 hours plus disruption in the system, it's going to be escalated, it's going to be reported. But by this, I want to show you that averaging your uptime is meaningless. And all the metrics that you see on the left-hand side of the graph are typical KRI metrics, or so-called KRI metrics: average 6 days, 2 days per staff, or 3 days per staff, or 5 days per staff, because that's basically the allowance that your social measures or in HR measures give you in your firm. In hides everything. Okay, where are the burnouts, or where are the long-term leaves, the 90 days plus? Okay, where are they and who are they? And these are your large concentrations of sick days. Now they can hide also the absentees, the 1 and 2 days taken out on a Mondays or Fridays, which is also a signal and a meaningful KRI. So one of the other message, the second message I'd like, well, there's 3 messages really. The first message is listen to your audience in order to design an information that they want to see. The second one is look at the positive outliers and get information from the good news. And the third one is you have probably, most certainly, and it's true for all the organizations I talk to, you have most certainly a lot of metrics that can be turned into insightful information in your firm already. You don't need to look for magic KRIs. You need to design properly the data you have. Customer complaints, okay, you have a reporting of 125 total per quarter. What does it mean? Okay, where are they? Where are they concentrated? Do you have, for instance, like I put on the right-hand side of the slides, 10% of your sales representative that concentrate 90% of your unhappy customer? Do you know it? If you don't, look for it. And if you know it, fire the sales rep, get rid of them. Okay. On the other hand, if you have 15% of your sales representative or portfolio managers or relationship managers that concentrate, that only have happy customer, who are they? Look for them and drive information from these positive outliers. You as risk managers as well. That's positive risk management. Other examples, but I've given you the distribution in the ORX data. Average operational loss. This is my favorite. You know, let's say 1.2 thousand or 2.5 thousand or whatever. No, you have your max loss in operational risks, and the example here is 500,000, and you have your mass loss, the mass of your losses, when you have your immense majority, 90%, 80%, whatever, that are below not so worrying number. You need to find a pattern here. You need to look for a pattern, but your mass of loss can be averages if you need. Third party risk on average yellow. I'm sure Alex and others who are very acid, and rightly so to a very large extent, took the colors in risk assessment. What does it mean? It means that on average you're happy with your third party risk. Of course there's a weakest link, and look at your weakest link if you have one, of course. Okay. So when I tell people, and or when Sam Savage or others tell people you can't use averages, usually they're quite distressed. So let me temper this talk a little bit and say, well, at the very least, you can average the mass of your distribution, so the concentrated part of your distribution. So at the very least, segregate your small losses and your large loss. Better even in 3 parts: your EL, the small things that you can ignore, the stress case, and then the worst case. But now, another objection I hear all the time is, yes, but these small losses carry information. They do carry information when they're not random. So you do need to look to analyze your small loss, and data mining and machine learning that everybody talks about at the moment are potential good development and field of applications for that. By a pattern, I mean a non-random structure in your data that will signal weakness in controls or some sort of repetitive concentration, again, of causes. Okay. Again, if you have questions, feel free to fire. Okay. Or remake. Now, from deviations is one thing. Another message here is information lies in the unexpected. Okay, in the news. That's the idea of journalists. But from a neuroscience perspective, that's demonstrated. So here I'd like to quote two magnificent books, similar in nature actually, but very different in their applications. The first one is from John Coates, The Hour Between Dog and Wolf. And John Coates has an interesting story. He used to be a trader for 20 years on Wall Street and noticed these irrational fear and irrational exuberance and decided to study neuroscience, and he now teaches neuroscience at Cambridge. But in his book, he gives a similar examples, not exactly the same examples, of these two text messages. Imagine, so text message on the left, you have an appointment at home with your spouse, it's 5:30, it's at 5:30, it's 6 o'clock and you haven't shown up. And so you write, hi, it's 6:30, it's 6 p.m., yes, I know, I'm late, yes, I know, I have a flat tire, okay, waiting for the repair team, I assume we'll be home around 7:30. So the two pieces of information in this text message is flat tire, home about 7:30. The other example is another book, which I love the title, How to Talk So Kids Will Listen, and Listen So Kids Will Talk. You'll notice that the first message of my webinar here is to listen. It's an iconic book in kids education. If you talk to your kids stating the obvious, like it's 6 o'clock, we know it's nearly bedtime, we know we want to put your pajamas so you can get ready for bed at school tomorrow, what they're going to hear is blah, 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 blah. Okay, short messages, kids' pajama on, or lunch ready, or brush your teeth. For those of you who have kids, let's say between 4 and 12, I really advise to apply that. Why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because there's all chances that in your organization there are some 500 pages long risk reporting floating around with a lot of message style, very much like the bubbles you see on the left-hand side of the screen. What I would really suggest is that you stream down your reporting to the key messages, which was what I called salient reporting in operation risk, or in risk information in general. This is not specific to operation risk. This is basically data treatment. So when you report your risk register, your KRIs, your whatever, to the board or to your boss, what is the message you want to get across? Okay. What is the decision that you need, that needs to be taken? Or is it for information, or is it for action? And does it come out clearly? Okay. I do a lot of reporting redesign with firms. And my first question when I read their report is, what are you trying to say? Okay. So make sure that when you design this report, it is very much like the kids' pajama on or flat tire. Okay. Kids' pajamas on, that's the decision I want you to do. That's the actions I want you to take. Okay. Flat tire and at home about 7:30, that's the type of marginal information, specific information I want to give you. Okay, so I leave this to your reflection. Look back at your risk reporting and see on which side of the screen you're sitting. And finally, on risk reporting, feedback. Okay, a friend of mine that used to work in operation risk at BNP Paribas gave me the parallel that I've reproduced here on the slide. Asking the business to report centrally without feeding them back the result is like typing on a keyboard without a screen. Of course, you'll have typos, and of course, everyone will be discouraged to type. And so I love this parallel, and that's the slide I use with this image that you see, the keyboard without the screen. Okay. So when you ask, if you work in a central risk function, when you ask the business to report upwards, everybody does that. Make sure that you feed back the information. You need to feed back the risk reporting to get engagement from the business, to get value to them, because then you can play back the information. And so that will improve data quality for everyone, but it will also allow everyone to position themselves and to have the benchmark. Everybody loves benchmark. If you work in a central risk function, you have the capacity to provide benchmark to the different units in where they sit in terms of loss of risks, of exposure, of KRI's level, of incident trends, whatever it is. So that's basically the core of the message I wanted to convey with you. Just a bit more specific examples on KRI design, even though I've touched upon the topic. What's a leading KRI? What's a preventive KRI? Well, simply, it's a metric around the risk driver. There are some risks that we understand very well. The risk of car accidents we know is aggravated both in likelihood and impact by speed or by anything that impacts vigilance, like tiredness or alcohol or medication, certain medications, etc. So this is regulated, this is measured by the speedometers, by the alcohol test, etc. So one of the aspects is to have preventive KRIs, you need to understand the causes of your events and measure the causes of your events. Okay, so hopefully pretty obvious to many of you. Now, I very much like being positive when I do risk management, because I think uplifting people is the best way to get results. So I wanted to share with you, it was not exactly in the scope, but I want to share with you a bit of a PowerPoint. So don't feel too bad about lagging KRIs. Many functions, many risk managers come to me and say, oh, we have KRIs, they're not helpful, they're lagging, they're basically the number of fraud, the number of IT disruptions, the number of the level of turnover, the level of customer service. Yes, they are lagging, but there's a more positive way to look at things. You can look at this KRI, and that's a little tag I've put on the slide. These lagging KRIs that you receive in the risk functions are actually performance indicator of the prevention that is happening, or at least should be happening in the different specific departments. So these are the squares on the screen: IT department, fraud detection, HR, etc. So don't feel too bad about having KPIs, really, that you call whatever you want. If you can call KRI, that's fine. But just make sure once in a while that these prevention and these metrics are indeed in the business. Now, most of the time they are. So there's another element that is really important in risk management, is to recycle. Okay, so do not come up with new metrics. Look at what is in the business and what you can requalify or use as metrics of risk drivers, so as leading indicators. Now, this is a session on risk information and reporting. So another struggle or question I have so often is, how do you aggregate KRI? Well, it's not straightforward, because it goes back to aggregate colors. So you don't really aggregate colors. They're not continuous. They're not additive data. Are two orange better than a worse than a red? Two greens and a red, is it better than three oranges or worse, etc., etc.? Well, a few suggestions here. First of all, the aggregation rules depends on the intensity of the risk driver, so the predictability of the risks, and also on your thresholds. Basically, if your KRIs are what some organizations call critical KRIs, so sufficient conditions for incidents, that's very much your weakest link. And so you have the color takes it all. So the worst color is your aggregated color. An example, again, in daily life, you don't get into the car of a drunk driver. So in project management, for instance, if you have tasks in sequence and some task is late, the rest of the project is late. So that's an easy one. If you have a critical vulnerability in your critical system in terms of information security risk, it's red. Okay. you have what you can call the index KRIs, where they equivalent in importance, and they all paint a part of the picture. That is typically what you find in profiling, in customer profiling for AML, in rogue trading profiling, in trading activities, or in terrorist profiling, or whatever, if you go outside of the financial sector. So there, it's more the global one, the majority rule work. Okay, so the index color is the one of the majority. So sorry, there's a word missing here. And then finally, you have the connected KRIs, and so that's an interesting one. It's an indicator that is reinforced by others. Okay, so it's like a compounding aspect. And the example here, the sensitive information plus hacking attempt plus repeat offending, is a slide I want to share with you. I had to redesign it, so this design is not great. I've seen that in a firm reported by the information security risk team, and I thought it was a very, very clever way of presenting things. So it's basically looking at different risk factors positioned as a Venn diagram. And so these three different diagrams were the department of that firm who had more data sensitivity than the median or the average index. So data were more sensitive in those departments. The attacks were more numerous. So this is of course correlated, but you have untargeted and targeted attacks. So you still have some difference in those diagrams. And then the departments where they had repeat offenders, so more than average, or more than the median, should I say. So the number of people that fail twice in a row or more the fake phishing test. And what was very worrying for that organization is that the intersections of these three diagrams was not empty. So there were places in the organization that had, at the same time, more sensitive data, more attacks, and more repeat offenders. Okay, so whether it's for information security or for other connected KRI, this is an idea I'd like to share with you, is to represent your indicators in a very visual way. Or if you don't want to aggregate, you don't. And you have what I've named candle reporting. You have the example of the article there that was published on RiskNet, Make Your Cake and Eat It. So a lot of people downloaded the article because there was a cupcake in front, but these were the candles that would go on the reporting cake. I'll show you in a minute. So these candles are, simple bar charts with the red on top. It can be a set of indicators. It can be a set of risk assessment results. It can be whatever it is. The condition, though, is that these metrics are of the same importance. It's like an index reporting, usually. But it allows you to report a distribution of events of different intensity. Now, it can be colors, it can be something else, in an aggregate, in a synthetic way, without crunching it into misleading averages. So here you have three sets of indicators, and the riskiest one is the one with the longer the flame, the higher the danger, so the first candle. And I told you there was a cake going with the candle, and so that's the reporting cake. Now, it's not a real name. I like tiered cake, so that's why I named it like that. But this is a way to slice information upwards that has been shared with me by some tier 1 bank in the UK several years ago, and basically reflects the general practice. So in terms of information, volumes of information that you report at risk management and middle management level, it's all you need to know to monitor. So there's very little difference between monitoring and reporting. But when you get to senior management or department heads, it needs to drive action. So just like the salient reporting I was mentioning to you, what is the type of actions you want to drive from your reporting? And then when you're at executive committee level or even at board level, is what is the decision that needs to be taken? And so how you slim down and focus your reporting on the decisions that need to be made. And finally, on these structure of reporting, it's a different way of saying the same thing about averaging. Escalate rather than aggregate when you have red risks or red KRIs or red exposure or threshold breach, whatever types of alerts, however you want to name them, rather than mixing them. So report all your greens separately and all your yellow separately. Otherwise, you're going to dilute and everything will be pale orange. So that's basically a number of things I wanted to tell you on reporting. Listen, be positive, extract information from positive outliers, do not average your risks, and design your KRIs around concentrations and deviations. So that's the main topic. My third and last topic is another way also. It's in this idea of presenting information in a way that is a bit more insightful and also a bit more informative. And I've been very lucky to attend a presentation many years ago already, organized by the Institute of Risk Management by Systemic Consult. You see the little tag, and I'm grateful to Neil Allen to also allow me to reproduce his work. And this was a joint presentation with Rio Tinto, the mining company, and this company that was developing software to represent the interrelations between risks. And what happened to Rio Tinto is that they had a risk register with the risks listed one after the other, like many of us have. And they had a small incidence. That's the one, a small risk in their risk register. That's the one circled in red. They had an incident there, and what they had failed to ascertain or to assess is that this incident was connected to a very large cluster of risk of much larger risks, and they ended up with an impact that was a lot worse than anticipated. So from then on, they moved to a connectivity graph, so analyzing essentially on expert judgment, but I really hope that, again, data mining, machine learning, to some extent, I don't like to say artificial intelligence, but let's say machine learning will help us, give us insights, or rather a more reliable information on the dependencies between risks. But before you get to that, you can very much do that from an expert judgment. I'll give you another example in a minute. But the idea is to manage your set of non-financial risk, just like you would manage your set of risky assets, financial risky assets. If you have a set of a bond of credits, a bond of equities or bonds, you're going to look at the correlations. It's the correlations between those assets that drive the risk of your portfolio. Arguably, it's the same for non-financial risk, but it's largely overlooked. Also, largely because of lack of data. But even without the lack of data, you can use your experience and your knowledge in operation risk. And so this is my last example. Again, I've done a paper on this. There's a blog on LinkedIn on this. And I don't know if there's a blog on my website. It's definitely in the book. So what I do every year when RiskNet publish their top risks, I do a commenting article. And in 2017, you have the list here. We had cyber, that's number one forever, regulation, outsourcing jumped up, geopolitical risk jumped up. Now you have to remember that 2017 was it was the year just after the Brexit referendum and after the US election. So that was high in the agenda, and then conduct risk. And you see this list like everyone else. What you don't see is the connections between those risks. So don't look at the color code, by the way. There's no color code. It's just a PowerPoint default colors, because I don't spend much time in design. I spend a lot more time in risk management. But the narrative here is, if you want to put your risks in chain of cause and consequences, it starts with your external events, with a change in your environment. Environment KRIs are good KRIs also, by the way. Geopolitical risk, that was Brexit and Trump, basically. Brexit triggers, or was anticipated to trigger, and it did, organizational changes, because you had companies opening branches on the continent and while keeping a presence in the UK. Organizational change changes your outsourcing risk because you have different third parties. Different third parties hold different sets of your data. So that changes your cyber risks and data security, at least data security risks. Geopolitical risk meant also more international tension, which changes the risk of physical attacks. If you have physical attacks and you're bombed in your server room, doesn't help or change the risk of your IT failure. If you have an IT disruption, you're going to be more vulnerable to cyber attack. And whether you believe my experience or intuitions or not, although the facts have proven that quite right 2 years or 3 years on, it doesn't matter. The point is, if you organize your risks in network, you can prioritize your mitigation and you can see the chain of cause and consequences. And so on the other left-hand side of the screen, you have your clustered conduct, AML, regulation, fraud, etc. that needs to be managed accordingly as well. So a very simple example, but how to turn and organize your risk in a more insightful way. Again, if you have questions or comments, absolutely, please feel free to share, and it will be for the benefit of everybody. I'm going to leave you with a final quote of the great Richard Feynman, who was a physicist, a theoretical physicist, but very famous for explaining himself in simple terms and engaging terms. If you cannot explain something in simple terms, you don't understand it. So 2 messages that I would like to reinforce based on that. Make sure you, as a risk manager, can explain whatever you're doing in simple terms. If you can't, revisit your understanding. But conversely, and if there are internal auditors or anyone amongst the audience, conversely, when you audit or when you investigate a department and people cannot provide you answers in simple terms of what it is that they're doing or what their exposures are, what their controls are, it's probably because they don't understand it enough, and then you have a reason for worry. So I'll finish on that. Do not confuse complexity and intelligence, and don't confuse simplicity and idiocy. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope to hear your feedback. Thank you.
Welcome everyone to the Risk Awareness Week 2019 version. It is the first year we organize this risk management online event. And basically, I'm glad that the Global Risk Management Institute for ISO 27000 basically joins this initiative. We will basically cover here the changes of the 2018 version of the ISO 27000 standard. So let me give you first a few words about me. My education, you can see I'm a chemical engineer. Basically, I have a curriculum, different curriculum in risk management, ARM, AFARM, 30 years experience. I have strong expertise in Seveso directive, high risk sector, loss prevention, working with the World Bank, with the UN, European Commission, helping the Commission to integrate new members like Croatia, referring to the Seveso directive. Standards has been very involved in standards, especially in risk management in Singapore, based on the AS4360, which is also the base of ISO 27000. And also I was part of the French delegation. Standards are quite important, and whatever field or sector, basically it's good to have a written document on which you can refer to. And this is what has been lacking, I would say, in risk management. If you ask me what is the best thing that happened in the last 20 years in risk management, is finally, I would say we have one document for risk management, which apply to all sectors, all activities, and more important is all type of risk. So basically, the ISO 27000 propose a structure, a current methodology to basically deal to all type of risk in a structure and current manner. I'm also the founder of the Global Institute for Risk Management Standard, G7000, and which you have probably heard it. We are basically the main, we are a non-profit organization based in Geneva, and we propose certification and training in 7 languages: English, French, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, and Russian. One of the aspects to focus for G7000 have been survey, courses, conference. Every year we try to have conference. LinkedIn group, very popular. We have 65,000 in that group, and strong link with ISO TC262, of course. 2018 version will help us to diversify and give support for implementation, gap analysis, audit, based on the G7000 risk maturity model. ISO 27000, here a few words, that's extract from the ISO website, one of the top selling standard worldwide. That's very important. And our contribution also have been, to encourage countries to adopt ISO 2000 as a national standard. So 76 countries have done this. That's quite a major achievement for us. Also, risk and risk management is mandatory, well, in bracket, for Annex SL. What is Annex SL? It's an internal document in ISO, which is a requirement to follow for all ISO management system standard, like ISO 9000, 14000, 26000, 50000, 45000, etc. So that's, you can see that risk management is becoming more and more important. This presentation is based on a guidance PowerPoint that usually we take 3 hours, but of course here we will focus only on a couple of topics. A disclaimer, that's quite important because this is a guidance. It's open to interpretation, and basically we are giving us what we consider as the interpretation of the text within ISO. So we structure our presentation with 2 columns, right? 2009 and 2018. So first thing you see here is principle in the title itself have been removed. So we talk only on guideline. One of the things, it promotes business performance. Yes, this philosophy is very important. It remains the same. It cannot be a compliance reporting burden, right? Risk management is there to help managers to make better risk-based decisions, making the link between risk, objective, performance, uncertainty, best allocation of resources. So it's very important, and it keeps basically the philosophy. However, one of the topics that have been a little bit controversial over the years is that sentence that said in the 2009 version, this standard cannot be used for the certification of organization. Well, that sentence is removed. Why? Because it was considered by WTO as a blockage for trading, based on a complaint to different organization promoting certification. So this sentence is gone. So, however, you still not supposed to certify your company on ISO 27000 because it's a guideline, right? So again, non-prescriptive, and there is no legal requirement. So the text is short. It was very short, 20-page document, very short. So we were expecting to have something longer. Well, not at all. It will be much shorter even. So 13 page only. However, the structure remains the same. Yeah, principle, framework, process, very well structured, separating these three topics, and make it very clear that this component will need to be basically reviewed in compared to your risk management program to basically check whether your program is efficient, effective, and consistent. Another thing is about the foundation. So we don't refer anymore to risk management. We refer to managing risk. I think it's a change of semantic, but somehow it makes it also much clearer, right? Managing risk, you basically said, okay, it has to be based on this principle, framework, and process. So other standards, what's the link with other standards? That's what I mentioned earlier. Annex SL, make it very clear that risk and risk management need to be respected. And basically now it's an improvement for existing management standards. Let's have a quick break. Another topic which is quite important, as you know, risk is defined as effect of uncertainty on objectives. So the concept of uncertainty is definitely very important. Decision-making was not so explicit. So basically now, if you read the standard, you will see it will refer for managing risk is iterative, assist organization in setting strategy, achieve objective, and make informed decision. So this concept of decision will be carried all along, you know, in the standard. Another concept is governance. A lot of people talk about governance. When you ask them, you know, to define it, well, they struggle a bit. So personally, I consider governance is to provide assurance that the company is well managed. And what does it mean well managed is somehow managing risk. So the standard make it clear, managing risk is part of governance and leadership at all levels. So it's much clearer. Another aspect is about integration. It talked before about managing risk into strategy, planning, reporting, policies, etc., etc. Well, now the text said managing risk is part of all activities. Yeah. Another topic is the stakeholder. How you define stakeholder? Well, ISO define it as person or entity who can be affected by, or perceive themselves to be affected by an activity or a decision. So now how kind of relationship you have with a stakeholder? Well, you interact with them at any moment. So you don't need to interact with them only during the process or when you communicate and consult. Well, managing risk includes interaction with stakeholders, full stop. You can see that's a little bit the idea behind this 2018 version. Is very plain English, short sentence, straight to the point. Another aspect is context and human factor. Many standards basically do not have a reference about human and culture factor. ISO does. And so that this remain like this. And again, it recognizes the importance of human behavior and culture factor. What about users? Yeah, users, anyone who can create and protect value. Well, anyone who are making decisions, setting objective. Well, it's any managers, but also any person who are here in a position in a company to make decision. So it could be decision to be taken at different level in the organization, can be for top management, can be for a department or a division, can be for a group working on a product or a project, or can be individual. I'm sure your objective in your company is different than the objective of your colleague, right? So that is also a factor need to be taken into account. Now, what about the scope? Well, the scope remains basically broad. We are not here to create a parallel management system, but basically it's a guideline that need to be customized to the sector, to your organization, to the type of challenge or type of risk that the that the company basically are facing towards is to achieve its objective. So again, this standard can be applied to throughout the whole organization. This is something that have not changed. It applies to all sectors, all activities, all type of companies, whether small or change. And what about which type of risk? Any type of risk, whether these have negative consequence or positive consequence. And you can see the global application. What has been missing was a keyword decision and all level. Yeah? So let's have a quick break. We will start in 10 seconds. Thanks. Welcome back. Okay, so now we are basically going deep in detail of what are the changes between the 2009 and 2018 version. Let's start with terms and definition. So we had 29 definitions that were extracted from the 51 definition of the ISO Guide 73. Now is reduced to 8. This is, I think, a bit unfortunate because maybe ISO was thinking that people will buy two standards, ISO 27000 and the ISO Guide 73. But I doubt it's going to be like this. However, the definitions that have been kept, it's 8 of them. We still believe that some of them, should be added, and we will tell you which one. Okay, so definition remains the same, right? Risk effect of uncertainty on objective. Remember, objective with S, yeah? So multiple objectives that a company has. Then, of course, you have different notes. Notes are not definitions. Notes are there to explain the definition, right? So what you can see is to basically, these notes have been somehow merged. If you take note 2, objective can have different aspects, financial, health and safety, environment, etc. Well, it just said it has different aspects and categories, yeah? So, and can be applied to a different level. So, yeah, of course, is much broader, again, very much focused now. Risk management, another definition, coordinate activities to direct and control in organizations with regard to risk. Well, it's a bit an analogy of with quality, and the idea is to basically to have something more standardized. For example, for project management, it's going to be coordinate activities to direct and control organization with regard to project. Environmental management will be with regard to the environment. So make a little bit more standardized. Okay, Felix Kloman, this is part of my curriculum. He defined very simple discipline dealing with uncertainty. So I think that's also very much clear. Another definition is stakeholder. Person or organizations can be affected by or perceive themselves to be affected by a decision or an activity. You can see the note is removed. Now we talk about interested party. Yeah, I mean, nothing major different. Resource. This is an element that give rise to risk. Well, they remove the word intrinsic. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. And the note also is removed, can be tangible or intangible. Yeah, I mean, nothing has much change here. An event, it's an occurrence or a change of a particular set of circumstances. So that's very broad. Usually we understand event as something, that an occurrence or something that happened to the organization or to you, basically. Here we talk more about any change of circumstance. So basically, someone is fired, it's a change of circumstance. A new product is launched, it's a change of circumstance. You open the window in a room, it's a change of circumstance, right? So it's very broad, the concept of event with ISO 2000. The notes, you can see, for example, note 2, an event consists of something not happening. They change the wording, but it remains the idea, right? The same idea. Note 3 is event can be a risk source. This is true, but an event can also be a source, a cause, or a consequence. So if it is a cause for a particular person, it can be a consequence for somebody else. Consequence, outcome, an event affecting objective. So this is remains the same. Basically, a consequence is a link with objective. It removes the note 1, as you can see. An event can lead to a range of consequences. It's true, you know. I mean, when we said an event has a negative consequence, but can have also positive consequence, right? It can have a strong effect on one objective and not on others. You can have different level of consequence, small, medium, large, or catastrophic. So keep this, you know, even if it's removed from the 2018 version, keep it, yeah? And then other notes have been reworded eventually. Likelihood, chance of something happening. What is this something? I mean, there's always a discussion in our course. This something can be an event or a consequence. So we have to be always very clear if you talk about the likelihood of the event or the likelihood of the consequence, or both, right? The texts have not been changed here, but it's remained one of the definition. Control, that a measure that modify existing risk. Okay, I mean, nothing much have changed in terms of the definition. So a control is remain important, right? 3 definitions are missing according to us is risk owner, yeah, level of risk and risk criteria. I mean, why is basically is because these 3 concepts are quite important. Risk owner, definitely. Level of risk are usually requested, you know, sometimes by regulation, you know, to talk about risk level or level of risk, that doesn't matter. So these 3 definitions you should keep, even if it is not part of the 2018 version. Now, what about the principles? So before we had 11 principles. Now we have only 8. It's not that these 3 principles, value creation, decision-making, and uncertainty, have been removed. No, value creation and protection is now the core purpose of risk management. And it should be on anything you do in your company. If something doesn't add value, stop it. Well, if it is risk management and it does not create value, you know, stop it. Right, so that's a bit the idea. Now, what are the remaining principles? It's basically exactly the same as before, but decision-making and uncertainty have been removed as a principle. Now, where is it, basically? Well, as I told you, value creation and protection remain the purpose of risk management, and this is the center of all principles, right? So it's basically the idea of protection of value and creation of value, you know, will help you to make the link between risk and performance, encourage innovation and support the achievement of objective. Yeah, of course, objective is key in ISO 17000 through the definition of risk. Yeah. What about the other principle? Well, you have decision making is not only a principle now, it's increase importance. You will see this keyword decision through all the text. One of them is managing risk, assist organization, achieving objective, and making informed decision. Informed decision means what? Risk-based decision, right? So that's this principle is enhanced, removed, but enhanced within the text. Same with uncertainty. This word will appear each time you replace the word risk by its definition. You will have effect of uncertainty on objective. So uncertainty remain, you know, very clear. And uncertainty, you have uncertainty everywhere. About the objective, about the data, the information, the context, the type of risk, the events, the technique you are using, the modeling. So uncertainty is everywhere, right? So it's not a sole principle. It basically appears everywhere. Yeah. Now, Framework was presented 2009, like mandate and commitment, and then the plan, do, check, act, design, implement, monitor and review, and continuous improvement. It's changed basically the way it looks, right? But basically the idea of PDCA, plan, do, check, act, remains there, right? Design, implement, evaluate, which replace by monitoring and review, and then act, which is improvement, right? I just present it like this because now it looks like a 5-step iterative wheel, when in fact it's not really a 5-step, because integration and leadership and commitment are basically linked together. So let's have a look. Success of risk management, how your risk management will be successful. Well, before it said it depends on how your framework is effective. Well, not only the framework, of course, right? Let's go back to what we said. We need to protect and create value. So if risk management do not create value, then your risk management is not successful. It's not effective and efficient. So it needs to encourage the improvement of performance, encourage innovation, and the achievement of objectives. The purpose of the framework is to integrate risk management into the existing management system. Well, basically now we talk about integration into its activity and function. Maybe much clearer, but yeah, I think personally it's much clearer, more straightforward, because if you talk about management system, you might have the interpretation that some people might think we need to create some kind of a system, you know, in parallel to the existing management system, which is the wrong idea, right? And how your framework will be effective, it's if you integrate into governance and all activities, including decision-making, not only the application of risk management process, as mentioned in the previous version. Another aspect of the framework is basically, support. Of course, you need the support from a stakeholder, need to be customized, of course, and gap analysis. You need to conduct a critical review and identify the gaps. So you need a risk maturity model. This is clearly implicit within the standard, and that's why we create the G1000 risk maturity model. In terms of leadership and commitment, we had only one topic, mandate and commitment before. Now we include also mandate and commitment from oversight bodies, and then you need to integrate into the structure, the governance, and the culture. Let's have a look in detail. Understand the organization and its context. Okay, remain the same, resource, all the same structure remains there in the design, which is good, you know. I mean, we don't need to change something which is working. Maybe a small change is here, establishing risk management policy. We don't talk so much about the policy anymore. We talk about some kind of commitment, which can be a policy or any other way showing that the top management is supporting the management of risk. Yeah. In terms of design, need to be aligned, risk management policy and culture. That was in the 2009 version. Again, much more explicit now. Each activity has its own policy. You know, I mean, you don't have only one document, you know, for the whole company and then apply to every division, department, etc. Well, every department, every division can create their own risk management policy, which using words that are much more appealing to them, right? I think it's much clearer. Another aspect is we talk about conflicting interest, and for some people it was not so clear because it's not conflict of interest. Yeah, so we were basically here talking about conflicting objectives, and conflicting objectives is very clear. Yeah, so yeah, So let's have a look in the other aspect of the design. This is also important. Expenditure and risk management should not be considered as an expense, but as an investment, right? Now, these resources can be in different aspects, yeah, people, time, people, money usually, but also IT, awareness, education, etc. Plus, there is a sentence that have been added. We talk about capabilities and constraint on resources. Of course, yeah. I mean, you don't. If you don't have enough resources to treat a particular risk, I mean, this need to be taken into account, right? So now it's very explicit. What about the implementation? The implementation, before we talk about the timing to implement the framework, well, now we talk clearly about developing a plan, right? And also modify decision-making process when necessary. Okay, you don't wait until you change objective, you know. So if the way decisions are taken in this organization do not take into account the aspect of risk that could affect the objective of the organization, then you need to modify. For example, in terms of procurement, if you used to deal only with one supplier and then you don't basically check other supplier, well, modify the process, procedure, you know, whenever it's necessary, right? So that make it clear. Now, these are something have disappeared. It said comply with legal and regulatory requirement. Doesn't mean that you don't need to comply with the law anymore, right? Of course, you have to be in compliance. And also make training, you know, to increase the knowledge of the people, right? So if they replace the sentence by current and new knowledge and information, and of course this new knowledge is transmit to employees through training session. Okay, so let's have a quick break. We will talk about the process next. Thanks. Okay, welcome back. Okay, now we are going to deal with the process. Yeah, the process, you can see how it is presented in the 2009 version compared to 2018. It was seen as sequential. You know, basically you do step 1, step 2, step 3, etc. because of this arrow that you can see on the 2009 version. That's why they thought, okay, let's present it more broader, you know, less sequential. And that's why the risk management process diagram have basically been modified this way. So let's have a look in detail. You can see here decision making is clearly mentioned. Other aspect about integration, level of integration, human factor remain the same. Different wording, but basically same, right? Communication and consultation, you communicate and consult with stakeholders, and again, the purpose, you know, and consultation is a two-way process. Yeah, I mean, did not change much what is explaining. I mean, yeah, you need feedback. It means a two-way process. Yeah, so that's a bit the idea. So let's now. Also quite important when you communicate and consult, you know, it has to be, the information you communicate with need to be relevant, accurate, understandable, up-to-date, truthful. All these adjectives are important, and now they add basically timely, factual, relevant, etc. So very important. Confidential, yeah, so you take into account the confidential and personal integrity of the person. So we talk here also about the integrity of information. So yeah, this aspect have been added somehow, but somehow again, same idea, different wording. Establishing the context, we basically, establishing context, you do it twice, as you know, right? So you did it in the framework, and then you do it again in the process. So, but what changes, you do it in greater detail. So what they did now is to basically make the text explaining in, all the wording linked to context is basically removed, and you will find it in the definition of context, internal and external context, and that's why the text became much shorter. Risk criteria. Risk criteria, you basically compare your level of risk with a reference, and this reference is called risk criteria. Yeah, so it's a terms of reference against which the level of risk will be evaluated. So what is quite interesting is to see that the view of stakeholders have been removed. I put again, the question mark, because of course you have to include the view of stakeholders, right? Because your stakeholders, if they are not informed in advance, they might jeopardize what you intend to do. So keep the view of stakeholders when you define your risk criteria, because sometimes you just need to follow what the stakeholder is asking you to do. And one of the stakeholders can be the regulation. So of course, the view of the regulation need to be basically taken into account, yeah, for your risk criteria. Risk assessment, nothing much change, risk assessment is identification, analysis, and evaluation of risk. Need to be systematic, iterative, based on best knowledge, information, best available information. This remain basically the same. Risk identification, now we have to look at, there are some of the words have been basically removed. So maybe a mistake, because somehow when you identify the risk facing a particular activity that could affect or prevent you to achieve the objective of a particular activity, your list of risks need to be comprehensive. So this word comprehensive is gone, right? So, keep it, even if it's not in the text of the 2018 version. Second aspect about risk identification, it was only based on events. And events, remember, the definition, it's occurrence or change of circumstance. Now it said not only it should be based on events, but also on uncertainties. And remember, uncertainties is linked to the context, to the data, to the modeling, to the decision itself. If it's something about the future, so of course there is always an uncertainty. So based on these two things, events and uncertainty, right? Event can create, enhance, etc. There is the same. Something have been removed, which is, I don't think is a good idea. Risk of not pursue an opportunity. So if an opportunity occurs on the market, which basically you should consider, I didn't say to take it, but maybe to consider, let's say a competitor is weak, shall we purchase it and do a merger and acquisition or not? So that's, so the risk of not to pursue an opportunity, it's a risk by itself, right? So this sentence has been unfortunately removed. And also all significant cause and consequence. I don't know why they remove this. Is quite important. Of course, you need to identify all the causes and consequences. Also, people with appropriate knowledge involved. Of course, people with appropriate knowledge should be involved. They replace this by saying relevant, appropriate information. Well, appropriate information coming from appropriate people, right? Anyway, that's, you can see here some of the changes. Risk identification, what are the things to include? There are many changes here, and some of them are a bit unfortunate. For example, when we talk about risk source, risk source is an element that gives rise to risk. So this risk source can be internal or external, under your control or not, can be tangible or intangible, right? So keep it, because, for example, if you consider the risk of fire of the organization, a fire can come from inside your company or outside. Then it's an external risk source. If a fire occurs from outside, that impacting your building, right? So scenario of consequence also remove. Human and culture and organization factor also remove. Unfortunately, it has been removed. And domino effect, of course. You could have a domino effect. Especially in the chemical and petrochemical sector. So you have this domino effect a lot. One explosion leads to the next explosion, and etc. So so keep domino effect, because that's quite important. But now they include other aspects that you can see. Some are good. I put a V, right? Others have some kind of warning, just, for example, emerging risk. I don't know what it is. An emerging risk is a risk that have not been identified before. Is it emerging or not? I don't know what it means. It just means it has not been identified before, right? Or the context have changed, and different aspect, different situation can prevent, can affect the objective of the organization. Okay, risk analysis. This is the next step of the risk assessment. So the purpose, risk analysis was there to basically determine what is the level of risk. Now, it's not the core purpose anymore. It just said you determine the level of risk where appropriate. Yeah. So risk analysis, you just want to know how big is somehow your exposure, right? Or how big your objective will be affected, right? So that's the idea of risk analysis. So level of risk is one of the tools to basically see how much you will be affected. So, and then you can see now scenario have been moved from risk identification now in risk analysis. Yeah, okay, why not? Yeah. Okay, there are also other aspects, and be careful because sometimes it's removed and it's unfortunate also sometimes. Risk analysis, it talks about uncertainty, availability of quality of information. I mean, this is important because they talk about quality of information only in the new text, right? But for the quantity of information, the availability of information, also are aspects which need to be considered, right? Okay, so next is risk analysis. In risk analysis, here there are a lot of texts have been removed, basically, mainly because we don't focus anymore to level of risk. Yeah, so basically then all the text that was emphasizing the level of risk basically have been deleted, right? But of course, if you use it, you need to build the level of risk the same way as you build the risk criteria, yeah? So that, and it need to be consistent. Another aspect is consequence. Now they remove the word positive and negative consequence. Again, a bit unfortunate because if a particular situation occur, you might have negative consequence for one objective, but also positive for another one, right? So keep it again. If I put a question, exclamation mark, it means you should keep. Specific consequence and the likelihood. Yeah, of course, some consequence need to be analyzed for different scenario, different time of the year, different places. For example, if a risk occur in the production area or in the storage area, it's different places. Yeah, you basically need to take this into account, right? So, about controls also. Of course, you need to, existing control need to be taken into account, the effectiveness and efficiency. Well, they remove efficiency. Keep it, you know, so controls need to be effective, yes, so that you have the best allocation of resources for basically control to operate, but it needs also to be efficient, right? So not only effective. And sensitive to precondition and assumption, well, they remove this wording as well. So we talk about sensitivity also only. Process, okay. Then after identification, analysis, risk evaluation, there are an aspect is you need to decide which treatment you want to take. So basically you are going to compare the level of risk with the risk criteria. So that was in the 2009 version. Now basically it said to make your priorities for risk treatment, there are different things that you can consider. And two things have been added, you know, either you maintain existing control, right? But also, and it's quite interesting innovation, reconsider objective. Remember, risk is effect of uncertainty on objective. If your level of risk is too high, maybe simply because the objective that you have set, it's too high, is not achievable. You know, objective need to be smart, right? So reconsider objective is one of the alternatives. And then risk treatment, yeah? Risk treatment, basically you consider different aspects, avoid, take, or increasing the risk, remove risk source, change likelihood. So all of this have been basically kept the same. Again, something unfortunate, we talk about risk financing before, and now we talk about buying insurance. Well, again, I'm sorry, yeah? Insurance is only one of the technique for risk financing, you know? So this is probably the influence of RIMS, you know, which are part of the ISO TC262, which basically, this risk management association focus a lot on insurance and not on the broad aspect of risk financing. Risk treatment, so selection of different options, cost-benefit analysis, you need to justify. Basically, if you want to implement a particular treatment, and be aware of introduction of new risk have been removed. Okay, that is probably, you can see here, it's a warning, because whenever you put a treatment in place, you always create new risk, always, you know, it's not, and you modify existing risk as well, right? So that is another aspect which basically been modified, yeah. Okay, here another preparing and implementing a plan. Well, unintended consequence, new risk or modify existing risk. So you can call it secondary risk if you like, you know, this unintended consequence. Well, do it as appropriate in the organization, you know, use a language which is meaningful that everyone understands. Yeah. Okay, next aspect is about monitoring and review. Monitoring and review, basically, the purpose have been changed. Before it was regular checking and surveillance of risk control and process. I think that was clear, right? But what can you monitor? You can monitor a risk, a control, a framework, a process. Now it said, assure and improve the quality and effectiveness of process design, implement, and outcome. I mean, it's not okay, it's true, but I mean, maybe it's not so explicit as before, right? What monitor and review include? You can see a lot of things have been basically deleted. Again, it's a bit unfortunate because if you take the third bullet point, for example, learning lesson, right? If you have near misses, I mean, this is a REX, yeah? This is a return on experience. So if something occurs somewhere, well, there are lessons learned that you can keep, and that's part of monitoring and review. Maybe now it is very much unclear, you know, it said gathering information. Okay. Monitor and review also, timing can be periodic. Now I talk about ongoing monitoring. I think it's a good development because some people think, okay, let's do risk management process, once a year, once every quarter, right? It's an ongoing, basically, activity. Whenever a decision is taken, you can run against the risk management process, or there is a change of objective again, or there is a particular change of context again, right? So it's not something you do periodically somehow, right? So that's a bit the idea behind. The link with the framework should be in input of the review or framework. Yeah, so that again, it's removed. It's also unfortunate because there are many risk management process, and the monitor and review, the information you retrieve, will basically be fed into framework. Yeah. So the link with the framework is now missing somehow. But if you have any organization, keep it. Yeah. Recording and reporting, that was implicit before. Now it's very clear that you need to do reporting. Yeah. So if we talk about risk reporting, don't create a separate report, right? So usually you try to include risk into the existing reporting system. Yeah. So improve overall risk management process. Reporting and recording, again, the wording have been changed. Talk about use, external contacts, handling information. I think these two, you can combine it, can be useful as well. What about recording and reporting as well, linked with governance and oversight? Different wording, not much difference. Okay, thank you. Okay, now what are the main conclusions? So what are basically the good features that remain in the 2018 version, which is quite, as I told you before, it remains the best development that happened in the risk management, is to have finally one single standard that apply to all sector, all activity, all type of risk, So that is remain a major development to have the creation of this ISO 17000. The link between risk, uncertainty, and object and performance remains there. The link between risk, objective, and decision making is not only there, but it's reinforced now that decision is not only a principle, it comes throughout the whole text in ISO 17000 document. We don't restrict risk management to a process, but also it includes vocabulary, principle, framework, and process. That this structure remain unchanged. That is also quite important. Something which was a controversy, as I told you before, it's the certification of organization. You cannot still certify your company based on ISO 17000, mainly because it's a guideline. So a guidance standard is not meant to be used for certification. Based on 20 years experience of risk management standardization with input from many countries, I told you now we reach 50 over countries that have contributed, and ISO 17000 is more important today than before because very clear reference to Annex SL, which is make it mandatory for all ISO management system to refer to risk and risk management. Now, what are the positive change? Well, positive is the structure remains the same. The text is very clear. It focuses on creation and protection of value and decision making. Principle is not 11 now, 8. 8 principles are there. The foundation on which you integrate the risk management into through the framework and the process. It can be also a clear tool for decision making, clear integration, and a base for auditing. Right now, what are the things that you keep in mind? Well, the revision was long time due. Can you imagine? Took 9 years. 9 years, and we produced 13 pages. I mean, too long. Yeah. I mean, things are moving very fast nowadays in business, in activity in the world, and technology developing very fast. So, I mean, also ISO need to be, to speed up the way they review standards, because risk management evolve a lot. Key definition missing: risk owner, level of risk, risk criteria. If you have it in your organization, keep it. If you didn't have it, include it, right? Good elements have disappeared, and this is what I'm mentioning with a different exclamation mark. It happened sometimes these additions are unclear, or aspects that are very useful in identification and analysis and evaluation or treatment are gone. So keep this in mind. The choice of words sometimes are a bit confusing. For example, this word evaluation or integration, I mean, they could have found another word. But altogether, I think it's a major revision, making much clearer, very much focusing, only 13-page document. Anyone can read it easily, and, well, it remains the best guidance, for basically implement ERM or risk management in your organization. So everything should be based on ISO 27000. Thank you so much, and hopefully you can follow the next webinars that I will have with you. Enjoy the Risk Awareness Week. Bye-bye.
Good morning or afternoon. Today I want to talk to you about portfolio evaluation, given constraints. We always have constraints like capital or something else, normally capital though. My name is Brian Putt. I spent 4 decades working for Chevron, the last 2.5 decades working on decision analysis. I remember doing my first portfolio in 1994 and trying to explain that to management, a probabilistic portfolio, in fact. It didn't go very well. Probabilistic portfolios are very difficult to implement in large companies. So let's get into it. What is a portfolio? Well, oftentimes we have to decide whether to invest, how much to invest, and where to invest it. Now, a good portfolio depends upon the 6 elements of the DQ spider. We have to have a wide range of alternatives. We have to have reasonable data to do that. And oftentimes getting probabilistic data for the alternatives, it can be difficult if the culture of the company is not right. We have to assess the uncertainty, and we have to understand our value measures and our risk preferences. This is an area where a lot of companies fall down. They don't know what their value measures are. Is it NPV or whatever? We'll go into that in a minute here. So that's one thing. And this portfolio is applicable to all kinds of financial instruments or portfolios of projects or whatever. Today, however, we're going to talk about a portfolio of electronic traded funds, ETFs. And these are things that you can find on Yahoo quite easily, along with any other stocks that you might want to consider in your portfolio. So how do we invest to achieve our objectives? We're going to consider 6 ETFs. We're going to consider S&P 500, a mid-cap ETF, the Dow Jones Industrials, that's only got 30 stocks in it, small growth, small value, and then because I come from Chevron, I had to include energy. So I've got a XLE in there for one of the ETFs. Now the big question is, what is my value measure? Is it rate of return or an internal rate of return? Is it MPV? Is it some sort of ratio of MPV into my capital? That's typically defined as a profitability index. You can look that up on the internet if you're not familiar with it. Maybe you're interested in simply risk reduction, or there's a lot of discussion about the environment today, reducing CO2, greenhouse gas, and so maybe you're worried about environmental damage. Maybe that's what you're trying to optimize on. Reliability. The Sharpe ratio is really well known. I'm not sure how many people actually use it, but I guess there are probably people that use it for stocks. And let me throw out another alternative, which is to maximize the MPV10. Why MPV10? Well, MPV10 is the lower tail of a distribution, and so we really want to increase that value. If I increase that value, I've gotten rid of the downside tail. We're going to look at this a little bit closer later. So what are the qualities of a good decision? First of all, I have to have a frame. What am I going to study? Am I just going to study ETFs? Am I going to study oil stocks? Am I going to study just stocks and not mutual funds and ETFs? I have to understand what I'm going to do. How big is my portfolio? Is it just one country? Is it the whole company? Whatever it might be. I move clear values and trade-offs up higher. If you started over here, I start with the appropriate frame. Once again, understanding your values as a company is very difficult, particularly understanding the trade-offs with risk. We talk about risk tolerance here, but I don't know how to actually measure the risk tolerance. I can show you the uncertainty of various alternatives through cumulative distribution charts, and from that, the decision maker has to make a decision. Okay, is that too much risk for me or not? But I think it's more a gut feel by looking at graphics rather than coming up with some risk tolerance number that you throw into some utility curve. We need to have meaningful information, and we're going to get that from Yahoo, have some historical stock data. I'll show you that in a minute. And we have to have alternatives. Well, we got 6 stocks to look at, 6 ETFs, and logical reasoning. And so through the simulation, we will have that logical reasoning. We're going to have historical data that's going to be used and a commitment to action. So hopefully by the end of this video, my client, Alex, will have a commitment to action to make some investments. Now, people talk about the downside. I want to minimize the downside. Well, those fine words, but what does it mean? So let's look at this distribution down here. Here's a distribution. So if I said, let's reduce the downside, what is the downside? Is it the probability of loss? So here, there's a 45% chance of losing money, if you will, okay? I could have the mean loss. What's the mean loss? The mean loss is this area down here below the 0 line. So if this line here went down this way rather than straight down, the mean loss would be larger. We could talk about the deviation from the mean. This is typically called the standard deviation. We could talk about the probability being less than the expected value. Well, here's the expected value. It's at 52%. So it's a 52% chance of being below the mean. Well, that's probably pretty common. A lot of things go to a normal distribution, but not all. I mean, this is not a normal distribution, but it's still got a mean at the around the 50th percentile. We could talk about the mean of the outcomes when less than the expected value. So we could talk about this area here under that's less than the mean. That's another option. Or we could talk about the probability being less than some arbitrary number. I just picked 1,500. So you could pick, say, hey, I want to have 1,500 out of this. And so what's the probability of being less than that number? So you really need to understand, if you're trying to minimize risk, how are you defining that risk? So we're going to do this analysis using a resampling technique. And that's how we're going to incorporate uncertainty. We're going to use prior history. And what we can do is we can pick a decision policy, or if you will, a portfolio, and we can use the resampling to tell us what is the value of that portfolio, what is the risk of that particular portfolio. And we're going to use data from 2001 to 2016. So we've got 16 years of history, which covers a bunch of downsides, down years. All right, and that'll be how we're going to do the analysis. So let me talk a little bit more about resampling. We could, if we wanted to, exclude periods that we think are unlikely to repeat. Well, that's the black swan. Oh, that's a black swan. That's not going to happen again. Well, that's probably where you make a mistake. I really think you want to include all the data. However, if some of the years, for some reason, you had missing data, you maybe want to eliminate those. But I wouldn't discount the down years or discount the up years, because they could repeat again. Include periods that we believe are characteristic of the future. So we have rising interest rates or interest rates falling. And then for each trial, and we're going to run, I think, 1,000 trials here, we're going to sample 5 years from this list, and they're going to represent what happens in the forecast, our 5-year forecast. But we're going to do that 1,000 times. So we're going to pick five independent years 1,000 times, and that represents the forecast. And these are going to be percentage changes year on year. So the SIPMath model has got a lot of features. It gives you complete flexibility to specify the portfolio. You have transparency in the results. You have automatic updates of the results with changes of inputs or the decision criteria. The results get consolidated on a dashboard that can be modified by the user requirements. And so I can combine different things, and we're going to see that when we start to look at the portfolio model itself. We're going to do that in a minute here. You'll see how easy it is to have these Excel graphs. And these graphs are easily copied to PowerPoint, Word, or other applications. Really important, because you're not the decision maker of this portfolio unless it's your own portfolio, okay? And you've got to sell this to somebody else. You have to convince them this is the right thing to do. And the way you're going to do that is probably through graphics. Most decision makers don't live in spreadsheets unless they're an accounting type, okay? And what I'm going to show you today works with vanilla Excel solver, which is a free nonlinear optimization algorithm from Microsoft. Microsoft has tweaked the solver a little bit. So it still needs some work. It's not perfect, but it's gotten better, I think, over time. So it's time to get into the portfolio model. And so what the question here to Alex is, do you know your value measures, your decision criteria? And do you know your attitude to risk? At the end of this session, you may have a better idea about this yourself. I think it's time for us to get back into the portfolio model. And when we do that, you're going to need to know a little bit about your value measures or decision criteria. Mm-hmm. And so do you know your attitude towards risk? And could you quantify it?
I'm willing to try. Let's see how it works out. I know.
Well, so people should not feel bad if they don't know their attitude towards risk or quantify it, because it's something very difficult to do. Even myself, I couldn't give you a number, okay, for my risk attitude. Mm-hmm. Typically, the best way to think about risk is to look at graphics, and then it feels right, and to compare that to other alternatives. So that's what we're going to do in this model. Okay.
Well, let's imagine I want to invest about 200,000, and let's see how we can best allocate it to have a good risk-reward balance.
All right. Well, hopefully at the end of the session, you'll have a reasonable portfolio that you can look at for your 200,000. Okay. So here's the portfolio model, Alex. And your 200,000 I've put into here. Let me make this a little bit bigger so we can see it.
Mm-hmm.
And what I'm going to suggest is that we look at investing in some ETFs, electronically traded funds. So this is the Dow Jones, S&P 500, and so forth. And to do the portfolio, you need some historical data. That's one of the relevant information in our DQ Spider. So for that relevant information, I have over here, I've collected from Yahoo and calculated the returns in various years from 2001 to 2016. And it's also very important, Alex, to consider the dividends, because some of these things have much higher dividends than others, particularly when you get into individual stocks. And so this is a collection of 6 different ETFs, and the question is, how do you allocate your 200,000 into those ETFs? Typically, portfolio analysis is using Harry Markowitz's modern portfolio, which uses covariance matrices. We're not going to do it that way. We're going to use simulation to do this. I think it may be more transparent to people. So coming back over here to the model, we've simulated 1,000 trials.
Yep.
So what is a trial? Okay. So if let me move this over here, just to here, so you can see these graphs.
Mm-hmm.
So this is one trial, and we can see that here is the distribution. Right now we've got equal weights of everything, okay? And so this is what the distribution looks like of the outcome of your portfolio. You currently have, I guess this particular trial is around 20%. So you're losing a little, 20% chance of losing money, maybe a little bit less. Actually 18.6% chance of losing money.
Mm-hmm.
And this is one cash flow. So, but there's 1,000 of these, Alex. So here's another one. Hey, this one looks really good. This is a great one. And you can see how the cash flow is way above here. These are the 10 of the 90 percentiles for the average cash flows.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So why don't we, having said all that, why don't we try to optimize this thing and just kind of maximize NPV? How about that?
Yep. Because at the moment, what it looks like, it's equal distribution across all 6 funds.
Right.
And that gives us the expected value of 300,000.
Correct.
Not bad.
Okay.
Let's see if we can do it better.
Yeah, but you had a 20% chance of losing money too.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's see if we can do better than that. So we're going to go up here to data. So Alex, let's just check the solver and the parameters that it's using. First of all, C19. C19 is going to be the actual expected value cash flow in year 5. Down here, I've calculated the cash flows. We didn't talk about that, but this is where the simulations are taking place.
Mm-hmm.
And by changing C7 to 11, so we're going to be changing these cells right here, and this cell here just balances it to 100%. So we don't have to worry about energy. It'll be whatever we don't invest in these things.
Yep.
Now we've set the model up so you can specify maximums in any particular ETF. Right now it's set them to 100%. And then obviously the portfolio, they all have to be 0. We're not going to allow bigger than 0. We're not going to allow you to short anything here on the ETFs, okay? So I'm treating you like an investor, long-term investor, and not a trader, okay? So, that's trading daily or, weekly or whatever in and out of the market. So we're going to be long-term investors here. And in fact, the way we're setting this thing up, we're setting a portfolio, and that same portfolio is going to last for 5 years. All right?
Yep.
So let's try solving this and see what happens.
I hope it goes 100% into S&P 500. Oh,
I see. Well, it didn't, Alex. It put everything in small cap value.
Yep.
97%. But look, I mean, before you're at 20% chance of losing money, now you're only at 10. And you have 349, okay? I'll tell you what, let's copy that.
Yep.
And let's copy that, and I'm going to paste it as values over here, all right? So I'll paste that as values. Just for comparison, why don't we go back to your equal percentages, all right? And let's copy that one so we have that one as well.
Yep. So this is interesting. We've had an improvement in the return and the reduction in risk.
Yes, you have.
But there's one
Yeah.
small problem.
So let's look at something else here, Alex. Let me just take this one and put it over here again, okay? Let's go look at this graph, okay? So this ETF that has a lot of the small cap value looks like this one over here, whereas our equal weights look like the blue line.
Yep.
All right. And so you can see how everything is better off there.
Yep. So
So-
on paper, this is a much better option, but there's one little thing that probably not going to work out for us.
Okay. And what's that?
It has almost 100% in small caps, which is nice based on historical values. It looks like historically that particular fund was doing really well. But for my personal risk appetite, that's too much concentration into a single type of asset. So I probably would want to limit the amount allocated to small caps just so I can diversify not only within each of the funds, but also diversify from fund to fund as well. Let's see if we can put some constraints, additional constraints on this.
Okay, well, again, initially you said you were hoping for 100% Standard & Poor's 500. It sounded like to me you're pretty risk adverse. So what kind of a maximum would you like to see on that small cap? Why don't we let's just limit the small cap, and we can limit them as we need to.
Yep.
To reach your comfort level on the risk attitude.
Let's put it at 25%. I mean,
25%.
Yep.
25%. Okay, like that. All right. So now let's optimize this NPV again, and see how much that constraint impacted our results, because we're going to compare it to this one, right? Okay. So we'll come over here to Data, Solver, Solve. All right. So now what happened is it put the maximum it could in small cap and put the balance in mid cap.
interesting.
And let's see what else happened here. Our probability of losing money went up to about 15%, but still better than the equal weightings. And we lost a little bit here on the expected value NPV, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So now mid cap would, I mean, I'm not saying that this is where we're going to be, but would 75% be totally out of the ballpark for you on the percentage?
Do you mean too much concentration on mid cap?
Yeah.
Well, let's see if we just for the argument's sake, let's see if we can put a constraint on it as well. Maybe 50%.
50%. Okay. All right. I was going to say, because we've only got six assets we're considering here, and therefore, you can't put 25% on each one. So,
yeah,
you've got to give the model some flexibility to optimize, because what we really want to do here, Alex, is we want to look at an efficient frontier.
Mm-hmm.
And what the efficient frontier is going to say, let's reduce and let's minimize our standard deviation. Okay, this is standard deviation. This is one of Sam Savage's red words, I believe.
Yep.
Try to minimize that while we meet different minimum returns. Okay, and so then we can pick, from maybe that efficient frontier, we can pick a portfolio as well. All right. because
Mm-hmm.
because you know, as we looked at this, the this portfolio that maximized the small cap here with 9%, you see it has the highest standard deviation.
Highest standard deviation.
Yeah. So it's got the greatest uncertainty there.
Yep.
All right. So we're going to put 50% here.
Yep. And run
So
this over again.
We'll solve that as well. Okay. So pick everything else and put it back in energy. Okay.
Well, out of all places.
You know, coming from an oil company, you know, I needed to include oil as one of the options. All right. So, but you know, these are nice returns. 10% return with dividends. Now this is with dividends. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, do you like that kind of as a reference case, and then we can kind of look at trying to minimize this standard deviation?
Yeah, I do, because it's actually, you know, it has a better concentration ratio, and standard deviation is just slightly higher. The actual expected value is just slightly lower. So yeah, it looks pretty good. Looks better. So it's very comparable. These two are very comparable here.
Yeah. But this has got less concentration. This one over here has less concentration, right?
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to come over here to this SIPMath chart data, and we'll take this 5-year values, and this is where there's a lot of stuff going on here in SIPMath behind the scenes, behind the curtain, if you will. But we're going to basically store that one and make it equal to our reference case over here. And then just so it's called that, we'll call this our reference portfolio, okay?
Yep. So what you're doing right now, you're basically changing the line, the blue line on the graph.
Yeah, so let's come back here and look. So now you see we're back here to our new reference portfolio of basically $120 or $320,000 in year 5.
Mm-hmm.
All right?
Yep.
So now what we'd like to do, first of all, we're going to move our graphs over here so we have some room. What I'd like to do is come up with an efficient frontier.
Mm-hmm.
So what we'll do here, so the maximum we can get to is 320. So let's just start here. Let's go to 250 and see what happens. And now instead of maximizing this EV, okay, what we're going to do is say we want to find a portfolio that achieves at least $250,000, but minimizes the standard deviation. Okay, so we're looking for here for a portfolio that's got a standard deviation of less than 107.
Yep.
So we'll come over here to data, solver, and now we want to, let me move this over here. We want to minimize the standard deviation, subject to all the same constraints.
Yep.
So we'll solve that and see what happens. So one of the things you're trying to do with these models, wow, you put everything into Dow Jones.
That has the lowest standard deviation based on historical data. To which I would probably say exactly the same. I want a little bit more diverse.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you're. Let's come back over here. Oops, what happened here? Let's. I guess these. Let me ungroup these things.
You don't have to ungroup. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter.
I don't know. They just something happened where they got out of sync because I wanted to show this. So this particular portfolio with all Dow Jones, you see, is way lower than this blue line. You'd like to get a little bit closer to this blue line, I think.
Yep.
If you can, right? But in any case, let's. Maybe we don't need that cash flow one.
So much lower actual expected value, but also much lower standard deviation.
Oh, where am I here? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So
I
now,
think you copied it twice. It's already there.
oh, it's already there. Okay, we'll overwrite this one.
We'll
Okay.
overwrite this next one.
I'm not sure why that got there, but that's all right. That's fine.
So
Okay.
let's see if we can put a constraint on Dow Jones, because I don't want everything.
No. We don't want to do that. We want to just work out the efficient frontiers,
Okay.
and then you'll pick one out. Okay.
Okay.
So, but I think it's interesting. It's interesting to note that even though we asked for 250 here, okay, I'll just erase this so we don't get confused. Okay.
Yep.
We asked for 250, but we got 270. So really, trying to just minimizing the standard deviation, which went down quite a bit, by the way.
Yep.
We're at 270. So let's put this at 280. Okay.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, perfect.
I got one extra zero in there, I think.
Yep.
All right. And so now let's optimize this.
Mm-hmm. So we don't touch the constraints. We're just trying to aim for higher minimum expected value while minimizing the standard deviation.
So now you see, we told we wanted to do 280 minimum.
Yep.
And we got 280.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll plot that point.
Mm-hmm.
And then we'll move along here and go 300 maybe.
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
Data solver. Solve.
Mm-hmm. Oh, nice.
And then we'll do, I don't know if we can get to 320. Let's do 310.
Mm-hmm. I think we can go up to 318 or 315.
Okay. You see how we didn't have to worry about our percentages, because by looking at the efficient frontier, it's automatically doing some diversification for us in this particular case. So you think we can do 315? So let's do 315. Okay?
Yeah.
And then we'll graph this and see what it looks like. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because remember I said that it's much easier to look at your risk tolerances in a graphical way.
Yeah.
So,
but what we're doing now, and this is very important message for everyone who's watching us, what we're doing is we're trying to look at the same portfolio from two different angles. First, we were trying to optimize to find the best returns, and now we're trying to optimize to find the least risk, least uncertainty. So, and
right.
then we will combine those two different ways of looking at the portfolio in something that is called efficiency frontier.
Okay. So now, I tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate I'm going to plot all of these data points, Alex.
Yeah.
Even the ones over here.
Mm-hmm.
And let's just look at them, and then we can talk about them a little bit.
Uh-huh.
So the efficient frontier, the graph is an XY graph where the y-axis is MPV, or excuse me, in this case is going to be the actual EV in year 5. So we'll just pick up all of these data points, and we'll insert an XY graph. And then we'll do a chart design, select data, edit. And for the Y values, we're going to use the standard deviation, which is, I believe, this one right here. Okay. And so we can see it better. Let me just format this a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we can do this at 120. Well, it did that for me at all in case. And this one we can do at 250. All right. Now, what I see here is an efficient frontier that kind of runs this way.
Mm-hmm.
But then what is this point? Well, this point here is this one case where we had more than 25% of the small cap value.
Yep. This was before we switched on constraints.
Right. So really that's a different animal. And you'd have a different efficient frontier, Alex, if in fact you allowed things to be more than 25%.
Yep.
Okay. So we can get rid of that particular data point by hiding it. And well, I guess I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do it. I'll tell you what. Let me just do it this way. This is. Oh, I know. Excuse me. Take it back. I know there's a better way to do this. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to add. Let's see. Where are we here? So these are our over here. This is our efficient frontier.
Yeah. Well, is it this one or the next one? Because this one was 75% into. This was before we put the second constraint of 50% maximum.
You're right, Alex. So it starts right here.
Yeah.
Okay. In fact, you know, if we wanted to, we could probably move that over and be fine. But we're all right here.
Mm-hmm.
So now, if I wanted to put a line through these data points, what I could do is come down here and let me move this slide over this way. And then I can come over here and add select data. I'm going to add a series, and the X values are the standard deviations, which are these numbers here. Really? I think the efficient frontier actually starts here, maybe. Because here's where we started with the 320.
Yeah,
there. Okay. And the Y values are the NPVs, which are here.
Mm-hmm.
Here. Oh well.
It's because there's 1 plus.
Yeah. I deleted that. And we're doing NPVs. So the NPVs start here. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Okay. And then to make that a line, what we're going to do is we can select on that. That happens to be the right one. If I hadn't, I could go up here to format and select the proper one. And then we'll do a format the data series, change the series chart type. And series 2 is going to be a line like that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So here we have this efficient frontier. These data points were.
This was before we started putting constraints in.
Okay. So this efficient frontier probably goes underneath these things, right?
Yep.
Did we ever try to do anything bigger than the 315?
No.
No. So we just do one and see what it looks like.
Let's.
Okay. Let's try 318. How about that? I don't know what's going to work here, Alex. Come on. Get out of here. Data. Solver.
That 318 should work because I think the highest we can go is 319.
Okay. All right. And then we can extend our So why am I not getting there? Here's the graph. We'll just extend it this way. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's our. Those guys still. That's kind of really right on the efficient frontier, I guess. So now, Alex, the question is, where do you want to be on this efficient frontier?
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that as my NPV or my cash value, let me just put some axes titles on here. So this is the standard deviation. And this is the cash flow year 5. Or cash, this is actually the value.
That's expected value, yeah.
Yeah, value year 5.
Mm-hmm.
So as I ask him more, and it's actually expected value too.
Yeah.
Let me put that. As this expected value increases, I have to take on more and more risk. Okay, the slope is getting flatter here as we go. So you need to pick a point. So whether you're happy here or happy back in this area here.
Yeah. So this is what risk management is all about. It's doing the calculations and showing the decision makers not just one ultimate or the best solution, but actually showing a number of solutions to the decision maker and let the decision maker decide what kind of relationship he wants between risk and return.
Right.
Because on some days, maybe I'll choose lower standard deviation with lower return. On other days, maybe I'll choose higher standard deviation with higher returns, depending on what my kind of strategic objective is.
So another point down here, the probability of losing money. As soon as we get into, and I think we decided that the efficient frontier
in J
started in J,
yep.
And this we're going to delete here just so we don't confuse viewers here. Once we get to here, the probability of losing money is about the same all across. I can't distinguish between all those.
Yep. So there's still risk, which is also a very important message. No matter what we've done, there's still risk of losing money. But we've tried to minimize that.
So the standard deviation is here. I'm going to keep increasing the standard deviation. Now, one thing about the standard deviation considers both the upside and the downside. So it's actually trying to eliminate our S curves. I guess we lost our S curves, or S curves are over here. Okay, here are our S curves. So the mean over here, is probably right around here in the P50, but it's trying not only to minimize this downside, but it's also trying to minimize this upside. So another way you could think about this is to just think about the difference between the mean, okay, and the P10. So in other words, what you're trying to do is to minimize this distance, this horizontal distance here in this S curve. Is another way to think about it. And you could work out a different efficient frontier for that. Maybe we'll leave that to our viewers to look at.
Yeah.
And think about. But I just want to mention, I think we had a slide earlier that we talked about different value measures, and you need to have a good discussion about the value measures, whether that's with your spouse or within your corporation. What are the value measures I want? That's not the same as the risk metric. But what's important to you, and then you could look at different portfolios here and see how different they are. So Alex, you got an idea what you want to do?
I'm happy with the higher standard deviation, higher return option while still on the efficient frontier. So
you're happy with this higher standard deviation. So you're happy with this one here, right? Or actually this one over here.
Or N or O.
Oh, N or O. Okay, right. I'm sorry. I was on the wrong side of that. Yeah. Okay.
So that's a good solution.
So you don't have more than 50%.
Yep.
Okay. let's try. So let's try one thing here, Alex. Let's put in a 315 as a minimum, okay? And let's minimize our mean to P10. We'll just do one of these.
Yep.
Data solver. And so rather than minimizing our standard deviation, let's minimize our P10. Everything else is the same. Okay?
So what we're trying to do now is we're trying to minimize the downside.
Try to minimize the downside, right. And the question is the portfolio really different? Okay? So I bet the 315. And let's just move this stuff over here a little bit.
Yep.
And we'll copy this. You can see how by laying my model out this certain way, I'm going to put it over here so we, so this downside is a little bit better than this one. And the portfolio is effectively the same.
Yep, it's very close to option.
Very close. Yeah. So
Nice.
that doesn't seem to have much of an impact. But it may depend upon, what are the ETFs are, and what are the standard deviations, and are they, so forth and so on.
But what is important is we've used risk analysis to first take guesswork out of the decision making, and then we don't have to regret it. We don't have to rely on our intuition and gut feel. We don't have to feel uncomfortable about making this decision.
Right.
And then the second takeaway is that our final portfolio looks very different from what I originally anticipated.
Yeah. Okay. And so you're still kind of in between these three, maybe something on that. These two being very similar. Yeah. So it depends on if I could get, I don't know if this is right guidance right now or not, but energy is kind of those underperforming sectors right now in the stock market, U.S. stock market. So maybe you want to consider a little bit higher energy since the rest of these look to be about the same. So so there's always going to be these subjective things, this other information that comes into your decision making that's not really included in the model.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean,
right.
And we have to make this very, very obvious, is that all of this analysis is based on quite limited historical data. So we're really just showing for illustrative purposes.
Sure, and there's other types of small cap growth and small cap values that you could look at as well.
Yeah.
That are characterized that way, but they have a different portfolio, right? And so they may look different, and there's all kinds of things to consider. How long the manager's been with them, and how long the fund's been operating, and things of that nature as well.
Exactly.
So what an interesting concept here is, how close did we get? Well, remember we set up this reference case here is this black line, and we've picked a portfolio that's almost identical to it. Okay.
Yep.
All right. Very good, Alex. So coming back here to the slides. We have a better idea about our value measures. There's many ways to measure risk. We talked about some. We actually demonstrated two, one being the standard deviation, one being this difference between the mean and the P10. And looking at using graphics to look at our attitude towards risk. We didn't really talk too much about the rate of return, but you got to be really careful about that because you just can't average rates of return. You have to do the geometric mean and some other things. So it's got to be a little bit careful using return as a metric. And we've seen how the simulation has provided some flexibility. We can change a lot of things. We could go in there and add some additional stock ETFs if we wanted to. And then what we're doing here in this portfolio, we've used stocks only because stock data is so readily available. But if you're in a company and you had a portfolio of projects, all you would need to do is have some measure of risk on each one of those, which I'm not saying that's trivial to do. But if you had all that, you could then, run your portfolio of that. Or maybe you've got a portfolio of housing assets or something of that nature in different communities, or you're looking at where to invest or things of that nature. So there's lots of things here to be done. So any other questions, Alex?
I'm happy. I'm really happy that we showed an example of how we can take guesswork out of making complex, uncertain decisions using risk analysis. And the key takeaway is that all we've done is we used the free SIPMath and we used inbuilt Excel functionality solver.
Right. So if you remember here, it's working with it. We demonstrated how it's using Excel solver. And there's other algorithms you can get that are more powerful if you really had something really big that you wanted to do. So, and hopefully you found this transparent in the results. And I think the other thing that makes it SIPMath really valuable is that the ability that you and I could interact real time. Okay, we didn't have to go away and come back to another meeting or anything like that, or send your results on email. We could interact and we could go where we wanted to.
Exactly. I mean, all of the calculations were happening live as we are discussing this.
Right. That's correct.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah. And also the other thing is the ease in which we were able to generate that efficient frontier. We just used normal graphics. We didn't have to have any special knowledge.
Yeah.
And also, Alex, I can send you this portfolio and you can see it without even having the SIPMath tools. There's nothing that you have to purchase to or even have installed on your machine to look at the portfolio and actually change it. So in other words, if I sent this to you, even without SIPMath, you could go in there and change those portfolio percentages and it would automatically update for you.
Absolutely. And I mean, you better do send it to me just in case I may have $200,000 to invest at some stage in my life.
All right.
Well, wonderful. Thank you so much, Brian. And once again, I encourage everyone to ask questions, comment. And if you haven't seen other workshops done by Brian earlier this week, watch the replays because they're very, very powerful messages there. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to yet another workshop during our Risk Awareness Week. Now, the whole idea of risk awareness is to engage with you, to share ideas, to meet with other participants. So make sure you use the comment section underneath, ask questions, make comments, make suggestions, challenge, share your experiences, and don't just talk to us, talk to each other as well. Make sure you have those conversations and use the Risk Awareness Week to its full potential. Now, it's a great pleasure for me to welcome Brian Put for the second time. Brian is a decision quality consultant who works with companies to help them make good decisions using probabilistic analysis. By the way, Brian has an amazing YouTube channel, which I'll write, as I've got a second, I'll write a comment underneath where you can see videos that Brian does. But more importantly, Brian spent a lot of time at Chevron, which is one of few companies in the world that really embrace the whole idea of decision quality and making decisions using probabilistic analysis. And in this session, this is the second session, and I encourage you to watch the replay of the first session that we did with Brian, because he started giving the foundation for the decision quality in that recording. Now we will pick up with an actual case study and demonstrate what it means to make decisions using deterministic approach. Deterministic meaning not having any uncertainty analysis integrated into decision making, and how that changes when you start adding uncertainty. So over to you, Brian.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Great. Well, and let's talk about the objectives of this session. We want to talk about this Greenfield Economics project, and I'll give a brief review of that frame. As Alex says, I think watching the first video will give you a little bit more. We want to talk about the principles to consider, sensitivities to the impact results, and impact of the value measures on the results. We'll be showing a little bit about, you'll be seeing accept path in use. We're actually going to work on an Excel model. And then I've grayed out this fourth bullet, which is understanding the value of information. And that is going to be the third video, Alex, which may be of interest to those. It's a little more complex, but I think it's really important, and it applies to a lot of different industries. You know, in the oil industry, we're always drilling appraisal wells, and the question becomes, well, how many appraisal wells do we need? This is, you know, the fifth appraisal well at enough value given the cost of that appraisal well. And in the pharmaceutical industry, it's all about value of imperfect information. So whatever it is, or in marketing, I'm going to go get a marketing sample. How do I utilize that information and put some value on it to give me a better answer? So that's the third video, is the value of information. So the case study we're going to talk about here is an upstream oil and gas project. There are multiple ways of developing it. These are just some diagrams of possibilities. We did some issue raising here. We identified uncertainties. We identified decisions. We then took those decisions and broke them down into givens, focus decisions, and tactical decisions. We put together an influence diagram to show how the decisions and the uncertainties fit together. And then we put together a strategy table, which I think is really important, where oftentimes it's expanded as you really think about the alternatives for each of the decisions.
Yep. So basically, I mean, we've just skipped through a series of slides, but after this session, go back, watch the recording of the first workshop with Brian, where he in depth explains each of those points.
Yeah. So let's not forget these value measures. It's important, and oftentimes it's difficult to get alignment within a company on what are the value measures. But here's a wide range of them. One of them is profitability index, people may not be familiar with. And we'll talk about a little bit about that in our example here, our case study. So here's a force field diagram. And in this greenfield project, you know, there's some people that want a large project, particularly the engineers. You know, I want to build something that's big, right? And it needs to meet our production targets that have been set by management. Brings more oil into the concession life, because oftentimes there's a finite time for the concession. But then against the large facilities, requires more money, and I have limited resources on capital. And the reserves are never as big as you expect. We're always optimistic there. And the reservoir just may not maintain that higher production rate. So the question is, you know, how long do you need to stay on plateau with the production capacity? And of course, oil prices are always uncertain. We've certainly seen that around the world, you know, the last few years. So these are all things that need to be considered in making this decision. So one of the things we're going to do in this particular model is there needs to be a view on resource. And so the resource oftentimes is considered a log normal distribution. So that's this blue curve here. But then I'm going to break this up into three parts, you know, segment 1, segment 2, and segment 3. And we're going to pick some percentiles off of this curve. So segment 1, which would be the low outcome, reflects the P0, this very bottom number, to the 30th percentile. So coming up here to the 30th percentile. And then it's represented by this triangular distribution, which is shown here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So why is this important for our example going forward?
Well, what we want to do is we want to be able to have a distribution. We don't need to do this if we're not going to do value of information.
Mm-hmm.
But when we get to value of information, the information we get, you know, I drill an appraisal well as an example, and the subject matter experts can say, hey, based on the results of that appraisal well, I think it's in segment 1, or I think it's in segment 2, or I think it's in segment 3.
Mm-hmm.
So we want to be consistent as we go from this video 2 to video 3.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be using basically the same model, and that's why we've done it this way. This also provides a lot of flexibility. Although I've used a log normal distribution in this case study, oftentimes these data points have come out of reservoir simulators. And
Mm-hmm.
you know, the world doesn't live in log normal distributions or in normal distributions. It lives in its own world of distributions. Okay, so
according to some people, the world lives in heat maps.
So this process here has worked well for Chevron in isolating things. Also, we will be looking at this on a continuous basis.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes, companies will look at resource and they'll break it up into 3 or 4 different branches, but they're 4 different discrete outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes, the reservoir engineers get upset because, hey, I did all this simulation work. We've got 70, 100 hours of simulation time, and you've broken it down to 3, 4 numbers. So anyway, I think once again, the process of decision analysis is getting alignment of all the members of the project team and of management. And so this is one of the things that kind of helps along that line.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We won't be spending a lot of time on this in this particular version, but we'll see more of it later on in the 3rd video. Okay. So let's flip over to the model here. Right? Oh, maybe there was one more I should have. Well, that's all right. We'll just go right here. We'll go right here. Most models have dashboards. And what the dashboard does is allow the important information to be brought together to share with the decision maker.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, a lot of times decisions are made or presentations are made just using the PowerPoint. And I think that's pretty common across companies. But I'll tell you, if you can have some sort of model that can be interactive, particularly with the project manager, you can get a lot more alignment, because then they can say, well, I don't agree with that particular assumption. I think it should be this. And you can then say, oh, right, let me do that. So let's say you have started off and you have a case here of a capacity of 40,000 barrels per day. So this is capacity. This is an MBD.
And while you're doing this, I just want to reinforce this message, because it's a very, very important and powerful message. Sam Savage actually calls it making uncertainty live, which basically means is that part of the challenge is getting up to speed, having the competencies in the risk or decision support team, and doing the calculations. But a much bigger challenge, as it appears, is actually to then sell that result, that output, that range of outputs to the decision makers to influence and give them more ammunition for better decision making. And then the kind of the one of the solutions to make our life easier and the decision maker's life easier is actually make the models easy and set up for quick recalculations. So you can almost immediately show, well, if you want to change an assumption, this is what will happen. And if you want to change another input, this is what will happen. So I just wanted to kind of quickly stop on that it's a very powerful message to both the decision makers and the risk professionals and the decision professionals that are listening to us. Make sure your models are quickly recalculatable. There's a special, almost like a shop front where you can display all the key inputs and outputs, and that will allow to manipulate, for the decision makers to manipulate the inputs and see how that affects the output. That will allow them to test the hypothesis that they have in their mind, because if you don't allow them to test their hypothesis live, they will make the assumption, they'll still test their hypothesis, but just inside their brain, and it will usually go against the kind of the reality.
Yeah, or the other thing that happens is, hey boss, I'll have to check that one out and I'll get back to you in a couple of days. And then the boss has gone on a trip and you can't get back to him for a while, and he's kind of forgot what you already talked about already. So the idea is to get to a decision as quickly as possible, or make sure we understand the direction that the project needs to go from here forward.
That, I mean, can I just, sorry to interrupt you for just 1 second. I mean, that actually happened to me. And I mean, I learned my lesson. I presented, this was December. We were presenting the business strategy for like the next 10 years or something. It was, you know, highly volatile. And this was the first time our risk analysis showed that there would be significant liquidity problems. You know, significant liquidity problems to a level that the company may go bankrupt. I mean, they were like, you know, life-changing. The output of our risk analysis was just, you know, it was something that the executives have never discussed before. It was the first discussion, and it got them excited. They were really excited. They were going like, oh my God, this is unacceptable. Like, we need to deal with it. This is top priority. Stop everything. We have to deal with liquidity problems. And I'm going, wow, you know, life is suddenly picking up for the, you know, little risk manager in the team. And then naturally they say, okay, go away, recalculate everything, and under the new assumptions, and let's talk again. And so, of course, we go away, we recalculate, but actually 2 months pass, because some people go away, other things happen, and the next time we meet in February. And for the 2 months, I was the only person in the company who was like, I was just buzzing, because I knew I've just discovered something that will change the course of history for that company. And in fact, it later did, but it just, yeah, I was buzzing nonstop. I'm going like, oh my God, risk management is actually meaningful, because we will rewrite the whole strategy based on our risk analysis. And then, of course, when we met in February, no one cared. They just forgot. They're like, oh, yeah, sure, it seems important. Let's pick up on this conversation. But it was never that excitement that I expected in my mind.
So the point is, if you've been able to make those changes in the assumptions right on the spot, you may have picked up 2 or 3 months.
Yep.
Of decision time here.
Exactly.
Right, absolutely. Okay, one of the things I like to do in my models is to highlight, you know, here are the important decisions we want to work about. One of them here is the capacity of the facility, so 40,000 barrels a day. And I use yellow to imply inputs. But then I take all the value measures and put them down here. Well, this model right now is set up for, well, eventually we're going to, in just a little bit, we're going to talk about optimization. Right now it's set up to optimize on NPV. What I'd like to do is change that to be NPV 10. Now, you may have a different NPV, and that's fine. But let's start with NPV 10 as kind of a standard kind of number. Oftentimes, oil companies are using NPV 10 to represent how big the project is, not the rate of return, how big the project is.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean that that's their decision criteria, by the way.
Yeah.
It's just, hey, when we talk about things with another company, we'll just kind of use NPV 10 because we don't want to talk about.
So NPV 10 for everyone online means that 90% of the time, NPV will be higher than this number. Is that it? Or is it the other way around?
No. This is talking about the discount rate. NPV 10 is the discount rate.
Oh, sorry. NPV at 10% discount rate. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. No.
Understand.
Yeah. We'll once we get to probabilistic here, Alex, we'll show you what the P10 and the P90 are.
Yep.
Or it's the cash flow coming back to your other problem that you said.
Yep. So this is basically NPV deterministically calculated with an input that the discount rate is 10%.
I think I've got a chart here of the cash flow. So if I was to take this cash flow, Alex,
yep,
and discount each of these years at 10% per year.
I totally get it.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is an interesting point because I remember I had a PhD first scientist come into my group, and we started talking about this. She was turning into a DA, and we started talking about this model. And she says, "I got this NPV thing," and I said, "Do you understand what NPV is?" And she said, "No." So things that we have done for 40 years and understanding intuitively.
Yeah.
Not everyone understands this stuff, so it's important. It's important within your project team to make sure they understand what are the value measures and kind of how they're calculated. All right. So I put all these value measures in a row because what we're going to do here is we're going to take this outcome, stick it over here, and I like to use these icons up here for shortcuts. Makes it really easy to do things. So what if I did something bigger than 40? Because facilities engineers want something bigger. So we could do a 50 as an example. We now have a different answer. And by the way, every time I'm doing this, I'm actually running 1,000 simulations. Of course, in this case, we're deterministic, so they're all the same answer. Well, there's 50. Let's try 70. All right. So we're just making a little table here. This could be done, it could be automated, but we're trying to experiment here as the analyst. We could also be demonstrating this thing to somebody.
Yep.
And I don't really know where I think it's increasing. Is it increasing here, Alex? Is the results increasing?
The what's that?
Yeah, we see the NPV started here at 1.2. We'll call that $1 billion or something, million, whatever units you want to use. Now we're up at 1.7. So we still haven't reached. We haven't kind of gone over. We hope it goes over. If it doesn't go over, then something's probably wrong with the model. Okay. So
yeah, and it begins to dip a little bit.
Starts to dip there a little bit. Okay. So we think the right answer is somewhere on either side of 80. We don't know whether it's on one side or the other. So one thing we could do here now, Alex, is we could tell Excel to optimize this for us. All right. Now, what I'm doing here is this model was built with some free software from probability management and the SIPMath tools, and you can see the little icon up here for SIPMath, and this is what's used to build the tool. It's just an add-in, but it's also free. Okay. So Alex, what we could do here is we can optimize this capacity. So let's go over to Data, Solver. And we want to maximize here. We want to maximize this variable optimize, E17. Subject to changing E8.
Yeah, F17, yeah, subject to changing E8.
Yeah, okay. And so we're going to solve that. And remember, the solver is something that's built into Excel. It's something that comes with all Excel versions.
Yeah.
And so this will take a little bit of time because it's running all these different simulations.
Yeah, but what you've essentially just done is, by the way, also a powerful decision-making tool, because you've just run a series of scenarios testing what will happen if the capacity will be different, if the capacity will be 40, 50, 70, 80, and 90. It's very, yeah, go on.
Yeah, this optimization becomes much more important when I get to probabilistic analysis. So here, the solver has come up to an answer, and it said the answer is 8243. 82 is bigger than that. So I'm going to take this, cut that, move it over here. All right. Then we'll take this guy, copy him, and put him over here. So now what I want to do is generate an XY graph. And let me emphasize that almost all the graphs you do should be XY graphs, because nothing's ever just linear. And it gives you a lot more flexibility in the axis. So what we want to plot here is this NPV. So we'll go in here and insert a graph, an XY graph. Okay, I'm going to do something like that. And then I'm going to go over here to chart design, select data, edit, and then I want to identify the x-axis, and the x-axis are these capacities. Okay. Okay. So now we've generated this line graph that shows what's important. And we said that 82 is the maximum, so this one right here is the maximum we have. Okay. So, all right, that's a great deterministic answer.
Yeah, and that's in fact what most finance or forecasting teams would do.
Yeah. So, all right. So this is MPD. Okay. But Alex, we don't live in this deterministic world. We live in uncertainty. So what if we decided to build the facility to 82,000 barrels a day, but we now live in an uncertain world? So let me turn on the uncertainty here.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to my results?
They dropped by about 40%.
Oh yeah, I was reading the last two digits. I was saying it didn't drop at all, but I didn't believe that either. So let's put this probabilistic over here. And we could have done the same thing, but let me just for emphasis, let me come in here and come into chart design. Where's my chart design? What happened to my chart design? Select data, add, and now we're going to add this new data point. So you can see how much this dropped
Mm-hmm.
in value, right?
And I think this is one of the key takeaway lessons in this session is that the way we traditionally plan, I mean, I'm sure there are many reasons for that, but the way we traditionally plan in business, we switch off uncertainty. We almost ignore uncertainty.
Yep.
And when you add uncertainty, it changes the picture significantly. This is why we're driving this for this, for decision quality, for risk management too. You can call it whatever. The general message is, whenever you have an important decision to make, do not switch off uncertainty. It's there. It's part of life, and it has to be at least accounted for and considered. And because when you do that, it actually changes significantly what the decision looks like.
So Alex, now the question becomes, well, what if I was to optimize this? If this is the value with uncertainty, is there another better answer when I consider uncertainty? Right? So let's do this. Let's optimize this again. So we'll go over here to data.
Mm-hmm. So while you're doing the solver, I'll reiterate on what you've just said. The deterministic approach told us that the optimal value for capacity is 82.43. We've just plugged it into a probabilistic model, and we can already see that it's actually not that good. So maybe the answer was never 82.43 in the first place. Well, we shall see.
Well, I mean, yeah, it could have been that the finance officer had a lot of influence on this project, and they said, well, I don't have the capital for that, so I want to build a smaller facility, right? And if we had used that one probabilistically, it would have been down here even further, So we know that this is, well, we know what this one does. We don't know what the optimum facility is probabilistically. We're working on that right now.
And this is, I guess, what decision quality is all about, is that sometimes the things that appear to be obvious may not necessarily be so. And we don't know the answer unless or until we actually do the calculation.
So we have an answer, Alex. And the answer is that it's 74.21.
Yeah.
All right. And so we could put in that, okay, so shall we go ahead and put that number on here too?
Yep.
All right. Okay, get rid of this thing here. Let me put that here. So after you've worked with these XY graphs a while, you'll get pretty proficient in doing things with them. So what happened here is we reduced the facility size. So the other thing we could do here, Alex, let's do this. Why don't we plot, make a capital efficiency chart.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to do is plot NPV 10 on the y-axis and this discounted cost on the x, okay? So what I do is I always start with the y-axis, so I'll pick this NPV 10 and we'll insert an XY graph again. This time I'm just going to do dots. And then we come over here to chart design, select data, edit. And you know, oftentimes people will, oh darn, my chart's right in the middle here. Discounted capital. I think, where do I start? I start here in K. And come over to here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we have this chart here, Alex, that's showing how the capital is changing as we change the facility size.
Mm-hmm.
So by optimizing on the capacity, okay, we got basically the same NPV, if not higher. It's just a little bit higher, 1088, and we reduced the capital. So that would typically be viewed as a good outcome.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where this variable called PI comes into play.
Mm-hmm.
And you can go look that up in Investopedia or whatever. It's a common, this is profitability index. You can look that up. But basically, it's a ratio of the NPV divided by the discounted capital. And what you can do, and I typically would just plot this, but for simplicity, what I can do is I can come over here and I can insert a line here. See, we're going through 4,000. So if I go from 0 to, what, 1,200? 4,000 times 0.3 is 1,200. So this is showing that these things do not achieve a 1.3 DP or a 0.3 DPI answer because they're below this line. Okay?
So would that mean that this project, given the uncertainty, is not a good project for the company?
Well, it's going to depend upon your hurdle rate for the PI in this case, right? So if your hurdle rate is 10% rate of return, all of these make money, right? All of these make money because they're all going to have a positive NPV 10. But if your hurdle rate was a 0.3,
I think your line needs to be a little bit lower.
It would have to be lower. Well, let me show you something else. Let's say I picked a different PI. I don't know what PI this is.
Yeah.
But now let me define something called value creation.
Mm-hmm.
And value creation is the NPV 10. Remember, this is NPV 10 here.
Yeah.
Above this line. So we can see that this option here has a higher value creation than this option here. Because the NPV above this line is greater on the leftmost point.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also reflected down here in this value creation we can see that this value creation is 9.9, where this one, or negative, where this is a negative 1.0, is 103. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So now let's ask the question. Okay. All right. So I agree that the company is really not a 10% decision maker. So Alex, what happens? Can I improve my value creation at 1.3? Could I tell it to, instead of optimizing on NPV, what if I told it to optimize on value creation?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And now let's optimize that one. So we'll go over here to data,
Mm-hmm.
solver. We're still optimizing on this thing now, and we're still changing this capacity, and we'll solve that one. So this isn't showing the impact of your decision criteria
Mm-hmm.
on the decision. So once again, as I've said in the first video and in this video, understanding your value measures is terribly important.
Yeah. And this is, this is a very powerful takeaway. Depending on what the company is wanting to achieve and what is more important to the executives, your decision will be different. And it will not be what seems logical or reasonable from a gut feel point of view.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And value creation, how would you define that? What is value creation?
But the value creation, once again, is just the NPV above this whatever DPI line that I have.
Mm-hmm.
And I moved my chart, so I lost my, there we go. And then I think I must have moved this thing. If I want to keep it at 1.3, I need to keep this up to 1200, I think.
Yep. Just here.
I don't know if I can, I don't think I can group those. Anyway. So what happened now? Oh my goodness, look at this, Alex. We originally thought we might want to be at 74,000 barrels a day. Now we're down at 49,000 barrels a day. Substantial reduction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So we'll put that over here. And just to be clear, this is now we're optimizing on value creation, right? VC.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll add that to our chart here. So this is going to be value creation. Probabilistic. I'll put probabilistic there so we know that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the X value is 49. Tab. Oop. That's wrong. It's not the size of the plant, it's the capital, isn't it? It's the capital of the plant. This is just got a capital here.
Mm-hmm.
Right there. And then the NPV 10. So even though I optimized on value creation, I'm going to plot this NPV 10 to be consistent. Wow. My goodness, look what happened. My NPV went up.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Is that right? My NPV went, probabilistically, my NPV went up, but look how much I reduced my capital. That looks like a win-win to me, somehow. I'm not sure how that happens.
I think when you were selecting the y-axis for this point, you needed to select the number below. So just go back to chart design. Yeah.
No, I can just pull this down here. It should be this one here.
Yeah, it should be this one here.
Yeah. Okay, that's better. Thank you. So if this PI was important to me, this value creation was important to me, this guy barely makes it. This was a negative 9.9.
Yep.
This one, because I reduced my capital, allowed me to reduce my NPV a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But now this capital here that I have, let's call it from 22.7 to 3.7. That's almost $1 billion. That's available to redeploy to other projects.
Yeah.
They may be 1.3 DPI.
Mm-hmm.
And if I redeployed those to other projects, I mean, this is a really interesting technique. If I redeployed that capital at 1.3 DPI, if I just draw a line that's parallel here, like this,
Mm-hmm.
if I deployed this capital, this $1 billion in capital, I'd end up with an NPV up here, which would be higher than what I would do if I did the larger project and this one project larger.
Yep.
Okay. So we've taken a look at, and there's tons of graphics we could look at here, but now that we've got this, maybe we should look at some probabilistic results. That might be interesting to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I've got an NP. Oh, this NPV chart. We'll just put that over there. Okay. We don't want to lose any of this. Okay. And we could obviously add the value creation chart over here as well. So let's come down here. These are all deterministic. Down here we have the distribution of our NPV and our value creation. And so we can see there's an uncertainty here in what the result is. We've been looking at deterministic answers, Alex,
Mm-hmm.
but in reality there's uncertainties. And we could compare the NPV distribution for a couple of these different scenarios and then make a decision based on our risk preferences. We haven't really talked about risk preferences, but you know, you could be risk seeking or risk adverse or risk neutral.
Yep.
And most people, you really shouldn't be risk seeking. That's a bad thing to be. But there are different levels of being risk adverse. And so I think looking at the S curve, the cumulative distribution function, which these are, is important. Perhaps just taking a second here to talk about what is the cumulative distribution function. And this is something that I've had a lot of discussion with other consultants around this. And they agree it's the way to analyze it, but they say, oh, we never present it that way to our management. Well, I think that's a real mistake. Because what you're going to want to do here is to compare results. Okay? And the easiest way to do that is with these cumulative distribution functions here. And so I'm not sure why there's a reference case here of 914, and this is a 954. Oh, I bet you what happened here is sometimes this optimization is just a hair different the way it gets optimized where it starts, and that's the difference here. But if we went back to, and here's the advantage of saving some of this stuff. Oh, darn, I didn't want to do that. There we go. So let's put this model back to a MPV10, which means I just have to take these in over here. I don't have to actually go through the optimization again. I can just paste those right in there, right? And now, and one of the advantages of SIPMath is that it's very repeatable, okay? It always gives you the same answer. So if by putting these answers in, oh, you know what I didn't do is I didn't change this. I'll do that and put that over here as values. There we go. So now what we see is the model now is giving me an 11 or a 1088 for NPV, and over here it says 1088 as well. Okay, so I was able to repeat this number that was hard coded. So now let's come down to this cumulative distribution function. And now we can see how the reference case had 914, because that was optimized with value creation. And here is the answer with the larger facility with a higher NPV, expected value, but you can see that it's got more downside risk, but more upside potential.
Mm-hmm.
And so it really depends. So you want to be able to compare alternatives, but also understand what are your value measures. Because if we had, this chart didn't have it, we could add it though. We could add the value creation with the reference case. and it's going to show that it has a lower expected value. Okay? And here are the reference cases defined as a value creation optimization. So you have to define what is your, you really don't want to be switching back and forth between value measures. You really want to know what your company value measure is, and then stick with that analysis.
So there are 2 points in this. First, understanding what the value measure is, or I mean, in other organizations, people just call it decision-making criteria. Understanding what the decision-making criteria is super important. But then the second message, which I think we've demonstrated it very visually, is that when you add uncertainty to a typical, even an NPV or a budget or a strategy, like literally any calculation, when you add uncertainty and you simulate that uncertainty on top of it, a normal decision-making model, the result is actually significantly different.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, one more point I wanted to make back here, Alex, is we can also look at the cash flow, and we can see what the cash flow looks like with uncertainty. Now, this chart didn't, I looked at this and said, well, that didn't tell me very much. It looks like it's all the same. But the problem is that the scale is quite large because of this capital investment.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the advantages of using XY graph is I can just copy this graph over here, which I did previously, and then I change the y-axis here to start at 0.
Mm-hmm.
And now we can see how there's an uncertainty range. This is going from P10 to P90. In fact, earlier on, the first part of this conversation, we started talking about what does NPV 10 mean, and it was a 10% discount. But now we can talk about a particular year, and we can, let me blow this up a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
We can say that with this particular scenario, there's a range of cash flow with a 10% chance of being below 363 and a 10% chance of being higher than 474. And your example that you were giving earlier with the meeting in December and then getting back in February, if this was talking about liquidity, you would have been negative.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what you should have showed. And you could, because, I don't know, the chance, you should have been talking about the chance of being illiquid, that you would go bankrupt. And, was that 5% or was that, 60% chance of?
I once had a model which had a 99.99997 chance of negative cash flow.
Okay, well, so I think these are all really good, important ways to think about it.
This is a very powerful message. Again, the quality decision-making implies that we don't represent numbers and future scenarios and uncertain variables as single point estimates, because we know that they are uncertain. And that's why we use ranges and distributions, because it gives so much more information for the decision makers to see how likely are they to achieve or not achieve whatever the target they're setting themselves.
So now let's come back to a PowerPoint slide here. I want to talk about sensitivity analysis. So once we've added uncertainty to our model, we can do tornado charts. And these can be done in 2 different ways. One is the deterministic tornado chart, where the center line represents the most likely outcome of all the variables that you have. That's not the expected value now. That's the most likely outcome, which tends to be below, if you will, the P50 of the results. There's a 90%, or excuse me, more than a 50% chance that the number could be higher than that from a capital perspective, let's say, okay? And on reserves, typically you've probably estimated the P60 or P70, and there's a higher probability of being less. Anyway, it's all going towards the downside of your NPV. So in this particular chart, and then the other type of chart we have here is called an EV tornado chart. And in this one, what we do is we have a number of uncertain variables, and what we're going to do is take each variable and then hold it constant at either the low value or the high value, and whether that's the minimum and the maximum, or the P10 or the P90, not too material as long as you understand what it is, but all the other variables are uncertain. That way, if there's interaction of these variables, you're still retaining the interaction in your model. The other way to think about it is this is really the value of control. If I control my resource to the max, this is what I would get. Well, what I can get at the maximum resource depends on what facility size I have. If I put in a really big facility, I can really get more. If I had a really small facility, the maximum resource is not going to help me as much because it pushed all that cash flow out, or I had a concession life. So this can help you identify what's important. And invariably in these models, you're going to have more uncertainties than you really would like to evaluate. But the problem is you don't know what's important until you've already put it in the model, and then you're going to take it out. And by the way, the subject matter expert, the operations manager, his work is most important. Analysts, you've got to consider all of these different things, even though you've done a number of these analyses and know that the operating cost is really not the most important thing. So, but if you're trying to get alignment of everybody, invariably you need to incorporate them. So the native chart is really important to identify what's important. And when you've done your analysis, there's all kinds of other statistics that you can pull out to characterize and tell a good story about the solution you have, like, what's the last operating year of the project, and that depends upon the resource. And this year could, in this particular case, we had a contract life of 2030, so that's why this big high probability here. And when you're explaining your story, you want to explain, well, why do I have this big probability at 2030? Well, that's because our concession terminates then. Oh, maybe we should be negotiating an extension to the contract. Or maybe there's a parts limit or something of that nature. We've already looked at this cash flow, we've looked at value creation. Well, they may be interested in the rate of return. And so you could actually plot the distribution of the rate of return for the project. It might help them.
Yeah, and these graphs, these graphs are very powerful. For example, just looking at this, you can immediately see that there's like almost 12% chance that IRR will be 0. And if your hurdle rate, for example, is 10%, then you can see that there is a 30% chance that the hurdle rate will not be achieved. And for example, looking at the NPV at 10% discount rate, you can see that there's a 30% chance that it will be negative. All of those conclusions you can make very quickly. And what if one of the executives say, what happens to our if we want to increase our hurdle rate to 20%? And then you can see that, well, there's a 50% chance that the project will achieve this. These S-curves are very powerful because they actually show the output of thousands, if tens of thousands. In fact, you probably have, what, 10,000 simulations?
Actually, there's only 1,000 in here, Alex.
Yeah. But it technically can.
One of the things that always bothers me when people talk about Monte Carlo, they always say, well, I ran 10,000, I ran 100,000 simulations, whatever. And the problem is that they didn't really need to run that many. You only need to run a high number of simulations when you have small probabilities. Okay.
Yeah.
But most of these probabilities, first of all, we're talking about continuous space. We're not talking about discrete. And so 1,000 typically is acceptable.
Yeah.
1,000 is typically acceptable to characterize. It'll give you the information as good as the quality of your inputs. Your inputs will have more impact than the number of trials. But it's easy to sit back to say, well, I don't want to just do 1,000. Let me try it at 5,000 or 10,000. That's literally a 1-minute exercise. 1-minute exercise to change.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So we've already looked at this a little bit, but we developed it online. But here was one that I did previously, and we can talk about. Here are the deterministic. Oh, and by the way, here if I want to do resource, here I optimized on resource rather than NPV or value creation, and you can see that it made a really big facility, and you can understand why. Remember, we saw on that operating years how often it stopped at 2030. Well, the way to get around that is to make the facility bigger, which allows me to produce more sooner.
Mm-hmm.
So that makes sense. You always want to test these results with your gut to make sure that they make sense, because the assumption always is that there's some error in the model.
Yeah.
And
which is, again, a very powerful message. Always check the reasonableness or the logic of the outputs, because the modeling is complex, and there may be additional error added through the actual model simulation.
Yeah, something that we implemented at Chevron were called model reviews.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we always have these project reviews, and they tend to look at what was the capital cost or whatever these things, but no one ever really got involved in the model, and you're relying so much on the model results to make the decision. So we implemented at Chevron a model review where you bring in other DA experts, people who do modeling, and they come in and look at the model. And I thought originally, man, this is going to be intrusive. People are going to really push back. Oh, don't do that, don't do that. But we found that the project manager particularly liked that idea, because now I've got an endorsement from some other people that there's multiple sets of eyes that have looked at this model, and invariably you find some things that are wrong. Often, you don't find big things that are wrong often, but there's little things that you do find wrong, and they can improve it. And the modeler really appreciates it when the review is done in the proper way. You're talking about the model. I'm not talking about the modeler.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't make it personal at all.
Yeah. Exactly.
So Alex, what have we learned in this session? Well, first of all, framing the opportunity is really important. We need to define that decision hierarchy. We kind of did that in the first session, and this reviewed it this session. The strategy table, the force field, and the influence diagram. Deterministic results can often provide misleading results. We saw that when we put them together in those MPV charts. We saw how it impacts it. So uncertainty needs to be considered when making all these decisions. You need to do that. And as Sam Savage would say, any uncertainty, no matter how bad it is better than the deterministic answer.
And that is just so true. I really want to emphasize that point for everyone who's listening, whether you're a risk manager or a decision maker. Every time you try that, every time you try to incorporate uncertainty into the decision analysis, your decision is highly likely to be different from what you've had in the deterministic. So the budgets, as you do with 3 scenarios, pessimistic, optimistic, realistic, that doesn't cover uncertainty sufficient enough. The sensitivity analysis that investment teams are doing on the deals and the projects is not good enough. It's not covering sufficiently the uncertainty. The business plans, the KPIs, the way KPIs are set is not covering uncertainty. All this means is that the way we traditionally plan, forecast, and manage our business ignores uncertainty and hence leads to very deceiving decisions. Sometimes it may be, it may make things go horribly bad, but most of the time it's just not using all of the opportunity, not taking the advantage of the situation to the full extent.
Well, as we said in the first session, Alice, I think it was the first session, doing decision analysis early on in the project is really the most important. If you don't get the right alternative to develop, you can't fix that during feed typically. You've got to be in the right ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
So besides including uncertainty, we need to be really clear about our value measures. I think we saw, as we did some analysis there, that using NPV as a decision criteria versus value creation gave us very different answers. And oftentimes capital is a scarce resource. And so that's why I think I like this profitability index for decision criteria. The issue there is deciding what is the criteria, the hurdle rate for making a decision. And that's something the companies will have to think about. You might want to look at that, what have your projects done in the past on that, or what have been reported in the past, and you can do that. We can use these EV tornado charts to tell us what's important.
It's actually, tornado charts are, what heat maps were always meant to be, because they answer a very important question. Our analysis first shows that one choice is better than the other, one is more optimal than the other. But then the next question usually is why? What are some of the factors that are impacting you, or what should we do? Should we focus on this or that? And that's where tornado diagram actually gives you most of the answers.
That's right. That's right. But be careful here, Alex, about whether you use an EV tornado chart or a deterministic chart. The deterministic can be really misleading if you think that if for some reason all of your most likely numbers that generate the center line is way down on the S curve, then everything is going to look great. Everything's going to look great. So I think I really love the EV tornado charts. The problem is you don't see them used very often because often they're more difficult to generate using typical decision tree software. However, when you're doing Monte Carlo, especially with SIP-math, it's quite easy to do. And I have a modeling technique that really makes that easy to do, along with multiple experiments in SIP-math, which does come with the enterprise version, but enterprise version is only $500, so it's not a terribly expensive product. And then finally, we looked at that capital investment chart that reflects the PI. We put the PI hurdle rate in, and then the other important thing here that we didn't really emphasize is it allows us to look at the incremental value of making something bigger, because we can draw these PI lines from any particular data point and say, okay, is this other data point above or below that PI line that I drew?
Yeah, yeah. But the point there on the graph, on the previous graph, was very powerful, that you really want to, instead of coming to the executive committee or investment committee or decision maker just personally and coming with one option and saying this is the optimal option, why don't you plug all of the options on the same graph and let the decision makers decide, because they will have different risk appetites, they may have different agendas. We just don't know what is important to each stakeholder in the decision-making process. So this is something that risk managers, at least, are not using enough. They come with saying, well, we've done the risk, this is the option, and these are the risks associated with that option. That's not how decision-making works. There are always multiple options, and I mean, my favorite quote is, the future is plural, because there's no single future, there are multiple future beyond comprehension for human brain, but we should attempt at least to show some of the versions so the decision makers can pick and choose what is important to them.
You are absolutely right, Alex. Decision makers do not want to be brought the alternative of doing this project or not. That's not what they want to hear. They want to know what the alternatives are, because oftentimes the decision makers have other information that they may want to incorporate into the decision that is not privy to the project team or things of that nature.
Yeah, absolutely.
So all right, well, I think maybe that does it for here, Alex. But I do encourage the participants to maybe join us for the next video that'll cover value of information. We'll be using the same Greenfield economics model, but now we're going to look at the value of drilling an appraisal well and learning about that information and how it incorporates into making different decisions, having options for sizes. How can we get rid of some of the downside of this project by having information and maybe not developing some of them? And this is not only applicable to oil projects, but also applicable to pharmaceuticals, whether you continue testing something, marketing. Do I release a movie? Do I release a new product? All that sort of thing. So value of information is really something that people need to understand, and oftentimes is not understood well by decision makers.
Excellent. So looking forward to see everyone in the next session with Brian. Do join, and don't forget to watch the replay of our first session as well, because that gave a very nice foundation for the decision quality framework in general. See you soon. Bye.
Very good. Thank you, Alex. Bye-bye.
everyone, and welcome to another workshop with Brian Putt. Brian is a decision quality consultant who helps organizations to make better decisions using probabilistic analysis. Now, Brian spent 25 years at Chevron, where arguably it's one of few companies in the world that really has the probabilistic decision making, decision quality, decision analysis, and risk management as part of their corporate DNA. So this is actually the third workshop that we will be doing with you, Brian, and I encourage everyone who hasn't watched the previous sessions to go back and watch the replays, watch the recordings of the previous sessions, so you can appreciate both the decision quality and some of the examples, the case study that we discussed in the previous sessions. So, Brian, over to you. What do you have in store for us during this session?
All right, Alex. Well, we're taking on an even more difficult subject of value creation, value of information. And we're going to be, once again, using the SIPMath modeling tools that come from probability management. They're free, available to you if you just go to probabilitymanagement.org. So in the second session, we talked about the economics of a greenfield project. We're going to briefly review the frame of that. In this session, however, we're going to talk about how to use SIPMath to evaluate the value of information. And the value of information is going to be defined as the difference between some reference case without information and the value with the information. So we need to really understand that. People talk about this and they wave their hands, and they're really not clear. They're not quantifying what the value of information is. And so just quickly here, Alex, we're going to look at a greenfield project. There are lots of different ways to evaluate, different ways to develop the project. We identified issues. We identified the decision hierarchy. And what I've done here is in red, I've added the decisions that we need to change our frame to look at value of information. So should we drill an appraisal well to understand the size of the resource? We saw that the resource is really important in our tornado diagram. Mm-hmm. And so perhaps we can not only reduce some of the downside risk with an appraisal, but we might be able to improve the upside. So that's a win-win to the appraisal well.
Yeah.
We also need to consider the cost of the appraisal well and maybe deferral of the project and all those sorts of things.
Yeah. And just as we did in all the previous sessions, I want to point out, the value of information as the concept is hugely important, because most of the time what decision makers are discovering is that they want to make the decision, but uncertainty is very, very high, and additional costs may need to be spent to improve the information that the company has for making the decision. And it never is clear how much money is okay to spend to get better information. And we can actually quantify that. We can make that decision easier by using some of the tools that we have.
Yeah, one of the problems you have with some of the subject matter experts is they feel like they have to give you a really very narrow range.
Yeah.
And if they don't feel comfortable, say, well, we need more information so I can reduce my range. Well, if the range reducing the range doesn't change the decision, there's no value in gathering that information, because almost always there's some cost of gathering information.
Mm-hmm.
So let's move on. In the strategy table here, we had to add another decision, which should we obtain information? We have to say yes or no. So our reference case in this case would be no, we're not going to gather the information, and that's what we want to compare against. Okay. And then there's the question, should we develop it? We'll see how that changes with information. And then once again, the processing size, we're really going to treat as being continuous and not discrete, but we've characterized it here in the strategy table as being discrete, but it's really going to be continuous. So here is kind of a favorite slide of mine to explain what the value of information is. It's kind of a balance scale, and you want to look at which has got higher value with information over here or without the information. And an important point is there can only be value of information if there's a change in my decision policy. So once again, if I don't change my decision, then there can be no value of information. It doesn't mean I have to change it all the time. I may just change it some of the time. Okay? And then the information can either be perfect or imperfect. And so in this particular model, this Greenfield model, we're going to get information about the resource. And what we're going to ask the subject matter experts to do is to identify whether it's kind of in the lower third, the middle third, or the top third. And these thirds actually overlap a little bit, okay? And so then based on what they believe, based on the appraisal well, because it's never really perfect, we can decide whether to develop or not, and then decide the size, the capacity, if we see that particular segment. This is this indicator segment 1, 2, and 3.
Mm-hmm. So the previous example, just to highlight to everyone who's listening to us, and by the way, we always encourage to ask questions, have communication, have conversations just between the participants as well as us. This is basically setting up some sort of ground rules for making a decision. If it happens, if experts say X, then we're probably going to make a decision no. If experts say Y, then we will consider going ahead, but we will be more conservative in our approach. And if it goes into the third segment, the experts say yes, then we will have a bigger project, essentially. This is what this is saying.
Right. And then so in this particular decision policy, we don't develop if we think it's a low resource.
Yeah.
If it's a middle resource, in the middle of the range, we develop 56,000 barrels a day. And if it's a high resource, it's 77,000 barrels a day.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So the influence diagram also gets changed because before we didn't have this resource indicator and we didn't have this decision whether to obtain information. So now the results of this resource indicator impact the decisions on whether to develop the facility type and the size. And there's something called Bayesian probabilities where you reverse some things. So the indicator also is impacting the distribution of the resource size. Now the overall resource size is going to stay the same, okay? But if the indicator comes up one or the other, it will shift that curve one way, left or right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So those are the changes there. Value measures are important, and there's a number of them. What I'd like to do in this video is to talk about profitability index, and profitability index is the ratio of NPV divided by the discounted capital. And I think it's a better metric than NPV, which is oftentimes used, because NPV is really a measure of how big something is. And so unless you make NPV at a discount rate, which is really your hurdle rate, and not some indicator,
Mm-hmm.
It tends to push people to bigger and bigger projects, which is really not what you want. And so this profitability index brings together both the NPV and the capital to give you a good answer. And we talked about that in the video too, which once again we encourage people to go back and look at.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to stick with the profitability index in this video.
Mm-hmm.
There were forces for and against the larger field. We've reviewed these before, but this value of information, by using value of information, can possibly support both perspectives. In other words, hey, when the resource is small, we don't develop. When the resource is large, we develop something bigger. The question is, how much bigger is it? And is it really worthwhile not to develop the small resource? Depends upon the fiscal terms and the oil prices you're assuming and everything else. So there's not a standard answer here, okay? That's why we have to do the analysis. Don't guess, just do the work, okay?
Mm-hmm. Which, by the way, is a little rule I now have in my family. is don't second guess. And I mean, this goes out there to decision makers and decision support analysts and the risk managers. Don't guess. Whatever you're guessing in your mind is probably off. Just do the calculation and you will see whether it will support or contradict your hypothesis.
Yeah, well, your mind has always got these biases in it. There's different types of biases. And so by doing the analysis properly with uncertainty, you can minimize those biases.
Yeah, and it's, this goes so much beyond large oil and gas, multi-billion-dollar investment projects. I was literally yesterday trying to decide the place for daughter's 6th birthday, and we had like 7 options to choose. Did a simple table, compared different options, did like a very simple scoring methodology. The answer became immediately obvious, kind of beyond any reasonable doubt. We just went, okay, this seems like the best option, which wasn't obvious before.
Absolutely, and I think that goes back to video 1, which people might want to look at first if they haven't seen that, because we talked about tailoring decision analysis to the problem size. Not everything has to be a 3-month exercise or longer. In this case, it was probably an hour exercise at most, and hopefully you included your daughter in some of the value measures.
Yeah, right.
All right. So, characterizing this resource is critical. And so what we have said here is we've taken the actual resource, which is shown here in the black, which was a log normal. We kind of talked about this before. And then we had these 3 segments which were defined by percentiles of the log normal. We made them into triangulars. And then we added them together probabilistically and came up with the green line. You can see that's a green line is a very good representation of the log normal. So the reservoir engineers are going to want to see that. But you can see that this, if I think I'm on segment 1, then I'm actually believe I'm going to be on this red line, okay, or the blue line or the green line in segment 3. So adding these up probabilistically gives you this solid green line. And there are multiple ways to characterize this. I'm not saying you have to do it this way. There's lots of different ways, but you need to somehow understand that when you do an appraisal well or any type of value of information, it's not like a flag goes up and says, hey, red or green or yellow. It's going to have to be numeric somehow. So you need to think about how you're going to actually evaluate these things. All right. So how might information impact the optimal decision policy? So what is a reference case for value in DOI, value of information? Well, it has to be, what is the best option? What is your best option without the information? So I always like to use this example about a refinery. You know, they're trying to make some improvement to the refinery and say, well, if this particular part of the refinery goes down, the refinery goes to 0, and therefore replacing this part is worth X amount. No, that's not your best option. If that particular part of the refinery goes down, you would simply make different quality of products or something else. You would have an ongoing operation. That becomes your reference case. So it's really important to pick the right reference case, and if people are trying to, bias the results, they'll pick a reference case which is really poor, and you need to make sure that they pick the right reference case.
Mm-hmm.
And so then, before you do a VOI analysis, because you've got to go through and assess these probabilities and other things, you may want to ask the question, what is the value if I have perfect information? Because oftentimes that's just taking an uncertainty and moving in front of a decision.
Mm-hmm.
So calculate the value of perfect information. If that has value, okay, meaning you change some decisions, then it makes it worthwhile to do the value of imperfect information. Remember, perfect information also assumed that you had to pay for that information in some manner. So perfect information is not always going to add value because of the cost. And then this third bullet, discounted resource. Oh my goodness. Well, I guess you would never want to really do it on resource. You want to do it on some sort of economic metric. And then once you've identified perfect information as having value, how does imperfect information change? And then how does the concession life in this particular case impact the optimal decision policy? Whether we'll do that or not, I'm not sure, but the model certainly has the capability of doing that. But that could be, if one of the issues, one of the questions you might have is, should I be renegotiating contract life? That always comes up. And then it becomes a question of, well, do I assume that we will get a contract extension or not? And that becomes really an executive level decision whether you should do that or not. Oftentimes they don't want to assume that. Let's assume kind of the worst case scenario, we don't get the contract extension, what should we be doing? So we've added uncertainty in this conceptual model here, but we haven't added the value of information. You can see that all the decisions here are in front of, to the left of all the uncertainties. All right? Now, when I do the value of information tree, I've brought this segment indicator in front of the decisions to develop in the capacity. And I've added this other decision over here to gather information. So in my reference case, I don't gather information. I have to make a decision whether to develop or not. And then I have all my uncertainties. With information, I get to make different decisions. So you have to think about these two, this number one is being here, here, and here, where I can make different decisions on capacity. So we have if you watch the second video, we had a dashboard. This is the expanded dashboard where we've now said, for depending upon the indicator, I will now make separate decisions whether I develop or not develop. Let's move over to the model move over to the model, Alex, and we'll start playing with this a little bit. Okay. All right, here we go. So this is the same dashboard. This goes down here a little bit. But what I've done is split my screen, so there's a couple of graphics here which I think are really important we'll look at so we can understand the value of information. And right now, the model is set up where I am probabilistic. I'm using a 0.3 PI, but I'm not testing. And in the second video, Alex, we determined that the 49,000 barrels a day was the optimal decision. And you can see this is the active case. And in these two graphs, the two lines line up perfectly. We've kind of stored that reference case so we can do a comparison. All right? So now, let's add the testing. Okay? Now, let's assume initially, let's just do a little bit of sensitivity analysis here. Let's assume that we always develop, but we develop smaller when it indicates small and bigger when it indicates large. And 49, I guess, is kind of the mid. So that works out pretty well. So Alex, now what if we take our model here and we include a test? The model includes a cost for that test, by the way. But we don't have to get into the details of that. Let's just look at the value of information.
Yeah.
And we can do that. Oh, before I do that, we're going to look at perfect information. So remember those segments I showed you, 1, 2, and 3. We're going to be perfect on picking those things out. So with perfect information, we do the testing. Yes. And we can see how these graphs changed a little bit. So now the red lines are different from the black lines. The black lines represented our reference case without information, and the red lines are the active case. Now we might ask, oh, so let me do it. If I go to results, okay, and I'm going to copy that. I'll copy it over here. So this is now with perfect information. Now the question might be, well, what if I didn't develop this one? I just said no. And once again, we're running 1,000 simulations here. Well, what does it mean to not develop the small segment? That means I don't spend a lot of capital other than the cost of the test, by the way, Alex. And so now we find out, if we looked at this optimized variable, it went from, originally deterministic, or not deterministically, but with no information, we had 132. And then when we developed everything, we went to 224, and now we're up to 324. So we'll store that one. What I've done here, Alex, is I've just taken that vector of results and the inputs and given it a range name. And so it's easy to get to and then paste it in here so I have these for comparison.
Sure.
So now, it makes sense that we wouldn't develop the low resource, but you might want to ask the question, well, what if we did, maybe we shouldn't develop the mid one either, so we could just do that. 144, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think we even need to store that one. That doesn't make any sense to me. So we'll put that back to yes. And you'll notice that once again, SIPMath, the way it's structured, because it has random variables that are unique to every uncertainty, you always come back to the same answer. So once again, I'm back there to the 324.8. So now we might, just for kicks, why don't we go over.
Let's try what happens if we have imperfect information.
I'll tell you, Alex, let's go look at the slide. I think I need to explain what does imperfect information mean, because it may not be clear to everybody. I think I have a slide over. I think I have a slide over here on this. What is the difference between perfect and imperfect information? So with imperfect information, if the reality was segment 1, going back to that resource curve I showed you, then there's a 100% chance that I would interpret it as being resource 1. For segment 2 and segment 3. Whoops, excuse me. With imperfect information, it says if reality is segment 1, I would interpret it as being segment 1 75% of the time. 20% of the time I would think it's segment 2, and even 5% of the time I think it was even segment 3, even though in reality it was segment 1.
So let's play a game. Who is the first person in the comments to write error 1, error 2, which is essentially what this is?
Oh, they just can't write error 1, error 2. They need to define what those mean. Okay? That's where it becomes challenging. Okay.
That's a great idea. Write it down and define which one is which.
Right. So, and that becomes a lot more difficult when you get more. In here we got 3 outcomes, not just 2. So error 1 and error 2 become more difficult to define when you have 3 outcomes. And doing it this way, you can have 3 segments, you can have 4 segments, whatever you want, and it doesn't have to be symmetrical as well. You could have just 2 outcomes, and it will work as well, because you can invert Bayesian matrices that are not square. Okay, but it's really important when assessing these probabilities that you ask the question: given that the reality is X, segment 1, what is the probability that you would see segment 1 or segment 2 or segment 3? And these have to add up to 100. So by looking at this, it tells me they will be much more comfortable when it's in segment 1, because they're saying it's 75% of the chance they're going to see it in segment 1. Whereas if in reality it's segment 3, there's only a 50% chance. So they're kind of a risk adverse. They don't really want to say that it's going to be a really high outcome.
Yeah.
Even then, what the indicator says it is.
Yeah.
So
they don't want to celebrate too early.
Well, they don't want to get a bad reputation either. Remember these these folks are always they have their own biases. They want to be, if they're subject matter experts, they want to be right. They don't want to be shown wrong.
Sure thing.
Okay, so let's come back to this model again. All right. So now you ask the question: what if we looked at imperfect information? Oh, yeah,
It changed.
it changed. Okay. It changed so fast I didn't even see it. So does that, okay, so it went down, it dropped 100, or, more than a third.
Mm-hmm.
And was pretty close to the, pretty close to this situation where we developed everything. We didn't store these results down here, which is too bad. We should have stored these results.
Well, let's do it now. Just put it next to it.
Tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to come up here and I'm going to do a concatenate that and this and this. How about that? That kind of tells me the story. It was no, yes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
And we did, whoops, there at least be a value there. And this was the same thing, and this was a yes, 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 I believe, right? But these are the things the analyst is going to do is he works the model. He's going to say, I want to explore this area and so forth, and he's going to be constantly modifying the model.
Mm-hmm.
This is just part of the process, and that's what we're doing today is some real analysis. Okay. So this was imperfect information. So I think it's pretty clear here that, if I was to, maybe I should be previewing this to 70,000 barrels a day. Okay? Let's see what happens then. See, that went up. Right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But so this could take a long time trying to optimize this whole thing. So what we really want to do is we'd like to be able to optimize this. And we want to do this, I'm assuming we're trying to do this with a low-cost budget without buying a ton of software. We're using SIPMath, which is free. So let's try to use Solver. So Solver is over here. Solver. And let's optimize initially. We're going to optimize value creation. But let's optimize by, first of all, optimizing on the mid-indicator resource, okay? So we'll solve that. Now, if you had more robust optimization software, you could actually optimize on the segment 2 and segment 3 resource at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, because we're using Solver, which comes with Excel, no additional cost, we're going to optimize them independently because there's really no interaction. I mean, either I'm going to get segment 2 or I'm going to get segment 3. And so when this one finishes, we're going to optimize
So
on
what you're trying to determine is, given the imperfect information, given the uncertainty, if it happens to be in segment 2, what's the optimal capacity?
Correct. That's correct. There we go. We've got an answer. So it says that segment 2 should be 59.19.
56.19, yeah.
56.19, thank you. And so then we can go over here to Data Solver. And now with that information, let's change this one now, okay? Because we don't want to just optimize on one. We'll say solve. And so when we finish optimizing on both of those, we'll have a nice answer. And I feel fairly comfortable that it's going to be higher than this 327 we had. We're already higher at 241.
Mm-hmm. And what's the number for value of information, which is our green field? What does that mean? What does it mean when it's higher or lower?
Good question. Good question. Well, we've defined the criteria
Mm-hmm.
of a 0.3 PI, which means that if I had capital of $1 billion that I was spending, I would expect to have an NPV equal to 300. So it's the ratio of NPV to the discounted capital.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so what we're trying to do is we'd like to have NPV higher than whatever that criteria is. That's our hurdle rate.
Mm-hmm.
Oftentimes, doesn't matter what kind of an industry you're in, all the opportunities don't come to you at the same time. You've got to make individual decisions.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's important for the company to have a criteria to know when to say yes to a project.
Yep. And usually it's IRR.
Well, yeah, but IRR is something it's very difficult to optimize to that.
Yeah, exactly.
Because of the nature of the curve. If you have an IRR calculation, you really want to say, okay, let's say it was 15%, then you'd want to optimize on NPV 15, not NPV 10, okay? Because that, and so that works if IRR is really your constraint, but oftentimes you've got a capital constraint. And so you need to look at that and ask the question. And no matter what value measure you decide to use, I personally think the capital investment efficiency chart is the right way to look at this, because it allows you to compare the NPV and the capital. We're going to do that in just a moment here, Alex.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So let me go here. Let me capture these results as well. Hey, where did we end up here? We ended up at 244. And so actually these guesses our initial guesses of 50 and 60 weren't too bad. We went up to 56 and 77 when we optimized everything.
Mm-hmm.
But this is with imperfect information. Yeah. So even though the value creation, but let's tell you what we're going to do, Alex. Let's make an investment efficiency chart, a capital chart here, and we'll just get rid of some zeros here so we can see what we're looking at. Okay. So what we want to plot, even though we've optimized on value creation, we're going to plot NPV 10. So we're going to take. I'll tell you what. We can include this one here, this one was the no information. We'll plot that one as well. Okay. So we'll plot all of these guys here. And we'll do an insert XY graph. Always use XY graphs, folks. And then we're going to go to chart design, select data, edit, and then I want to pick up my capital, which is discounted capital right here. Okay. Let's see if that's right. How far do I need to go? Okay. And then we might want to just make it easier here. We'll make this, let's say 600. That's the advantage of the XY graph, is I can really manage what I'm looking at here. All right. So we could add some titles. We could have changed these titles up here to do things. Let's see. Let's put in this 1.3 DPI, right? Let me get rid of my split screen for a second here.
Mm-hmm.
And down here, I have I'm going to add these numbers. I'm going to make a line out of this, so it plots.
Mm-hmm.
We'll go back down to chart design, select data. We'll add, we're going to add a PI line, PI hurdle, let's call it that, okay? And the X values are these two, and the Y values are these two here. Okay, okay. And I'll click on this, right click on that, and I can say change series chart type, combo. Oh, here we go. PI hurdle wants to be a line. So now we can see, and what you asked about the definition of value creation,
Mm-hmm.
let me once again change this format, this axis, so it looks a little bit better. And we want to make this, ooh, what's it doing? Maximum of 29. Well, why is it showing 55 then? I don't know.
Maybe because the line is 5,000.
It should still be. Let me change this to 3,000. See what happens. There we go. I don't know why it was doing what it was doing. Okay. That's sometimes you just got to work through all that, right? All right. So now the value creation, this number we're optimizing to right here is 244, is the distance between this value and the red line if I just go vertical. So that's really an NPV number. Value creation is a form of NPV.
Mm-hmm.
And in our case, this is really an NPV 10 type of number.
Mm-hmm.
That's the NPV 10 above the red line, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I'll tell you what we can do here. Why don't we put some numbers? We'll just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Now, one of the things that people often want to do is they want to label all this stuff. So what I can do is I can come over here, click on the series, right-click, add data labels. Then I click on the series, right-click again, format the data labels. And then I can pick values from cells, and I can select these numbers. I don't want the Y values. Let me show that. Oh, I need to say okay, R1, yeah. Okay. Then I can turn that off and that off.
Mm-hmm.
And then I should be good. All right. So value 6. You see how 6 is way over here? It's
Mm-hmm.
got a really high number, although 3 looks really good, right? 3 looks really good, but remember, that was probably perfect information.
It was.
It was. So we can very rarely get perfect information from our appraisal row. So the difference between this 3 and that 6 represents the value lost, the value creation lost by going to imperfect information. And
Mm-hmm.
recognizing that we didn't optimize this perfect information, by the way, I don't think. If we had optimized this perfect information, this probably would have been way higher. This
Much
3
higher.
would have moved up here. All right.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. So now that we've got this value creation and we've optimized it, let's come down here again. Let me get rid of this formatting. Don't need that. And let's come back and look at these. Okay, we'll just put that over there. And then we can split our screen again. And we'll come back down here a bit. There's a lot of charts in this model. Remember how we talked about improving the downside and the upside? We talked about that early on in the presentation. And so our reference case with no information is that black line. And you can see that we've reduce the downside. There's a, you know, all this is reduced downside here, going from the black to the red.
Mm-hmm.
And that would increase the upside. We've increased the upside because we were able to go to a larger facility.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. When we saw that there was a big upside, because in our reference case we were at 49, and even in our imperfect information, when we see the big side, it's 77. That gives us the upside here. And if you're NPV oriented, kind of the same answer. I've reduced the downside and I've increased the upside.
Yeah. And when you say you reduce the downside on NPV, for example, chat, I mean, this is just for everyone who's watching, the likelihood of negative NPV decreased from 20 to 10, so halved, and the likelihood of positive NPV almost doubled as well.
Absolutely. And this is a really good point here, Alex, that don't be afraid to show these S-curves to your decision makers, because they're going to look at them and see them differently or ask questions around them. Well, the argument I get from most consultants is, well, the decision makers don't understand this. And my response is, well, take 15 minutes and educate them. You know, they're smart people. This is not rocket science to interpret what these curves mean, particularly if you explain it and say, hey, look, this vertical line here is a chance that I think it's a low indicator. That's segment 1. Now, the reason it's not the probabilities we saw before is because we used the Bayesian we inverted the Bayesian matrix, and it comes up with different probabilities. I think that's probably another subject, although the model does actually calculate the Bayesian matrix, inverts it.
Yep, exactly.
So explaining these S-curves and showing those results will really improve your credibility as an analyst, will help the decision maker understand the value of information, or see what the value is coming from. I think we have another chart down here. Let's go down here. I think we have another chart we wanted to talk about. Yeah, here we go. Now this one is, you don't see this very often, to be very honest, because it almost has to be done with Monte Carlo. But it characterizes where the information is coming from. In other words, we say, that we didn't actually calculate the value of information here, did we? Let's see. Let's calculate the value of information someplace. Okay, let's put the value of information right down here. So the value of information is equal to my value here less my base case. Remember, my base case here was no information at all, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to hold this constant, so I'll hit an F4 here and hold that constant. I can copy that across. So the value of information is worth 112 NPV above the 0.3 PI line. That's how much it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
That's quite a bit.
Can we somehow make a connection to how much the company is willing to spend to get the extra information? Not from this maybe, but in general?
No, I think you can. I think you can, because where's our investment efficiency chart? It's up here. So here's our investment efficiency chart. Let me make this a bit bigger here for you.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about this. Actually, let's get rid of the split screen again. And then we'll come down to our chart.
Yeah, go.
Is it up? Okay. There we go. Okay. So, one is no information, right? Where I developed everything, and I developed it with 49. And I spent a total Yeah, I guess I can just point to that number there. And if I spent 2.7. So by getting the information, I went with imperfect information. I went to 6. So I reduced my capital, but I lowered my NPV. Now, I don't really have any other characteristics. I don't have any other imperfect. Oh, this is imperfect. Oh, this was, okay, 5, I could compare 5. And so 5 takes less capital. Okay, maybe this gets to your point, Alex. 5, option 5, which is less than optimal for value creation, takes less capital than 6. And so if I was really capital constrained, if I was willing to give up this much NPV, I should do 5 to save this much capital.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But what we can see, and this is another way to think about this, if I draw a line, I'm going to draw a line that's just perpendicular, parallel to this, okay? No, that's not what I wanted to do. I didn't want to hold the shift key down. It's parallel to this. Then I take this line and move it up to what was it was 5? Yeah, 5.
Yep.
Bring it right through 5. You can see how 6 is just above that line. So 6 has got a better PI. It's adding value relative to 1.3 DPI.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but it's not much. It's not much. So, if capital was important to you, I think moving to 5 would be fine. You know, or you could optimize this thing with a capital constraint in there. Say, I don't want to spend more than 2.1 and see what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we could do that as well. So this analysis is something that, you know, kind of evolves. It's not like you can start at the beginning and say, well, this is exactly what I'm going to do, and it's done. You're going to learn things. You're going to come up with hybrid solutions as you work through it.
Mm-hmm.
So any other questions that you might have, Alex? Or we're going to pick up some questions from the participants as well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So if I come back here to this presentation, I just want to repeat that this value of information is not an easy subject, and you're going to have to spend some time talking to the decision makers about it, particularly if you show them a distribution of value of information. Now, if they're just accepting to that, and maybe they're accepting to it because that's the answer they wanted.
Mm-hmm.
Should I drill the appraisal well? Yeah, you better come back with an answer of yes. But in the case of an oil industry, if you drill a whole bunch of appraisal wells, when do you stop? You've got to have some criteria for when do you stop rather than just some gut reaction. I'd like to also point out that this analysis could be conducted with discrete outcomes and with traditional decision trees. I think using the SIP math approach is not that difficult and is very economical from a software perspective. And the other thing I'd like to point out is the SIP math models can be shared with other people, with the subject matter experts. They can go in and plug in different numbers and try it out themselves. Oftentimes with other decision tree software packages, the model or the results are not transferable to other people unless they also have the software and they understand how to use it.
Mm-hmm.
The other point is that other Monte Carlo software, such as At Risk or Crystal Ball, could be used for this, but they're not going to be as interactive as I've shown you here. You would have to go through some other gyrations, plus you'd have to get the graphics I'm talking about. You'd have to do some special things. We haven't really generated any graphics here, but my YouTube channel shows how to do that, and it's quite easy to do with SIPMath. It's almost automatic. If you want a chart, it's really easy to generate.
Mm-hmm.
And so I hope this session has helped people, and
I'm sure it did. The kind of the key takeaway for me was that often decisions have to be made under uncertainty, and one of the downsides of using proper decision science is that we come back to the decision makers saying, well, there's actually a range. And the typical response from many decision makers is that, well, the range is too big, so you're not helping me. So you've done the risk analysis and it's not helping me because it's just saying the range is too big. But that's the reality. At the stage of information that we are in right now, that's the best we can do, is a huge range. And then the right response should be, well, then maybe we should invest in getting better information before we make the final decision. Making a final decision based on this lacking information is not good quality decision making. We should not make the decision now. We should wait until we research and find out more. But that's not how humans behave. Instead, they say, oh, I'm going to go with my gut because your risk analysis tells me it's too uncertain. I mean, I can't make sense of it. I mean, it makes absolutely no sense to me. But this is what people do. They say, you've done the risk analysis. Your risk analysis shows that the decision is highly uncertain and you shouldn't probably take it right now. And the person goes, fine, I'm going to trust my gut on this then, because my gut is supposedly better than the analysis. But that's not what it's all about. I mean, this session that Brian just showed you is very powerful. It's actually explaining that if your initial analysis shows that the information is missing, then you can actually calculate how much it will improve your decision if you get that information. And when you present, again, don't make any assumptions, just present it back to the decision makers and say, are you sure you don't want to spend $1,000 to get a 50% improvement in the decision quality? And everybody will say, of course we do. It's nothing. Why don't we? I mean, I'm making up the numbers, obviously. But that's
I think the point I make back to the decision maker is, okay, it may be too wide. Maybe this distribution, whatever criteria you're using, is too wide for me. I want you to reduce this downside further. You can say, well, what decision would you be willing to change? Would you be willing not to develop the mid-size indicator, right? Yeah. So we can do that, but what's going to happen is it'll get rid of this downside, but it's also going to get rid of some of the upside, and your value is going to go down. So unless they're willing to change their decisions, getting additional information does not improve the analysis because the reality stays the same. Information doesn't change the reality.
Absolutely.
So you have to change the decision. That is a fundamental thing about value of information.
Which brings us to another very important point. It's all about trade-off. Right. And it's always about the trade-off between something and something. Time and money, cost of information and certainty. It's always a trade-off. And we have to come to a stage where we make decisions not do or not do, but make decisions in the context of a trade-off between something and something.
That's right. That's right. Well, and that trade-off, I think, oftentimes, I think particularly in the oil industry, and probably in other industries as well, it's how much investment do I need to make versus how much NPV10 or some other value measure I'm going to make. And this particular graph has been very valuable to Chevron in having a discussion and talking about what's important. I can convey that it was a few years ago, I had one of these charts, and I think I had 3 or 4 dots on, not this many, only 3 or 4 dots. Mm-hmm. I had all the senior management from that operating company there, and we spent 15, 20 minutes talking about 4 dots. And it was just unbelievable, how much dialogue that just generated, trying to understand why did the PV investment go down? Why did the NPV go up? And the pluses and minuses of all these different alternatives. So this could be a real good chart to stimulate dialogue. Remember, decision analysis is about the dialogue. If you don't have dialogue around it, we've missed the point. We need to get alignment of all the decision makers. In this case, if you're working with joint venture partners, you need to have joint venture partners as well aligned.
Yeah. So I hope this session was powerful to you. I mean, you obviously realize none of this is as powerful as a heat map with 3 different colors, but we've tried our best.
It's not as invaluable. I
thought I'll finish with a joke. I hope many people get. I mean, I'm guessing that if you're watching this this session, you already watched many others, and you get it. But it's not about risk management, decision making. It's not about heat maps. It's about something entirely different. So hopefully you found this valuable. And remember, just don't be shy. Decision science, decision analysis, risk management is not for shy people. Ask questions. If something is unclear, just write it underneath this video, and we'll get back to you. I mean, we'll collect all the questions and we'll get back to you in one way or another. So make sure you ask questions and have the conversations about this, because I mean, this is what some companies have been doing for decades. And it significantly changed and improved the way they make decisions. It's about time, I think, the general industry starts doing it. Oil and gas in general is pretty high up there on the maturity ladder. It usually applies some of the, I mean, oil and gas pharmaceuticals are usually using the state-of-the-art techniques for doing many things. It's about time we borrowed it into other industries as well.
And let's not forget, Alex, that this applies not just to the big projects, but to littler projects. And, as in your example of figuring out your daughter's wedding site, personal problems or decisions that need to be made, and they can be scaled back to a few hours.
Yeah, but the value of information is exactly the same. I mean, we were literally choosing the venue for the birthday. And the value of information for us was, well, we had to drive to the town nearby to look at the place in real life and not just the pictures on the website. Should we make the investment? I mean, it's 10 euros on petrol. Shall we spend half an hour of our time? It's the same trade-off. But the value of information, once you understand it, will significantly improve your decision making. Then you go ahead and do it. Thank you, everyone. See you in the next sessions with Brian.
Okay. Bye, everybody.
Welcome to Risk Awareness Week. My name is Ben Pickup, and today I'm focusing on how risk management and decision making attached to risk management manifests itself into corporate misconduct. And I suppose in the sense of the topic that we're looking at, awareness, I suppose what I'm looking to do is just create awareness of what those issues are that don't necessarily get looked at in a lot of detail. Yet we see time and time again more misconduct occurring. A bit about my background and experience. So I've mainly focused on financial services over roughly 25 years, and probably the last 15 of that have been in risk and compliance. And I suppose that straddled different jurisdictions and different disciplines within that in different roles. I've also spent a bit of time in retail, clothing retail, actually, with one of the largest global providers. And so I suppose the context there is, in that time, I've seen things unravel, good and bad practices, and those things, how they've translated into misconduct. I suppose the thing I'd say about misconduct is we shouldn't just think it's something that is about bad behaviour. Behaviour is certainly one aspect of it, but we also have the structure that, I suppose, creates the opportunity for misconduct to occur. What I've done in the last 5 or 6 years is really focusing on areas to do with ethics and culture. And by doing that, I've investigated a lot of misconduct cases and taken myself out of financial services, because it's very easy to stick to your subject matter. And as you'll see in the presentation, the issues with misconduct are not just solely with financial services, despite that's where most of the media attention appears to be. So the purpose of today's presentation is twofold, really. Firstly, I want to challenge thinking. I think too often we let these misconduct cases go by and we don't really sit on the learnings from them. So hopefully when we're going through this, you'll start to see the commonalities. I want to shine the light on misconduct, and as I said, both intentional and structural. But mainly what I would like to do is lay a foundation, which is allowing you to take what you see today and engage with the other presentations where they are providing more of the solutions. And so it's my hope that you'll see that this is a foundation impetus to start embracing some of those other concepts. What I'd like to do, though, and if you'll be patient with me, is probably start with a story. And the story really revolves around a turning point for me personally. So probably about 6 years ago, I was working for a large bank in Australia. And one evening, I was called into an office to review a submission to the regulator. And submission consisted of 5 files, and it was to do with complex products. And so what I was asked to do is look at the quality of that submission and the files that were going, and give a view as to whether there was any risk to the business with what was being submitted. Needless to say, even in a 5-file review, I was able to I suppose share with my peers my concerns with what it was telling me. And from that point, the investigation from the regulator spanned out much broader across the business. It's almost as if an onion skin was kept peeling back, and we kept seeing things that we probably hadn't seen before, or at least put those pieces together. And those kinds of things are the remuneration practices within the business, the pressures and the culture that emerge from such practices. And in some instances, we were seeing dialogue between intermediaries and internal stakeholders where there was significant pressure being placed on those people. And then there was the governance elements, which is, I suppose, you're seeing this conduct unravel, but you're now questioning whether the processes and structures have actually contributed. I suppose it was the first time really I had challenged myself, because to that point I'd considered myself to be very investigative, very curious. I would look into these things and satisfy myself whether I thought there was an issue. But it was the first time where I actually thought to myself, why do these things happen? And why do they keep happening? And a very significant question that popped up to me at the time was, what was my role in that manifesting? Because quite clearly I'm part of the ecosystem. And maybe I'm only one part of it, a small part, but my thoughts and my actions and what I do on a day-to-day basis have influence on what goes on. So the questions that sort of came to my mind were, is it just about a few bad apples? Is it the barrel, the company, or is it the system? How does corporate misconduct manifest, and why does it not get detected sooner? Where is the accountability? And I really believe to now, and I'll explain why to now, there's been a real moral agency issue. We've seen numerous fines and sanctions and enforcements placed upon institutions, but not really any behavioural shift. And to my thinking, that has to do a lot with moral agency and the concept that institutions or entities can't feel. They don't have an ability to feel shame and remorse. Individuals do. And why I say to now is I'm starting to see a real shift towards individual accountability, particularly in financial services where they're starting to introduce a lot of accountability regimes. I suppose the last question I had, and these are questions for you to consider as well, and please feel free to add further questions that you have within this presentation, but is it the very systems and processes of decision making and risk management that we use? Are they the root causes of misconduct, or at least are they root causes of misconduct? And I suppose the question that's not here, which is probably the most relevant, is why does it keep happening? So before I share my insights, what I wanted to do is just reflect on a number of misconduct cases and perhaps just pick out a few of the common causes there that exist across those. So some of you will be familiar with these and some more intimate than others, but what I've tried to do is pick a spread of misconduct scandals that aren't necessarily atypical. They are different sectors, different industries. So starting with Oxfam, the crux of the issue there was around sexual misconduct, and that misconduct occurring in locations where people were meant to be helping vulnerable, disadvantaged people, and were actually getting them to basically offer prostitution services in return for what they were being provided in terms of relief. As appalling as that is, I put the word consequences here. The CEO stood down. There was funding ceased for the institution involved, and then there was a reduction in donations. And I suppose the first question to pose is, do they ever consider the consequences of these types of risks? Wells Fargo, well known to you all, I'm sure. The many, we could spend a whole session just talking about Wells Fargo to be truthful. Incentives and performance were realistically at the heart of everything that was wrong about Wells Fargo. You'll see a quote there, 8 is great, and that's a reference to the then CEO saying that's how many products each customer should have. And if you speak to any stakeholders who work in institutions, getting them to have 1.5 to 2 on average is quite a challenge. So this idea that 8 is great, and then the incentive schemes that actually supported that, there was no wonder that some of the issues such as opening false bank accounts, even with dead people's records, started to become an issue for the bank. Certainly there's a lack of challenge and fear of speaking up. Fear and greed are attached to incentives and remuneration, in my view. Often we'll see situations in which greed is the obvious thing that revolves around remuneration incentives, but there's the fear factor in terms of not hitting targets and the pressures that come with that. No doubt there are poor decision-making practices and a real lack of ethical insight. A lot of these decisions that they made had ethical considerations, and quite clearly they weren't part of their mindset at the time. VW, Dieselgate, the emissions scandal, I don't need to go into detail of that, but there was a chronic ease there in terms of no one challenged that decision. It went on for 4 or 5 years, and in my mind, I don't believe that people internally did not know this was going on. Therefore, there was just this acceptance that even though that might have been the wrong thing to do, it just continued to allow it to occur. Certainly a level of hubris and overconfidence, and we'll talk a bit about overconfidence further on, but this was in relation to pushing back on EPA testing, where they were telling them that it was a technical glitch and not anything else. Again, we have the poor decision-making and ethics emerging its head. Certainly a groupthink in terms of bias, cognitive bias there. On a supervisory board that existed in Germany I think it was roughly around 80% of the people had some vested interest in VW. So needless to say, that decision-making was significantly influenced by that relationship. And again, we're back to incentives and performance. VW's major goal was to be the #1 in the world, and that drove all decision-making, structure, and so forth. I wanted to finish on something that's probably closer to my background. Some of you may or may not know of a Royal Commission that existed in Australia, and that's essentially a government-driven inquiry, and it was into financial services misconduct, and it was a backlook exercise over a 10-year period. And my story that I told you before actually became part of that process. Now, there are a number of issues, and we could spend a day talking about what unfolded there. But they again had issues of charging fees for people who weren't getting services, known as the fee for no service issue, even including people who had passed on. They had boilerplate approaches to the way they issued advice to customers, inappropriate incentives. You're seeing that theme starting to come up again and again and again. Changing risk assessment criteria without doing any testing, and that was relating to credit risk. And ineffective remediation practices. So even when they found out these things, the practices to remediate were found wanting. So I suppose some questions for you, and again, please feel free to add them yourself, but we must sort of reflect on this and say all these points that are on this page, and it's a busy page, all required a decision. All required an understanding of risks and consequences, and all clearly show deficiencies in those two aspects. So I suppose the question that keeps coming back for me is, these were known when they happened, and these span probably the last 5 years, and I could have put other companies up here as well that went back 10, 15 years ago. So the question is, why does it keep occurring? And why aren't we learning from our mistakes? So, not to disappoint, but for me, the very obvious thing that's the cause here is the decision-making. All roads lead to it and from it. And quite clear, when I've looked at the misconduct cases, the issue that keeps reoccurring is the ineffective decision-making practices. Now, it seems quite simple in terms of saying it, but it's actually quite complex given the amount of things that go into a decision, affect the decision, and so forth. And I suppose I sort of recall a comment made by Doug Hubbard where he says that the biggest decision you'll ever make is how you make decisions. And I just think that reinforces the point that it is decision making that's at the heart of this. Now, there's many things, as I said, that input, affect decision making, but there's three that I'd like to focus on particularly for the rest of this session. And they are the models or the methodologies used to inform and make decisions, the leadership and oversight that's in place around those decisions and the ongoing suitability of those decisions. And lastly, and it won't surprise you by now, I'd like to spend some time talking about performance and remuneration. In terms of models, it's more to do with what's actually being used to make decisions. What are the methods that are being employed? How is decision making coming together? Who's making those decisions? In terms of leadership and oversight, it's the skills. Are the skills in place to make effective decisions? The competencies, the capabilities? Is there appropriate challenge around those decisions and how they're being made? And are we aware of the biases that exist when decisions are being made? And Who has those biases in the room? And back to challenge, how are they being challenged? And lastly, as we've talked about, what are the structures in place around performance and remuneration? How are the conflicts that come from them being managed? And how are they being monitored on an ongoing basis? And needless to say, when it comes to decision making, these elements interact with each other. They're not binary, each can affect the other. Appropriate models can affect the ability of leaders to have oversight of what's going on. The structure of remuneration can be affected by the quality of the model around the risks associated with the performance management and so forth. And these individual components also interact with each other in the same way. I suppose the key point here is that they have some bearing on the culture that manifests. They're both affected by and they affect the culture. And as we've seen, a lot of the misconduct here is a byproduct of a culture that allowed this, I suppose, poor decision making and poor risk management practices to emerge. So let's talk about where it goes wrong, and we'll focus on each one of these components. And starting with models, the four areas that I probably want to focus on, which are very topical, they get talked about quite a lot, particularly the first two are methodologies, lines of defense, capability, and probably the last one that doesn't get too much discussion is around resilience. And we'll talk about each one of these in turn. And as I go through them, if you've got questions, please shoot them through. So starting with methodologies, in my time in working in the industry, and even to today, I still see subjective methodologies being employed by very large institutions who have big risk. And when I talk about subjective methodologies, I'm really talking about things such as 5x5 matrix, heat maps, the concept of inherent risk, and all these lead to some single point assessment that don't really understand the true nature of risk, its causes, its conditions, and the probabilities surrounding those risks. So that's a big issue I see around methodologies that still exist to today. There's a failure to really delve into intangibles. So a lot of institutions just don't bother with things they think they can't measure. And to my mind, that's because they probably haven't really asked the right question or arrived at the right decision that they're trying to resolve or achieve. And the best evidence of that is that many of these misconduct cases point to some rigor around financial risk management, but very little around non-financial risk management. And the methodologies, by and large, are very static in nature. They belong in risk registers or repositories that get looked at in intervals, whether it be annual or so forth. And risk isn't static, it's dynamic. Lines of defense, probably the most popular is the free lines of defense. A lot of the institutions that we've even talked about today, and a lot that have been involved in misconduct, and certainly most of the ones I've been involved with, use this model of free lines defense. And I suppose the question that comes to my mind is it still fit for purpose? If models are about effectiveness, whether they're designed or operating effectively, they have to be tested. And surely we've tested these enough by evidence of the misconduct to ask that question, are they fit for purpose? Now, I'm not here to be divisive. I'm here to ask the question, are they fit for purpose? If you've got any inputs to that or any views, please share them. In my experience, though, free lines defense creates a diffusion of responsibility. It's fragmented. Roles, responsibilities become unclear. Blame starts to emerge. And they are very common findings from misconduct cases. And I think the most compelling issue that comes from this, and it's not just associated with lines of defense, but it's in my mind, it's very closely linked to it, is that risk has somewhat become separated from decision making. We've become too focused on risk as mitigation, on governance, more about frameworks, policies, procedures, and compliance thereof, And it's almost taken a form over substance approach. And risk has lost its voice, it's lost its seat at the table. And again, I'm not just speaking from my experience, these are common findings out of misconduct cases. Capability, and I may be a bit controversial what I'm about to say, but if you think about the first 2 points I've talked about, those methodologies and those structures are in place. I have a sense that we're dumbing down risk management. And by that I mean everyone's learning the same way to do things, which I think are fundamentally flawed. But what we're also doing is we're taking well-credentialed people who have learned very good ways of doing risk management, and we're bringing them into institutions like this and then teaching them to do these methodologies. So we're actually depleting the skill set of people who've spent and invested a lot of time learning to do the right thing. And I was watching a podcast recently of a lady who is one of the most prominent people in ethics and compliance, and she mentioned this concept of fence paradox. And in short, the fence paradox is all about the fact that you could have a cliff that has no fence, and intuitively no one goes near it because they know that there's the risk that if you get too close, you obviously fall over. But the moment you put a fence there, people start to congregate close to it, creating a concentration risk. And I don't think this is any different to what we're creating in these environments. We're creating a concentration of poor decision-making and risk management practices, and in the same sense, creating a fence paradox, which then, if you've got concentration of poor decision-making, it's no surprise that you get a manifestation of misconduct. Last point I'd make is that I think risk and compliance particularly have this stigma about them that they are a cost center, that they struggle to demonstrate value add. I think that's surprising in the sense that you only need to look at the cost involved in misconduct to really see the true value in employing strong, robust risk management decision-making practices. The focus is more in these companies that have been involved on fixing the immediate problem, but not really looking into the cause. And I suppose that then comes to the point of this last point, which is there's a lack of investment in resilience. When it comes to putting money aside, the focus is more on growth, it's more on consumer-facing solutions, and not a lot on investing. And that goes back to fixing the immediate problem, becomes a band-aid solution. So there's no surprise we get a recurring problem. And I wanted to point, you'll see the comment up the top, it's a quote from an APRA report into the Central Bank, Commonwealth Bank rather, of Australia. And it talks about risk assessment quality as an indicator of cultural importance. So the context for that is that it was really in relation to projects and the absence or lack of risk management, risk assessing to support decision making. But I think it's also rings true of just risk management and decision making more broadly. Whatever decision model you take, how you make your decisions is a direct reflection on the culture that you're promoting within your business. So just wanted to spend a little time just, I suppose, unpacking that model concept and putting a bit more reality to what happens when we employ those models. So what are the pitfalls? What are the issues that emerge from here? So starting with reporting, most cases that are investigated by regulators and reported on point to a lack of rigor around risk information. And as I pointed out before, not really looking at non-financial risks. It's a failure to integrate risk decision-making, risk management into reporting and processes. And that affects ongoing the decision-making effectiveness. And there's a really good example in one of the reports that talked about this disconnection between boards. And you have a board risk committee and a board audit committee. Now, the board audit committee would traditionally look at the effectiveness of controls, the monitoring activities. But by default, they're also looking at those controls in the context of risk. But the reports highlight the disconnection between the committees in terms of information sharing. And so therefore we're exposing the risk committee to a lack of input from the audit committee around the risk profile and whether those risks are being managed within appetite. Most reporting I see is lag indicator. And by that time, you know, especially with these companies, the misconduct is already emerging or it's on your doorstep. And the last point, and I suppose this is probably, again, and get your views and questions on this one, but certainly my experience. When you've got subjectivity as the foundation for which you make decisions, you allow people to control the narrative, but you also get an element of aggregation and then dilution of risk. And therefore, by the time it gets to the real decision makers, the ones who are carrying the accountability and risk, they get such dilution that they've actually lost sight of the true risks that are happening in the business. The second part I want to talk about is perceptions. Now, needless to say, when these things go wrong, the focus comes back on the company and what the perceptions are of certain functions within that company. Now, many of these cases will have be supported by surveys that are undertaken, focus groups, interviews with staff or employees more broadly. And so these are a reflection collectively of those views that are expressed about the actual frameworks and the business functions within. So when it comes to risk, there's this view that it's more rules and procedural based, and it's focusing more on the performance of the frameworks and systems. Again, as I was saying before, a lack of value add, separated from decision making, but it's also this concept of risk aversion. It's more about mitigating risk than it is about supporting good decision making and risk considerations around the achievement of objectives for the business. The last point I wanted to talk about was just understanding or knowledge within the business. Many of the reports talk about lack of education around sound risk management practices. When you're talking about a big business, and we're talking about 10,000 plus staff levels, if you don't have a well understood and sound, robust decision-making process that is understood by senior managers and managers below, how are you expecting the people who are at the decision-making coalface to be employing the right processes? Projects, as I've said, absent of risk assessments, and the definitions that are employed out of the back of these models, things like I said, like inherent risk, personally kill me, because nothing's inherent in nature. It actually is counterintuitive to risk management, because risk is dynamic, never stops changing, always moving. To suggest something is inherent and static is actually counterintuitive, and perhaps is at the crux of the problem that when we take an inherent view of risk and we stick it in registers, we fail to see the I suppose, evolution of risk and management of it. So hopefully that gives you an idea from a model point of view, not just where the model issues lie, but what happens post that. I suppose I'll finish on these points. Again, when you think about the totality of this, what we're really seeing is a subjective approach to decision making, riddled with bias, because when you have subjectivity, you leave room for bias. You leave people either feeling overconfident, they either use their confirmation bias where they go looking for things to support their view, because you don't have enough facts to offset that. A big point is that we expose the people who are actually on the hook through employing these subjective models. Directors, one of the fears I have, and perhaps it's maybe contained to financial services, is that will we attract people to board, quality people to board memberships in the future, given that there's a increase, not just from director duty point of view, but increased accountability being driven through new regulations, new oversight, society pressures, and so forth. So if you think about a model that is so subjective, you're exposing these people. And one point I probably didn't hone in on the reporting is also riddled with volume. We're expecting these people to read 1,000-page submissions per quarter. Now, maybe that's not your experience, but in financial services, you can have any packs, quarterly packs that run between 5 and 100 plus pages. How do you get effective decision making? So exposure is a big issue. I've talked about diffusion of responsibility, accountability, the blame game that's attached to that. And last point I'd make about this is the inertia that is created in the business. So if you have poor decision making, subjective decision making, and you start to see what we've talked about here manifest, the people who are in your business that you're trying to convince that this is the purpose that drives the business and here's the values in which we aspire to and hold ourselves to account, the moment they see failure in those through practices such as this, you lose them. You don't just lose them physically, they will leave your business. You'll lose them mentally. They will cash out. They'll be coming into work, a means to an end, and therefore you've lost a very vital cog in your decision-making process, which is your people. Moving on to, I suppose, the second theme I wanted to talk about, which was leadership and oversight. There's a lot of talk about tone from the top, probably too much, and I think it gets stuck in that. And it's so much more than just the tone from the top. So I'm going to step through what I believe are, the key points that I suppose sit below that concept of tone from the top. Starting with governance. We've already talked a bit about reporting in terms of quality and relevance, subjectivity, but it's also about the structures of governance, how businesses set themselves up to make decisions, how decisions are brought to a committee and so forth. Meetings are a common issue. I can't tell you how many times I've seen very senior meetings without minutes being taken. Now, I'm all for open discussion, and I'm all for a relaxing conversation from time to time to allow people to really feel comfortable expressing their views of things. But when the regulators are coming knocking on your door, if it's not noted, it doesn't exist. And again, you'd be surprised how many times I've seen the absence of minutes or actions or decisions made out of committees. And again, I suppose that comes back to the point of exposure. We've talked about accountability quite a lot. I suppose the one point I'd add to around accountability is if you think about remuneration practices, which we'll talk about in the coming slides. If you have a remuneration structure that is supposedly pinned to your values and how you want to be perceived, whether that be your customer-centered or you act with integrity or whatever it be, the moment that the people in the business, the employees, see that there's a different level of application applied to managers as it is to them, and this happens. I've seen it happen time and time again where there is a reaction to a issue from, say, a breach or an incident, and people hone in on the individual's concern there. And they're the ones that get punished. And everyone's looking around where the decision-making occurs, and it occurs above the line, but there's no repercussions. So the moment that accountability has inconsistencies, you again lose your staff start to lose belief in what you're preaching. A topic it's almost as synonymous with tone from the top, but diversity inclusion is talked about a lot. All I want to say about diversity inclusion is it's not just a gender issue. That seems to be where the lion's share of discussion, and it's legitimate that we talk about that. I'm not disputing that. But when we're talking about the diversity in the context of today, we're talking about the diversity of inputs into decisions. Have we got the right educated people, the right competency, the right mix of generation and so forth to affect good decision making? So you can see it's far more than just where the focus seems to be right at the moment. And the inclusion aspect of it is there a culture within decision making that allows for challenge? Is there an openness? Is there an embracing of constructive challenge within it? Quite clearly, when you consider all the cases that we're reflecting on, the findings, you've got to ask yourself the very question, which is, has there been that challenge? Has there been that rigor within the decision-making process? Decisiveness talks more to urgency. Many of the cases talk to a lack of that, a lack of rigor in decision-making. Something goes wrong. There was a report that came from one of the regulators that talked about the time from when a breach is detected to when it's actually remediated with a customer. And by detected, I mean, when did it originate? So not so much when it was identified. And the span of that time on average for these institutions, the main institutions, was in excess of 1,500 days. And a part of that was around, once we found it, how long did it take to investigate? How long did it take to report? And then how long did it take to remediate? And those timelines were quite extensive. So this point of rigor and decisiveness talks very much to that. Prioritization is another issue around decisiveness. And if you consider what we've been talking about today, subjectivity, the lack of quantitative inputs, you're really using, and I know it sounds insulting, but you're using the tantamount to the finger in the air to make your decisions. And if you don't have good quantitative inputs, your prioritization becomes very unclear. And so that's another thing that sits under the scope of decisiveness. Overconfidence, sort of touching into more the cognitive bias area. When I refer to overconfidence, I'm talking about examples where, say for instance, companies are of the view that their financial performance is the litmus test for how well they're going and how well they're managing their risks. And certainly with the financial institutions that I've researched and been associated with, reporting lends itself more to that. There's one aspect, but it also clouds the view of other risks that are emerging in the business. And a more practical example of that is, there's this race around net promoter score, this idea that the leading indicator for customer satisfaction is this net promoter score. And there's an obsession with it. And it's not a healthy obsession because it's only one aspect of a customer lens. So when we see a rising index around net promoter score, it creates this overconfidence that we suddenly know our customers well, that we're treating them fairly, that they're a center of our universe. And what we might not be seeing is complaints history or an emerging feedback from customers around products, information about clients who didn't take up our products, not being put in front of decision makers to, I suppose, temper that view of confidence or at least challenge it. Halo effect talks, as you know, to where we look to an individual and, I suppose, revere their expertise, and they become the predominant decision maker in a meeting or whatever forum you might associate with. Now, the halo effect obviously creates a concentration. You're relying on one person to make a decision. There's a connected cognitive bias to this around groupthink. Everyone there's this consensus view that individual's view is right and we all agree. But I suppose the one challenge I would make to halo effect is that even expert intuition is a model of decision making. And yet, why do we never test it? Why do we never challenge the fact that individual's background may have not even considered the problems that you're trying to solve, may have actually failed at this before, may not have a good track record, but may just be an expert in what you're talking about. So we really need to challenge ourselves around relying heavily on expertise. It is certainly an input in decision making. I'm not denying that for a minute. But an over-reliance on it and a deference to it, whether that be by the fact that we revere them or we fear them, which is the other aspect. And I think it links back to your diversity inclusion point, which is, have we got enough diversity of thought in that room and challenge to not rely on individuals only? Skills, what I'm talking about here is leadership skills, really. It's certainly my view that a lot of leaders emerge through their ability to prove their technical prowess, and they rise through the ranks because they're good at what they do. And it's not to say they don't deserve the seat at the table. But my challenge again to that, and again, interested to hear your views or any questions you have on this, I don't believe there's enough emphasis on developing other skills necessary to be a leader. I'm talking about decision-making skills. I'm talking about understanding of human psychology. Why do people make the decisions they make? You can look at all these conduct cases, and instead of just doing process mapping, how about you do people mapping within the process to understand where conduct hotspots are? So I don't think we spend enough time on those types of skills. We also don't spend enough time on skills to do with introspection, this ability to actually take a step back and consider the decisions we make. That brings into play one of my favorite books, which is Thinking Fast and Slow by Daniel Kahneman. And this idea that we don't allow enough system 2 thinking to occur. And for good decision making, especially on the complex end, we need to allow more time and more rigor and more inputs to affect good decision making. Unfortunately, a lot of the thinking that's associated with a lot of the problems we've talked to today is in system 1 thinking. System 1 thinking is intuitive, it's fast, it's reactionary and voluntary. If you associate that with very key decisions, you can understand where misconduct can emerge. If we're making quick decisions, we're relying on individuals, we're relying on their expertise, we need to really step back and start thinking about the kinds of skills that decision makers need going forward. And talking about system 2, and I'll finish on this point for this slide, there's certainly been a lack of ethical lens. I don't see, in my experience, ethical decision-making frameworks or practices being employed as part of decision-making. Now, it's not the fact that it's the decision that dominates. It's a component part of the decision that's, for me, missing. If you reflect back on what we were talking about before around too much focus on form, processes, policies, frameworks, we're talking really about, especially in regulated environments, the letter of the law. But we should really be focusing on its spirit. Or to put another way, the difference between can we and should we. And quite clearly, that question has been missing when you reflect on these misconduct cases. And last but no means least, and I promise you this is the only slide where I use, an image such as this. It was the one that appeared obvious to me, but I think it's a very, very good image to raise a very important point. A lot of issues that emerge from remuneration and incentive, especially in the media, tend to focus on financial services. Now, by all means, that is where you will see it emerge more often than not. But hopefully by now, through the examples of VW and so forth, and look, I'd even throw FIFA into the mix there. If we think back to their challenges, and they're still happening to today around bribery and corruption, you have to challenge remuneration and incentive frameworks as just being a financial service issue and being a more systemic global issue when it comes to companies. So I want to step through a few of the key points from my point of view that are contributors to ineffective remuneration practices or performance models. The first one is around balanced scorecards. Now, if balanced scorecards aren't something you're familiar with, what they essentially are is a way in which you measure someone's performance against criteria. And the balance element is it's the balance of quantitative and qualitative. And associated with that are gate openers. And really, we talk about risk gate openers more often than not. And the risk gate openers are really just, around have they met the expectations of the company around risk management, risk taking, and so forth? And if they don't hit that hurdle, they don't get through. But quite clearly, when we think about the risk taking that's associated with misconduct, these either don't exist or they're poorly designed, and there's too much focus on the financials, on I suppose, the achievement of those. So as a connected issue, when there is issues, there is very little risk adjustment or deferral of payments. We're starting to see some of that emerge now in law, and I think this is a sad run of events. I think when it comes to trying to manage misconduct, I think we've sort of lost a bit of the momentum to influence that through the misconduct cases, and now the regulators having to step in. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with incentivizing. Quite clearly, it's how we're incentivizing. But what we see more often in misconduct cases is that when an issue occurs, there's a lack of responsiveness to, I suppose, revisiting the performance objectives of people or the way they're remunerated. It tends to focus more on the people who are associated with single incidents. So there's two things to my mind. There's a lack of more global view around when things go wrong, who should be, I suppose, for want of a better term, punished. But there's this lack of a collective accountability. If we think about the management teams that are associated with conduct, or misconduct, sorry, we don't see a lot of individual or collective accountability. And we're starting to see a bit more of it in the terms of shareholder meetings now starting to reject bonuses and so forth, but it's all upside. There's not this consequence aspect that I see. So there's no real effect on behavioural change in my view. I've talked a bit about the downside focused, but the only point I make about downside focused is it doesn't, in my experience, reward sound risk management practices either. It's all about mitigation, maintenance, and the absence of downside risk, not this promotion of good risk-taking and good decision-making. A byproduct of that is that management become very focused on short-term return and not long-term sustainability, and that's in the construct of these models. I've talked about inconsistent application and insufficient quantitative data. The point around insufficient quantitative data is even when they go about reviewing performance, they don't have inputs, enough quantitative inputs in which to assess who should receive bonuses or who's performed better than the other. It comes back to that whole subjectivity. In my experience, it becomes a matter of horse trading. Whose person do they think is better than the other person? Certainly a lack of board direction around establishing these practices. I'm not sure that I see boards getting heavily involved in this area. There's obviously remuneration committees with more formal businesses. But when it comes to actually setting the remuneration practices, it feels to me it's more structural, more framework orientated. Again, there's probably not that. If we come back to decision making or risk management, is there activity involved at the outset to really understand the scope of risks, their causes, the conditions in which they occur? And by conditions, I'm talking about what kinds of risks manifest 2 months out from achievement of objectives? What kind of risks manifests when it's end of financial year? So thinking about risk, not just in a binary fashion, but in a continual, I suppose, time frame is very important. And I don't think boards would go through that rigor. And I've already talked about calibration models, but the one point I would leave on that is that I believe that they kill a business more than anything. Now, if there's HR people in the room, please feel free to throw questions or comments about what I'm about to say. But when I say calibration models, I'm really talking about distribution curves where we must have 5% sit in the top and 10% in the bottom. Needless to say, even your logical mind starts to think about how much fairness is built into that system. And so I really don't support those models. I've been associated with them, and what tends to happen is you end up in a room with your peers, and it's almost like you're running a sequence of the X Factor where you're reflecting on who should go through to last round. You're looking at pictures and you're horse trading. There's not really much merit. I'm not saying that the people's performance hasn't been good or not. If it's not based on a rigorous performance management model with solid remuneration practices that incentivize the right behavior, in fact, I would argue that you don't need calibration models and horse trading if you have sound practices in place. So I suppose, sort of moving towards the end, where to from here? Before I scare you, I suppose I wanted to talk a bit about neuroplasticity, and you're probably wondering right now, what relevance does that have to do with what we're talking about? How does that relate to decision-making, culture, risk management practice? For me, it goes back to the skills element we were talking about before. I'm a strong believer, and only by my own failings, by the way, strong believer that risk management and decision-making has to move from its very siloed view of what that is. It's not frameworks, policies, governance. They exist, they're one part of it, okay? It has to move to decision-making theory, quantitative methods of risk assessment and decision-making. The idea around here around neuroplasticity is really around neuroscience, and we're talking about behaviors and understanding the way you think. There's a fantastic book by Norman Deutsch, I think that's how you pronounce his name, called The Brain That Changes Itself. And the book has absolutely nothing to do with risk management, by the way. But it has everything to do with neural pathways and the way they form. And it uses cases in here about people who were either injured, suffer from ADHD, or some kind of ailment where they're taught to remap essentially the way they think or the way that they function to find a new way to solve a problem. And so that's the connection I make with this book when we talk about the topic today. And there's a couple of really important points, I suppose, to leave you to reflect upon. The book talks a bit about culture, and not culture in the sense that we would hear it today. You know, in fact, I don't think anyone really has a good handle on what that means, and hence the reason I think it gets talked about a lot. If you went down the street and asked 20 people about culture, I'd probably tell you 20 different definitions, okay? But what I really like about this book is it talks about a culture, and it's actually talking about an Aboriginal type culture and how it emerges and the patterns and so forth. But the key points it raises for me is that culture is a two-way street. There's the thinking and actions that we employ that have an effect on the culture around us. But there's also the culture itself that affects our very decision-making and our thinking and our actions as well. So it's in a sort of a symbiotic relationship, so to speak. And whilst I think this is important, is that a lot of what you as professionals, whether you'll be decision makers or input decision makers, a lot of the way you think and act has a direct relation to the culture that emerges within your business. But also, if we're not aware of what's going on around us, if we're not aware of the issues that we've talked about today, the misconduct issues and their causes, they start to affect our thinking. You know, and not to go back to that very obvious example, but if we use subjective models like heat maps and risk, 5x5s and those kind of things, we become almost immune or insensitive to their ability to affect good decision making. So we need to be very aware of that. But as cultures evolve, as it says there, so does our thinking. And I think that reinforces the point. But what type of thinking, how do we want our cultures to evolve, and what kind of thinking do we want to allow to occur? And the longer that we allow these things to occur, the more sustained they become, but that can be in a positive or a negative. And the positive is what I'd like to focus on today. And this is my challenge to you as you start going through the other great speakers and I suppose more the solutions that will come out of those, is what positive aspects of those can you introduce to your culture to start shaping and affecting the culture? What can you, I suppose, investigate about your existing culture, reflecting on what we've talked about today and what you'll learn from other speakers? What of what you do now is perhaps maybe sending your business down a dangerous path, not necessarily to the gross misconduct that we've talked about today, but certainly down a path where we could get poor decisions made, which could translate into loss of revenue, loss of business, or it could be regulatory intervention. So the last point I'd make here is that we do need to learn from the past, and hopefully I've given you food for thought in that respect. Help to challenge our individual and collective thinking. So this is not just a matter of what we've talked about today, what it means to you. But take this back and start talking to your peers. Share this presentation with them. Pause on it, start to reflect on what we've talked about today. And ultimately, it's about how we start to shift the dial from the practices that contribute to the issues that we've talked about today, and how do we move it to more effective risk management, decision making, and so forth. So I suppose it's over to you at the moment to take this on board, to think about it. I think here are some questions. I didn't want to leave you empty-handed. Here are some questions for you. And again, on a couple of occasions I've asked, encouraged questions to come through for you. Please keep them coming through. We can all learn from them and share the outputs of them. I suppose they're questions for you to absorb at all times, really. But when you start reflecting on the other presentations, you start interacting with them. Here's some questions that I think really are good to think about when you start reflecting on the positives of what you want to take from those various sources. So the ones that probably stick out more for me is, what decision-making models are you using in your business? So reflect on what you're using as you start seeing other alternatives. Have you tested your models? Now, when I say tested, I don't mean have you functionally tested it? Does this, if I press this button, equal that? Have you tested it in terms of, is it making good decisions? Have you back tested it to see how it's maybe contributed to bad outcomes? A lot like the totality of some of the models we've talked about today that have been going on for 20 years, like 3 lines of defense. And yet no one, including the regulator, which astounds me, I've got to say, has sat there and thought, on the one hand, businesses, you're all making ineffective decisions using, poor risk management practices. But on the other hand, they don't question whether the very models that are being used are contributing to that. It astounds me, I've got to say. The next one I'd say is risk integrated into key decision-making practices, or is it separated? Are you more about mitigation? Have you got a seat at the table? Are you actually being part of strategic decision-making? Have you got an influence? Are you educating them, the board, the senior management, in the decisions they make? Ethical considerations. I confess it's a personal focus area for me. I'm big on the ethics piece. And the reason I'm big on it is because I don't see it used often enough. I don't see it practiced often enough. Do you have an ethical decision-making framework? Do you at least have ethical prompts in the decisions you make? This becomes particularly important where you're trying to consider what to do in relation to customers. And the decisions you make can make or break you in terms of remediation costs, all those things, and so forth. So ethical considerations also form part of just the broader decision-making process. They come in with the risk inputs and so forth. And the last one, if a regulator were to review your business today, what type of culture would they find in relation to decision-making practices and effectiveness? I think it's a very critical decision. It's almost probably starting with this one and then reflecting on the others. Quite clearly the other companies, when that happened, were found wanting. And hopefully, you reflecting on that, you can get ahead of the curve. I suppose the other point, so I'd just like to leave, is that today was never about giving you answers. It was about giving you awareness of where the issues are, the contributors to problems are. But I'm sure you'll agree that in order to find the answers or the solutions, we must first understand the problems. And I hope I've been able to do that today, show you the root causes, the problems. If you want to discuss this further, first and foremost, please keep the questions coming through. Secondly, my details are there. I will respond to every one of your questions. If you want to engage and have a conversation about anything we've discussed today, I fully welcome it. And lastly, I'd just like to thank you for your investment of time. It means a lot to me. It's a topic that I'm very passionate about, and I hope you got something out of it. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Hi everyone, and welcome to another workshop during the Risk Awareness Week. I thank you for your participation, and I highly encourage, just like I did in all the other workshops, I highly encourage to keep this interactive, ask questions, have chats in the comments below with other participants, share your thoughts. You don't have to agree or disagree with everything. You use this opportunity to have a proper discussion with us, with other participants, and remember, if you think this session is useful or you wish your HR or your finance department would have seen it, well, just share the replay with them. The replay is free. Watching this session is also free. Use this opportunity to help raise risk management awareness. And for this workshop, I want to present Benoit Ledusser. Is that the correct name pronunciation? Sorry about that. Benoit is the Senior Risk Manager for the Enterprise Risk Management in Via Rail Canada. And today he has an amazing case study to share with you. So over to you, Benoit.
Thank you so much, Alex, for the introduction and the invitation. I think Risk Awareness Week is a great thing to move the discipline forward. We've got to be less voodoo and more science, actually. So should be a fun day today. First of all, I'll say a very Canadian thing. Basically, I'm sorry for my English. I'm going to try to cut down the French accent as much as I can. Hopefully, you get what I'm trying to pass over to you. Basically, I'm wondering, is risk management in a rut? Are we so focused on the governance and the procedures and the process and not enough on the actual usefulness of risk management? When's the last time an executive asked, I need to take a business decision, rush, give me the risk register. I needed to take that decision. Even worse, when's the last time you've heard a risk manager actually pulling out a heat map for a personal decision? Like, let's say you renew your mortgage and you're wondering, should I go fixed rate or variable rate? Are you taking a heat map or a risk register to do that? No, you're taking a look at how the rates may evolve, what's my capacity to pay, what's the benefit, and then you take your decision. So really, risk management should be less about the actual process and more about actual decision making. And I'll show you a quick presentation on how it was done on a specific business situation we had at the corporation. And then we can talk a little more about the side of why should we focus more on tools and the analysis rather than the process.
Perfect. So over to your presentation now.
Here was our business problem. Montreal is a great city, but with the problem of any city built on an island, traffic is a plague. And by this I mean that if you're going to play a full-scale version of the Königsberg Bridge problem in Montreal, you're likely to die of old age. So people, like in many cities, commute using trains, buses, and subways. There's currently a large urban transit project that will in the long run improve people's mobility. That project is the REM, which is the French acronym for Express Metropolitan Network. It will be great in the long term. But during the few years of construction, let's be frank, will be a nightmare for folks from at least two train lines, the Mascouche line, which is the one here in purple, and the Deux Montagnes line, which is here, both stations connecting downtown Montreal. And as a business with both a headquarter and a station in downtown Montreal, a flag was raised that this could be a challenge for talent attraction and retention, especially in the current job market, which is very good with a lot of opportunities for good people. So it was decided to assess this risk in order to see what was its severity before we could consider if we should deploy mitigation actions. That's risk management at its best, using risk in order to inform better decision. So we could have gone with multiple methodology. For example, we could have done a risk analysis using purely arbitrary statements like high likelihood of a high impact. By itself, this is worthless. We could have gone with a risk analysis using a risk matrix with statement like we have between 20 and 50% chance of seeing a voluntary turnover rate of, let's say, 5 to 10% of the staff working in the impacted locations. Once again, not that useful. Or we went with option 3, using some quantitative methods to extrapolate an outcome based on plausible and documented assumptions. Now I know you may think, wait a minute, you want to do a quantitative risk analysis on something that's fluffy and fuzzy like a bunch of human brains that will be facing a situation that they never encountered before? Are you nuts? Well, I'll show you how we've done it. For a fair warning, nothing in there is super sophisticated, and just about any risk manager should be able to do this, or likely better. It's the result of about 3 or 4 hours of work, maybe one from a small team of HR specialists that provided insight and data, and the rest done by the risk guy. The second warning is that, yes, I've leveraged some tools along the way, such as Power BI, R, and At Risk, but don't get hung up on them. There's multiple ways to skin a cat, so everything I'm showing you today could be done in vanilla Excel, in R, Python, or if you're courageous, you could take 500 interns, give them dice, and do the same thing. You don't need expensive software. Model Risk by Vos provides a very strong solution with a lot of possibilities in a free edition, and you don't need to code like if you do the same in R or Python. Frankly, between this, R, Python, you can do some pretty amazing things for free. So, we've started by setting the scope of the exercise to what's the potential impact of this project on our workforce. As this was to inform management without disturbing all concerned employees because, well, let's be frank, they fill too many surveys, it was decided that a quick analysis should be conducted to see if we should explore further with things like surveys or interviews. We just wanted initially to outline if this was something material to bring to the executive agenda or not. So what are the parameters we needed first? We need to know how many employees are potentially impacted by the project, in this case without issuing a survey immediately. We also needed to know what are the risk factors that would modify the likelihood and the consequence of an employee leaving. Instead of grabbing them as a bunch, we took a more individualized approach. So we didn't know who take the train, but based on the team's knowledge, we knew that many employees commute this way. The train is quick, comfortable, very convenient. So no surveys. How do you assess the potential pool of staff that's at risk? What we had is employee files, including multiple variables such as home address, work location, performance ranking, position criticality, years of service, etc. Just to reassure you, this data was anonymized and only HR kept the key. I didn't need to know who was whom. I just needed to know that someone in that postal code was potentially exposed. It's important to protect data privacy. And same thing today, I will show you some later example. I'll only show you the specific of a totally fake employee. So in order to understand who was potentially impacted by this project, we've used Power BI to see who was in the danger zone. So this is Power BI. It's a Microsoft tool that's used for data visualization and exploration. You can do some light analytics in there, but it's mostly for dashboarding. The nifty thing with it is that it's very intuitive. You can just click and drag data in there. And once you set up your visualization, if you click, for example, you want to see the who's impacted on the Mascouche line, I could go and see impacted line, pick the Mascouche one, just click on it, and it's going to filter the visualization based on the decision I made. So initially, we just used that in order to properly understand who was potentially exposed to this risk. So we put all the employees, and then with discussion with HR, we said, okay, those people would not take the train. Those people might take the train. So we basically worked that up until we had the data set that you see here. It was useful because then we exported the data out of it and we filtered basically on the postal codes, because here, if I zoom in, those are actual people living in postal code. So I don't have the exact street address of the person. I just need to know that someone is here. And that way we were able to write up the data set that we've used for further analysis. So that was just really for some triage, but you can do more using Power BI if you want. Maybe Microsoft will send their secret police after me, but I can say that Tableau would be doing the same thing. You can do the same thing with R, with Python. So you don't need to use Power BI, but Power BI was available for the corporation, and it was really useful in that case just to get a better understanding on who's the population at risk before we could start taking a look at what are the variables behind what would make someone stay or what could make someone leave. So not everyone has the same likelihood of leaving. We had to think about what are the things driving this risk. And this is where I love my job, because I get to work with smart people. I often say I'm used to be the dumbest guy in the room, because I'm always working with highly skilled specialists that gives insight about their field of expertise. I've worked with geologists, with engineers, with human resources personnel, finance people, social media specialists, customer service people. You always learn. Well, my better half would likely say I don't need to be in a room full of smart people to be the dumbest guy in it, but that's another issue. The important thing is I don't know much about human resources processes, and I don't know much about what makes people tick. So, HR staff have been invaluable in order to identify those key factors, which we'll discuss in the next portion of this analysis. The key factor we came up with are, for example, we broke it down in likelihood and impact. For likelihood, we decided that the key factor was someone who had young dependents, so kids, because with daycare it's hard to add an hour and a half of commute. We talk also about people that had little time with the company, so just a few years invested in, which means that they're not captured yet that much by the pension plan. We also had the factor of the impacted train line. We know that the De Montagne line is much worse than the Mascouche line for the impact, so we rated that criteria higher. Also, we thought about, is the employee mobile on the market? So that's defined by performance level. If you're good at your job, it might be easier to find another job elsewhere. We talked also about the eligibility for the pension plan, because if you're already ready to retire and then you see that this extra hurdle of longer commute time, you may say, well, that's not worth it, I'm leaving. So there's the factor we discussed for likelihood. For impact, we kept the high performer one. So basically, if someone with the highest performance will have a bigger impact. And we also use critical position that we have mapped out. Basically, for us, critical position is something that's key to our operation, and it's not something you can find easily on the job market. So yes, I know it looks a little bit like a heat map because we're talking about impacts and likelihood. But if you take a look at the graph, you'll see that every single dot is someone. And the color code is basically the performance level in that case. The shape is which train line the person is taking. And yes, I know it doesn't look like we have a lot of high performer because our critical position, because this is pretty sparse as far as those two quadrants are concerned. But it's because here we have a mix of unionized and non-unionized employees, and unionized employees are not getting ranked that way. So this is why we have more people here. But I assure you, VRL's got very good people working for it. So basically, what we've decided is create 4 quadrants with high impact, high probability, high impact, low probability, low impact and high probability, and low impact and low probability. And that's a good way for us to see how people are distributed based on their likelihood and impact should they leave. One key thing here is, as a first step, I don't know who those dots are, but HR does. They have the key. So they can contact managers, for example, to start thinking about plans, either for groups of people or for individual, in order to accommodate them. So we increase the likelihood that they're going to stay with us and keep helping us reach our objectives. So that's a first thing. This is why this is already better than a heat map. Because you can use that to take better decision, and that's the whole point of it. That's been done through R, so that graphic is done through the ggplot2 package in R. Once again, it's a free software. We also used R to run some statistical testing on the data set we had, because we took a look, for example, of employees that were living in those areas where they're at a higher risk to leave the corporation early, for example. So we did a couple of statistical tests in the background, nothing earth-shattering, nothing super significant. But at least it helped us in this case. The next thing we done is we could have stopped there. I mean, it's already a start because you can communicate that to a board or execs and say, well, okay, you've got those people. We always say we want to retain our top performers, but here how many are that we consider the high risk of leaving. We could have stopped there, but we decided to go further in order to better support decision making about this. So we took the data at the back of this graph. There's basically a database at the back of this, and we decided to run a Monte Carlo simulation using that and some further discussion with HR. That's the next thing we'll take a look at together. So it's time for the Monte Carlo simulation. So we've put the data in Excel because the software I'm using is at risk from Palisade, meaning that it's an add-on to Excel that extend the possibility of Excel, especially for Monte Carlo simulation, and anytime you want to put distribution in one of your model. So basically here I've got the data. This is the fake employee line, but at the bottom I've hidden the actual data. So if I open this up, you see that all those lines have been blacked out. But if I click, for example, here you see that I've got data beneath this, basically stating where the person is living and all that good information. I'll just hide it back because we don't need to see the real data for today. Let's take a look at the variables. So this is the data set that we got out of R. So you get basically an ID. That's the secret ID from HR, so they can figure out who's whom. The person still active, living in Laval. This is the postal code of the person. That person is taking the Deux Montagnes line, the Montagnes line. The person's got dependent, 3 of them, 6 years of service. And once again, we did code the variables at the back. So some variables are worth more than others in order to establish which quadrant the person is. For example, someone tagged as a critical employee, it's a higher impact than just someone who's a okay performer, for example, obviously. That person is not eligible for pension during the construction of the project. If they got good risk management, hopefully they will be done by 2025, which means that in this case, the person will not be able to retire before. It's a male. We don't use that variable in the model, but we could have it if we would have thought that it would make some sense. The person is middle management, so non-unionized. The person's got a very good talent review with as seen as an emerging talent in our categorization, so that's good, and that's worth a point in the likelihood and the impact scale. The person is in a critical position, so here we are at critical. When we take a look at the number we've associated it with, it's 2. The person works in HQ. So basically, all those are the information taken out of the HR database, and here is us calculating where the person is for likelihood and impact, so which quadrant. So we see which trigger the person has. Then we evaluate the cost of replacement. So that's obviously a fake salary, but it gives an idea about how the whole thing works. So we start with the salary of the person, and now we had to discuss how do you evaluate the cost of replacing someone? And we didn't have internal data, but a little bit of research gave us general market numbers. Basically, we're saying that to replace a frontline employee is about 6 months of wages. That would include recruiting a new person, loss in productivity, ramp up of the new person, all the administrative costs of getting someone in. So that's 6 months for a frontline employee, and it goes up to 18 months for an executive. So we're somewhere in between for most employees. So what we decided is we had the chat with HR, and they were agreeing that, okay, it's about 6 months for a frontline employee. It's about 9 months for a middle manager. It's about 12 months for a senior technical specialist or for a high management, and it would be 18 months for an executive. So this is what we have here in this case, because it reads middle management. We gave it a value of 9 months, so 0.75 year of wages to replace that person should the person leave. Next step is to evaluate what's the likelihood of the person leaving. And we've done it by quadrant. So basically with HR, we sat and we had discussion based on their expertise and their experience. And we decided, okay, well, what are the likelihood of departure per quadrant? We could have went with a firm value, like a single point, like 20%, let's say. But we didn't feel completely at ease because there's some variability, so we decided to model it as a distribution. So basically, the percentage of someone leaving in a quadrant is a triangular distribution. In this case, it means that I've got the minimum likelihood that we see that that person takes the train and would leave is 25%. The high value here would be 55%, and the median, or what the most likely value in a triangular distribution, would be 35%. So here, those parameters are part of my distribution. So basically, at risk gives you the possibility to define distribution in your model and to provide outputs. So basically what we have here is a triangular distribution using the parameter we just discussed. So every time there's going to be an iteration of the Monte Carlo, it's going to put a value there from that triangular distribution with the parameter we just discussed. Correlation-wise, we decided not to put any correlation. Correlation are important because they will broaden your risk distribution. That means that more people are likely to stay or more people are likely to leave at the same time. So you take some of the values, it doesn't change. But in our case, we decided not to do it for the reason of we couldn't really tell if people would leave in group because other people were leaving. So we assumed that we're all selfish. That's once again an assumption. You carry assumption in your model. So we say no correlation between departures. What we have then is a binomial distribution, which is a kind of a coin toss, but with a funny coin. So basically what we're doing is we're saying that for every iteration of the Monte Carlo, it will take a look at the probability here, run a random number to see if the person leaves or stays, and then it's going to give a 1 if the person leaves and a 0 if the person stays in the corporation. So at the end, I've got the value here, which is a formula of did the person leave or not, so that's AX2, times the number of months I'm going to need to pay to replace that person, times the salary of the person. All of this could have been wrapped up in a single cell. It's easy to do with any good software, but you get into nested statements and things that are more complicated. And frankly, if you're the only person putting its big nose in the model, it's not an issue. But if you have to explain the model and be transparent about it, it's easier I find, to lay things out in separate cells and then explain it step by step like we've just done it, instead of trying to show nested statement with parenthesis and trying to get everyone to understand this. Once again, your model should be easy to understand by other people whenever possible, especially really simple models like this. So what we have is we have that same calculation done for every employee in the database, and we end up with a sum of all the employees. So every iteration, it will take a sum of all the costs of people living or staying in the corporation. If you're wise, you might see that I multiply this by a factor. This is just a random number I've hidden somewhere else in the file, so you don't see our actual numbers, just to keep something private. So BT2 is going to remain a secret, but it was not part of the original model. That's just for the demo we're taking a look at. So we've got the model. We've got our assumptions in. Everything's documented. Let's run it to see what insight we can gain out of that Monte Carlo simulation. So now that the model is set up, let's run it. Typically, we run more than 5,000 iteration, but I'm just going to try to keep this one short this time. So basically what the computer will do, for people not familiar with Monte Carlo simulation, it will pick for each distribution in the model is going to pick a value based on the distribution. And here we are, we have the potential exposure of the corporation to the losses. So let's take a look first at the employee. So basically we know that the employee will have between 25 and 55% chance of leaving us with an average of, a median, sorry, of 35%. So basically here we are, we're saying that the expected value of the distribution is around 38%, so that makes sense. So in most cases, that employee costs 0, but when he's leaving, he's costing around, precisely $75,000 to replace. So that's one employee would have this for every employee. But what gets interesting is when we take a look at the sum of all those losses, because this is where you get actual power of to predict things. So let's take a bigger look. Basically, what we're saying here is we've got 90% chances that the losses, according to the model, will be between $1.933 million and $3.717 million. So this is the range of values that 90% fall here. What I can do with this now is figure out what's my best case scenario. Well, best case scenario we have here is 900,000 basically dollar of losses, and the worst case that the model can come up with, and once again that's if the model is a good reflection of reality, is $5 million in replacement of personnel. That's quite interesting. What I could do is, let's say I find it's going to cost me $3 million to rent office space closer to people's location, and I want to know, does that make sense? So I'll just change that here. I'll just change that here for now. And let's say I want to know what's the likelihood of us that it will cost less than $3 million. So I'm going to put 3 million here. So I've got here basically $3 million. I've got 66.4% chance of being under that 3 million, and only about one case out of 3 which would be higher, which means maybe it makes no sense if the rent is that expensive. Let's say it costs me 2 million to mitigate that risk. So I'm putting in 2 million. If the rent is 2 million, I've got 93.3% chance that I will actually be saving money because I'm going to keep more people on board, and there's only 6.7% chance that I've wasted some money because I would not have needed to put that money in here. So we always wonder, what should we do to mitigate the risk? But you need to cost that. You need to do a trade-off to see, is it worth it or not to do it. This enables you to do such thing in order to take better decision. You can measure the likelihood of success of making profits. You can use that for technical system as well, for more health and safety risk analysis. If you got multiple controls with likelihood of failures, there's a lot of application of Monte Carlo simulation, and you need to be careful. There's a lot of traps that you can fall into and methodological mistakes you can do, but it's going to beat heat maps, that's for sure. So overall, what we've done is first decided not to go with a heat map. We decided to go with better tools. So that was the first step, and it's a very important step. Second one is we got experts around the table with some data in order to have the discussion about the potential risk. We figured out the scope of the problem. We came up with a tailored methodology specifically aimed at this problem, because one size does not fit all. You need the right tool for the right job, so you cannot just apply the same type of analysis to every problem you have. We used Power BI to figure out who was potentially impacted by this project. We used R for some statistical testing and some visualization, because we can all use a little bit more science in our day-to-day. We created a new data set with values for the risk variables that we came up with around the table with the experts. We used this as a basis for a simple Monte Carlo simulation that we ran and were able to provide the value out of it. And we gained enough insights to put this issue on the map, and we followed up by a survey and further action. So this is still an ongoing situation. Did we follow ISO 31000? Yes, kind of, because ISO is so high level that you can use it for good and you can use it for evil. But you got to remember, for me, the high level stuff, it's often not as useful as the analysis itself, supporting decision making. Risk management does not exist for its own sake. Risk management serves the business. It's not the other way around, right? An analysis like this on something as core as having the right staff to keep on achieving your business objective, it's better doing an analysis like that than say, yes, I can prove that I've conducted a yearly review of my ERM framework or a quarterly review of a risk register, because by then it's too late for it to be useful. This is where we need to go and to move as a discipline. Don't get hung up or put too much focus on the process itself. We need to make ERM work.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. Let's try and summarize it. What are some of the key takeaways you want people to take away from your presentation today?
Well, definitely one size does not fit all. It's nonsense to try to use a risk register approach to just about any business problem you have. So you really need to tailor the tools and tailor the analysis to your specific problem. It can be building a model, it could be using machine learning, using statistics. There's multiple ways to go about it, but none of them are just sticking to heat maps and basically with risk register. One of the issue with the process is that we want it to be auditable, right? This is one of the things. Most ERM right now is compliance-based. The boards wants it, the execs wants it, regulation sometimes wants it. Trouble is when you're doing it so compliance-based, basically you have auditors that are not necessarily subject matter expert coming in. So the approach they take is basically a checklist. So check, you have a policy, you have a framework, you have procedures, you have a risk appetite, you have a risk register, you have, let's say, a treatment plan list where everything is on track.
Risk reports are quarterly, check.
Yeah, exactly. And then you can say, I've passed my audit while delivering very little values to the business. As long as we're focusing too much on the process, and I'm not against ISO or COSO, I mean, they're good framework. They can provide insights. Yes, you need some type of governance, but you got to minimize the time you pass on governance. And Alexi, you're often referring to risk management type 2 versus type 1. So a little bit like in data science and visualization, we talk about the data to ink ratio. So the useful stuff versus the not so useful, the clutter, the confusing part. Same thing with Nate Silver and his signal and the noise. You want to focus on the signal, not the noise. And RM2 is the actual signal you're trying to gain value out of. So that would be one of the key takeaways is you need to tailor the tool to what you're trying to do. And don't think execs are done. I mean, often I hear execs will not be able to understand the output from a Monte Carlo simulation, but that's nonsense. They're there for a reason, and I think it's kind of insulting saying that they can't understand that stuff. Don't you think, Alex?
I totally agree. I mean, in fact, when I showed the results of the simulation we've done on the business strategy to the CEO, who was the ex-deputy prime minister of the country, a good economist, but nowhere mathematician, he said, finally, it makes sense to me the way it looks and the way it communicates the messages. Finally, I get it. And he hated heat maps. I mean, I was kind of lucky. My CEO hated heat maps passionately. He was saying, what is this telling me? How am I going to make a decision based on, colored bubbles? And he said, finally, it makes sense. I completely agree with you that I think it's just a myth that risk managers made up to blame executives that they don't understand simulations. I mean, every single CFO does scenarios. Every single investment executive knows how sensitivity works. It is so inherently simple to understand that uncertainty makes things volatile that I really don't believe we would have too much trouble with that.
Yeah, precisely. And I like the fact that talk about simplicity. The example I shown you was not a complex simulation involving actuaries and tons of data. It was people around the table having a good discussion, listing the assumption clearly, being transparent about them, and doing the Monte Carlo. It's possible. And if you're an exec or if you're a manager, a board member listening to this, ask more of your risk manager. That's what I have to say. If they're only providing risk register, they should be doing more for you to help guide the business to take better decision, basically.
And this is a very powerful message, and I want everybody, every decision maker who's watching us now, to really kind of take it on. Ask more from your risk manager. If the risk manager is just giving you quarterly risk reports, they are useful for auditing purposes, for S&P, for Moody's, for Fitch, for your insurance company. They're useful, and you can still make money by showing those documents. But are they helping you make the type of decisions that you have to make every day? Are they giving you additional, new, surprising information that you didn't realize to help you make decisions? And I mean, we in the risk profession, we kind of know the answer that they probably don't. But that's why we have better tools. That's why we have better methodologies to give you insights that are not obvious to a human. I mean, the biggest takeaway for me was I once did a risk analysis on the plant modernization. And to everyone's surprise, we realized that the strategy that the business was going with was not going to add sufficient value. And in fact, it actually wasn't going to save the business from bankruptcy. So they ended up settling for a completely different strategy. And risk analysis helped to simulate and highlight whether it would or wouldn't work. And everybody was kind of surprised that it was never going to work. but everyone was so passionate for 6 months. They were going, we're going to do this and that and that. And then we've done a calculation in literally a week and said, well, none of that is going to help you. You better think of something else. And they ended up doing something completely different.
And you mentioning time is an interesting thing, because most of the time when I hear people saying it's going to take too long to do a proper risk analysis for a project. Well, first, if you don't do it, you risk the project itself or the business strategy. And the other thing, it's not that much longer. The example we've shown you today took a few hours of time. And I'm ex-military, so risk management is part of how military personnel operates, because everything is a risk. Snipers, IEDs, artillery, you always think about the risk. You don't get a heat map. What you do is you take all the information, the intel you have, you update your probabilities and your plan based on what you have. It's not something that takes time. I've done risk assessment while getting shot at, because you need to take the best decision. So it's not a matter of taking too much time. It's a matter of, it's worth it to take enough consideration and get that system to thinking a little bit in order to get a proper decision out of it.
Which is another very powerful point. Essentially, I mean, if we kind of really boil it down, risk management is a simple trick to switch our brain from system 1 thinking to system 2 thinking, using Kahneman's terminology. And switching to system 2 thinking is much harder than it seems. It's not a matter of let's have a wonderful chat and let's move sticky notes around, or let's color bubbles. And that actually does not switch system 2 thinking on. You have to, drill down into what the assumptions are. You have to challenge assumptions. You have to decompose a complex problem into much smaller logical pieces so our brain begins to comprehend. But we are not that advanced at analyzing as human beings. We're not that advanced at analyzing complex situations. So we need any kind of assistance we can get. And risk management too has a lot of in the tool set that we can use.
Definitely. And last thing is, how do we get out of, right now we're stuck in the positive feedback loop from hell. Basically, we have people using standards, which are vague. And like we were saying, we're lazy. So if the standard is vague, ISO is not asking for Monte Carlo simulation, for example. People go the easy route. And the solution peddlers selling software, I'm not talking about simulation software, but the ERM software, they'll sell their solutions for qualitative methods. And then you have the auditor go and say, okay, the qualitative methods are enough. And then you have people teaching this in school, and then you have consultants using that. And we need to break that feedback loop that just go increasing. And the way we do that is by having things like Risk Awareness Week, when you have people trying to push against that, those old notions that a risk register is enough.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, this is the whole week dedicated. So make sure you share those workshops with the people that you think will benefit from this alternative approach, because there are people on the planet that have been doing exactly this for hundreds of years, for decades, that have been using proper risk analysis to help make decisions. And you don't have to reinvent the wheel. I mean, none of the tools that we're using, I mean, Monte Carlo, the fact that we simulate, that was done since 1946. I mean, it's embarrassing how old our tools are. I mean, I wish we had something new and amazing, but the only difference is that now we can do it in seconds in Excel, and some of the software is even free, which is mind blowing. So there's absolutely no reason not to do it. But yeah, it's bizarre. And I mean, external parties, unfortunately, like regulators and the national institutes and other associations have a huge role to play. I mean, I think it was David Vossi who, in his article, quoted from some of the, yes, it was him. He quoted from some of the maturity models, which literally say, hey, having just qualitative risk assessments is more than enough. I mean, this is just, I think it's negligence and incompetence, and it's horrible that we have people, claiming those things, because there's Douglas Hubbard, who with his team has done extensive research which suggested that claim is simply not true. That is not true.
Precisely. So once again, thanks a lot, Alexis, for organizing the whole week. I think it's pushing the discipline away from magic and more towards science. So that's always a good thing. And thanks for having me. It was a pleasure.
Thank you. And I once again encourage everyone to ask questions and write in the comments underneath. And we'll see you in the next workshop.
Finally, Alexis gone, and I can hijack this webinar. I'd like to say that I'll present you a gag reel of this webinar, maybe to get a few laughs and finish on a good note. But instead, I propose we tackle together one of the key challenges if you're doing a quantitative risk assessment, especially when you have little data. Basically, getting distributions and probabilities out of gooey masses of neurons, human brains. So if you're feeling a little bit nerdy, please stay tuned, and thank you very much.
Okay, here's a little extra for nerdy folks. One of the questions that is often avoided in textbooks about quantitative risk analysis is how to get the distribution that will feed your model. At first, this was a significant hurdle for me. How do you do it? It looks so simple in the book, but when you're around a table, it's not that easy. If we are to increase the adoption of quantitative methods, we must avoid making them so occult that people are afraid of them. It's a little bit like when doctors and lawyers were talking in Latin, so no one would understand what they do. So let's get back to the challenge of getting distribution for our model. There are multiple ways to do it. If you have data, great. Most quantitative risk management software will come with a distribution fit tool. You select your data, you launch the function, and voila, you know which distribution to use. But wait a minute, was the data representative? Did you have enough of it? What if there's a very material but very rare event that is not part of the data? To take the great Taleb's words, are we in extremistan while using data from mediocristan? Taleb was saying that in extremistan, inequalities are such that one single observation can disproportionately impact the aggregate or the total. Basically, that's like talking about safety incident in a nuclear power plant. Most of them will be small stuff, like someone getting injured or a small failure in a secondary system, a burnt light bulb. But once in a while, you have that meltdown or potential for a meltdown, which will have so much of an impact that it kind of avoid your whole distribution. So if I'm using data which does not contain those potential extreme events, my model is flawed. Using a distribution fit is all right, but you need to ask yourself some questions first about the quality of the inputs. Two other options you can use are to use expert opinion using simple distribution, or to use more sophisticated methods like the Sheffield elicitation framework by O'Hagan and Oakley. Let's start with the case where we have expert and we can reach some consensus on simple distribution like triangular or uniform. Anytime you generate a distribution, you bring assumptions on the table. You must be cognizant of that. Remember that assumptions are required to build a model. They can be wrong, but they're not bad or evil in themselves. You need to be transparent about them though. Build your model the right way, and when you get challenged on your assumptions, you can always adjust them, but always put them out in the open. A key quality for a good modeler for me is honesty. Another point is that the world is not triangular. Not every project or operational distribution is a triangular. Triangular distribution typically fix your lower and upper limits, which can be an issue, and they also may give you a fatter tail than you want on one side of the distribution if it's not symmetrical. A distribution that can be used for a lot of application is the log normal distribution, which is sometimes a better fit. Usually, to set a log normal distribution, you need a mean and a standard deviation to create it. But getting those parameters by talking around a table surrounded by engineers, project manager, operational staff, are you kidding? It's not really easy. And I would not necessarily trust the results. We may be close to identifying a mean when we talk, but to come up with a standard deviation is not something that's intuitive when you're having a discussion about some potential distribution. If you are using a good risk management software, you should have alternative ways to define a log normal distribution, such as using the risk log norm alt from @risk. That was a mouthful. To use those alternate parameters, you need to input some specific data points, and then the software will generate the distribution. For example, you give p-values of 5, 50, and 95 for your distribution. So what's the low case you see happening once every 20 times or less? What is the halfway point? And what's the worst case you see happening once every 20 times? Let's take a practical example, it's going to be easier. Let's imagine that I run an automobile repair shop. I replace engines all the time, but the duration varies according to the model of the car, the amount of rust, I don't know what can happen. If I strip a bolt or anything else, Murphy's Law can bring along. Let's pretend I know my stuff, and then one car out of 20, so that's 5% or P5, will take me 3 hours or less to replace the engine. That's the good day where everything's just working the right way. Let's say usually I can expect that the midway point is 5.5 hours. That means that half the observation will be lower than this, and the other half will be more time to replace the engine than that value of 5.5 hours. Finally, the dreaded complicated car from that exotic country. The car's got a few strip bolts and there's a hard to reach spot behind the radiator to unhook the whole thing. So that car I get once every 20 times. Let's say the time is 11 hours or more. I have those 3 points, and now I can use this to generate a distribution. So this is using @risk in order to generate the distribution. So what I've done is I've opened a cell in Excel. I've actually said create distribution using a risk log norm alt distribution. And then I've input the parameters that we discussed. So at P5, I've put 3 hours, at P50, 5.5 hours, and at 95, put 11 hours. And this will create the distribution that we need to. There's some issues. Obviously, there's a minimum cap. There's no maximum cap, but it does not mean that maybe I've got a fatter tail on this side. So I still got to be careful about using that. Should not be the worst thing that happens if you're dealing with a car engine in a automotive repair shop, but it can underestimate in some case the likelihood of occurrence of extreme values. So if you're in banking and anywhere near my investment, don't use this, please. For typical small-scale problem we're facing every day in business, this beats heat maps every single time. The last way is similar but slightly more complex. It's the shelf method, so let's take a look at it. First, you need to select good experts that are knowledgeable about the topic. Ideally, they have diverse points of view. You want to limit psychological bias like groupthink and halo effects. Alexis has some pretty good videos about bias and risk management. You should really look them up. It's important when you're doing quantitative work. That's the end of the shameless plug for Alexis. So you have your experts around the table. You then need to train them, not on their area of expertise, obviously, but on the probability elicitation process itself. A little bit like what we're doing right now, showing the steps. It may be good to remind them about potential psychological bias that could impact the process. I know myself during a risk assessment, I often carry psychological bias cards which I actually issue to people when I think they commit them, just in order to keep everyone on their toes and honest. Those psychological bias are important. For example, if we're setting distribution about the potential for a flood and we're just 2 weeks after some major flooding, you may need to tell them about the recency bias, where we focus more attention and put more weight on the latest examples we have or that come to mind. Next step is to provide some unbiased information about the distribution we're trying to figure out. Those can be statistics or qualitative information to give everyone a common base of understanding. But careful, you don't want to set your experts up. You then get the experts to provide individual outputs. It can be done on a sheet of paper or in an app you create. I've done it using SharePoint in the past, where people would just fill a small form and then it collects the information and I can use it in another software. The important thing is they need to do it by themselves, so they don't influence each other yet. This is typically done by having the expert providing some p-values as well as higher and lower limits. You then have a discussion around the values that are proposed. So you have people talking about their point of view and why they came up with those numbers. And eventually, through the discussion, you get to a consensus or a near consensus, or a bloodbath if people really disagree. And then if you want to get fancy, you could weight the expert based on the accuracy of past predictions, for example. Remember, you're looking for a distribution though. So it's not the precise value. So talking in range usually makes getting to the consensus easier than if we just need to come up with a specific number. And then when you have your near consensus or your consensus, you document the distributions. There are softwares and statistical packages that can help us with this. Let's take a look at one such package, which is the shelf package in R. We will use it in order to see how we can facilitate discussions around the table to come up with a distribution when we don't have data. Because that's the tricky part, and it's very important, because if your inputs are wrong, obviously you've all heard about garbage in, garbage out. It's one of those little mantras. Well, it's true. So if your distributions are not working the right way, your output will be meaningless. And even worse, people will have faith in it, because quantitative methods look more robust. They are, if done right, but if they're done wrong and people just get bad numbers, they'll lose faith in them, and you'll crush your business basically. So let's take a look at the in R at the shelf package. Okay, so this is R, and I know it's awful looking, and believe it or not, this is improved because I'm looking at it through RStudio at the moment. R is a statistical programming language that's been around for many years. It's basically a way to conduct statistical tests, machine learning, to do web scraping, and a lot of things that you can do in other applications today, but R is working fine for most of my needs. What you see on the top left quadrant is basically the code. On the top right will be the variables and object and data set we're creating or using. Here you'll have some plots, and here you have the code